Good morning, everyone. Order, please. I would like for us, if we have unanimous consent, that we will go right to statements by ministers. So do we have unanimous consent? Yes. It is agreed. Is everyone in agreement? Yes. Okay. I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is with profound sadness that I rise today to pay tribute to our 18th Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Brian Mulroney. In his February 1993 resignation address, Prime Minister Mulroney said, "I've done the very best for my country and my party." And there is no doubt that those words are true. You only have to listen to the tributes that poured in last night from people of all political stripes. Prime Minister Mulroney was a bold leader and a courageous statesman who tackled the difficult issues of the day with dogged determination. With Brian Mulroney as leader, the Progressive Conservative Party swept to victory of 211 seats, the biggest majority in Canadian history. Then he rolled up his sleeves and he got to work. He once said, "You have to spend your political capital on great things for your country," and that is exactly what he did. In 1988, Prime Minister Mulroney signed the U.S.-Canada Free Trade Agreement, ending 100 years of tariff protection. President George H.W. Bush, Prime Minister Mulroney, co-authored a clean air plan to fight acid rain and save many forests and lakes from the leading environmental threat of the day. He was recognized as the greenest Prime Minister in the Canadian history. In 1985, Prime Minister Mulroney led Commonwealth countries in the fight against apartheid in South Africa. Driven by his personal convictions of justice and an unwavering respect for human rights, Prime Minister Mulroney launched a relentless anti-apartheid campaign, telling his allies, Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher and President Ronald Reagan, that they would be on the wrong side of history if they did not join him. The Prime Minister was so influential in dismantling apartheid that just 127 days after leaving prison, Nelson Mandela traveled to Canada to thank Prime Minister Mulroney in the House of Commons. Madam Speaker, Brian Mulroney had deep roots right here in Nova Scotia. He loved Canada, but he loved Nova Scotia. On September 12, 1983, Mr. Mulroney entered the House of Commons after winning a by-election in Central Nova the month before. And of course, he always looked fondly on his years as a student at St. FX. He was proud of the Mulroney School of Government. I am thankful that generations of students will know the impact he had on our country and on the world because of this school. He was a true gentleman who came from a different era of politicians, one we could all learn from when it comes to decorum. And on a personal note, I will be forever grateful for the generous counsel and advice that Prime Minister Mulroney has offered me, especially in the last 2 years. He was never too busy to take a call or to listen to a problem and provide guidance. I feel very fortunate to have had time with him, and I am extremely sad that he is gone, and I will miss his mentorship. So today we send our most sincere condolences to Mrs. Mulroney, Ben, Caroline, Mark, and Nicholas, and to the many thousands of lives that Brian Mulroney touched in his almost 85 years. Thank you, Madam Speaker. May you rest in peace.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the Premier for his comments. The Right Honourable Brian Mulroney was Prime Minister when I was born, Madam Speaker. He certainly was a bold visionary for this province and a transformative leader, bringing free trade to North America, which still lives on today. He strived to make Canada a better place and always stood up for what he believed was the right thing to do, even when those decisions were tough. He certainly did love his country, and he loved Antigonish, and his legacy will live on through the Mulroney Institute there. I've had the great pleasure of listening to former Prime Minister Mulroney over the course of my career in politics. His oratory is probably unmatched in Canada. but so too is his commitment to good outcomes. And whether it was in a partisan government or supporting the current Prime Minister or even supporting the previous government under Stephen McNeil, he was always there to negotiate with the United States, to support the leaders of our provinces and our country whenever he was asked to serve. He, of course, had profound impacts on the global landscape as well, particularly in challenging the apartheid regime in South Africa. The last time I heard former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney speak was actually at St. FX, at the Atlantic Economic Forum that was happening there. And he had some really important words, particularly about debate in our parliamentary system. About how, when he was Prime Minister, he had opponents. They always debated the issues that were most critical to people in their lives each and every day. And I certainly will remember that advice that he gave that room and to the Prime Minister at the time as well. I want to express my condolences to Mila, Caroline, Ben, Mark, Nicholas, and their families. This is a great loss to them, and it's a loss that the country shares with that family as well. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to join the tributes to the Right Honourable Prime Minister Brian Mulroney. All Canadians in particular were proud of the role that we played to end apartheid in South Africa, and there can be no doubt that Prime Minister Brian Mulroney was a key player in that fight and in the release of Nelson Mandela, who confirmed as much himself. He was the first Prime Minister to recognize and act on the negative effects humans were having on our planet, and the Clean Air Agreement with the United States was a landmark. This agreement fought acid rain, protected lakes and forests, and was a blueprint for future agreements. The Prime Minister held a special place in his heart for Nova Scotia, as we've heard, from his days at St. FX to his time as the member for Central Nova and as Prime Minister, where he created ACOA, as well as the Mulroney Centre for Governance, which I've had the privilege, and many of us have, of participating in their vital programming. And so with that, we in the New Democratic Party want to thank him for his service and send our condolences to Mrs. Mulroney, to his children, Ben, Caroline, Mark, and Nicholas, to all his friends and loved ones.
I would kindly ask that we stand for a moment of silence, please. Please be seated. We will now begin with the orders of the day with the daily routine, presenting and reading of petitions. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Madam Speaker, before I present my petition, may I introduce a guest?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. We're glad to have with us today Nate Mahoney. Nate is the president of the NDP Society at Dalhousie University and is taking part in an internship program through the Dal Political Science Society with the Halifax-Chebucto constituency office, and has also been involved in the work of the petition which I'm about to present. So I want to welcome Nate to the House today.
Welcome. Thank you for joining us today. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
I beg leave, Madam Speaker, to present a petition which reads as follows. Whereas over a quarter of those who are homeless for the first time are over the age of 60, and whereas nearly 6,000 people are on the wait list for public housing with an average wait time of 2 years, therefore be it resolved that the provincial government ban evictions of seniors whose incomes would qualify them for public housing until there is a place in public housing for them to go. This position has been signed by a considerable number of the residents of Cork Street in the Halifax-Chebucto constituency, and I have signed it also. Thank you.
The petition is tabled. Presenting reports of committees. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
I would like to table a document, Madam Speaker, in consideration of a member statement I'm going to make later. The document is the United in Poverty Action Community Update of United Way Halifax, dated January 24.
The report is tabled. Statements by ministers. Government notices of motion. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Yeah. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I rise today in memory of Nicole McHattie, who lost her battle to colon cancer but spent her last few months advocating for treatments and screening. In the gallery today, we have Nicole's family and friends, including her children, Ewan and Emma, who continue her legacy and advocate on her behalf. I would ask those folks to stand and be recognized by the House.
Thank you for being here. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas colorectal cancer is a serious and life-threatening disease that is the second most common cause of cancer deaths in Nova Scotia, whereas this disease is preventable, treatable, and beatable if caught in the early stages, and at-home screening kits are offered for free to Nova Scotians aged 50 to 74 years of age every 2 years as an early detection method. Whereas trends of the disease continue without any known cause, awareness, and testing is necessary. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this chamber join me in recognizing the importance of this ongoing issue, and if members or someone they know should be screened, we encourage them to reach out to the colon cancer screening program. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. Are there any further government? I recognize the Honourable Minister for Addictions and Mental Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas for more than 20 years, the Mental Health Foundation of Nova Scotia's Different Stage of Mind annual fundraiser has raised more than $5 million, and whereas these funds have been reinvested into communities across the province for mental health programs and support services. And whereas this is the final year of entertaining fundraising tradition where performance teams pledge to fundraise $50,000 and participants get a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to take the stage as a celebrity performer of their choice. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the House congratulate the Mental Health Foundation of Nova Scotia on their 20th anniversary of the Different Stage of Mind fundraiser and recognize the critical funds they have raised for community mental health initiatives. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Are you looking for a request for waiver?
Yes.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. Are there any further government notices of motion? Introduction of bills. I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill called an Act to amend Chapter 7 of the Acts of 2011, the Fair Drug Pricing Act respecting Shingrix vaccine.
The honourable member for Clayton Park West begs leave to introduce a bill entitled an Act to amend Chapter 7 of the Acts of 2011, the Fair Drug Pricing Act respecting the Shingrix vaccine.
Bill 417, an Act to amend Chapter 7 of the Acts of 2011, the Fair Drug Pricing Act respecting the Shingrix vaccine.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. Recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled an Act to amend Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2010, the Finance Act.
The honourable member for Cumberland North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled an Act to amend Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2010, the Finance Act.
Bill 418, an Act to amend Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2010, the Finance Act.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. Notices of motion. Statements by members. I recognize the honourable member for Antigonish.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to congratulate Antigonish's Dennis Bonvy on being inducted into the American Hockey League Hall of Fame. Dennis played 871 games for 8 different teams in the AHL, scoring 275 points. He was well known for his competitiveness and toughness, accumulating a record-breaking 4,493 penalty minutes. Over his Hall of Fame career, Dennis played for the Cape Breton Oilers, Hamilton Bulldogs, Portland Pirates, Philadelphia Phantoms, Wilkes-Barre Scranton Penguins, Providence Bruins, Binghamton Senators, and the Hersey Bears. Since his retirement, Dennis has served as a scout for the Toronto Maple Leafs, Chicago Blackhawks, and Boston Bruins, for whom he has been a director of professional scouting since 2022. I ask all members of this House to congratulate Dennis on his well-deserved honour. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. March is Pharmacy Appreciation Month, and I rise today to recognize the thousands of pharmacists, pharmacy assistants, and other pharmacy staff who work in our pharmacies and provide excellent care to patients across Nova Scotia every day. Pharmacists play an important role in our healthcare system, and expanding their scope allows them to better treat their patients while taking pressure off our overburdened emergency departments and walk-in clinics. The former government made it possible for pharmacists to prescribe birth control and medications for uncomplicated UTIs and shingles, and since then their scope has been expanded even further under this government. I want to thank these hard-working Nova Scotians for their tireless efforts to keep our province healthy. Contributions are important not just this month but all year round. Thank you so much.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I make a few introductions before my statement?
Yes, you may.
I want to introduce a few people from the Endometriosis and Chronic Pelvic Pain Clinic at the IWK today, from the IWK who have joined us today. They're over in the gallery opposite, and as I say their names, I'll ask them to rise. Dr. Alana Monroe is an anesthesiologist who specializes in chronic pelvic pain. Leah Pink is a nurse practitioner that works in the clinic. Linda McEachran is a social worker who provides pain education and counseling at the clinic. Catherine Hawkins is a pelvic floor physiotherapist who provides pain education and treatment in the clinic. And also working in the clinic but not present today are two gynecologists who specialize in endometriosis and chronic pelvic pain, Dr. Elizabeth Randall and Dr. Bridget Nee. And also, we would like to welcome today Maggie Archibald and Faith Lamoureux, who have shared their stories of accessing care for endometriosis in Nova Scotia. And of course, all of this, Madam Speaker, is in light of the fact that today, March 1st, marks the beginning of the very first Endometriosis Awareness Month in Nova Scotia. So I'd like everyone to welcome our guests.
Welcome, and thank you for being here and for all that you do. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the work of the IWK's Endometriosis and Chronic Pelvic Pain Clinic. In 2021, the clinic opened, the first of its kind in Atlantic Canada, thanks to the hard work and advocacy of clinicians and the public. When it opened, Nurse Leah Pink said, drawing on the expertise of multiple healthcare professionals and by using innovative strategies to provide care, we will better meet the needs of this underserviced patient population. This interdisciplinary care model is the gold standard. Endometriosis costs our medical system in ER visits and many often unnecessary tests due to a lack of understanding and the long delays people face in getting diagnosis and treatment. It also costs those who suffer from endometriosis in wages lost while unable to work, in time away from family and friends, in pain, and in money for physiotherapy and other out-of-pocket expenses to manage chronic pain. Thanks to this clinic, more Nova Scotians have access to the treatment and support they need, as well as qualified support. So I ask the House to join me in thanking Dr. Alana Monroe, Leah Pink, Linda McEachran, Catherine Hawkins, and their colleagues for their work in expanding badly needed endometriosis care in our province.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to applaud Dan Bauer from Lower Sackville. Dan Bauer has been volunteering for the last 34 years and continues to dedicate his time and talents to our community. Dan has served as troop leader with Scouts Canada, has coached and mentored youth with the Sackville United Soccer Association, leading them to win a gold medal, has taught youth paddling at Sackawak Canoe Club, has assisted trail development and maintenance with the Sackville Lakes Parks and Trails Association, received an award from the Canadian Blood Services for over 200 donations, and has volunteered with the organization Different Folks, supporting underrepresented and underemployed entrepreneurs in their communities. Madam Speaker, I would like to ask that all members of the House of Assembly join me today in applauding Mr. Dan Bauer for his selfless contributions and his continued volunteerism, making our community a better place. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Armdale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to recognize the amazing toilet and dry cleaner small business in my constituency. They provide fast service and a great result to all customers. The owner, Mabina, is incredible hardworking and has done a great job since she opened 2017. Madam Speaker, I would like to thank Mabina for the service she offers the community and hope to see everyone supports local business like this. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today on the first day of Endometriosis Awareness Month to share the story of Faith Lamoureux of Dartmouth. For years, Faith lived in excruciating pain, ignored by doctors and believing that she must be dying. A large lump appeared on her back in her early 20s, and a walk-in clinic doctor, her only option with no family doctor, dismissed her, suggesting that she'd gained weight. Faith says that every doctor I saw asked if I was on my period, and it was infuriating. Years later, she passed out in pain on the street, and after hours in the ER was diagnosed with endometriosis. The lump was gone. 2 massive endometrial cysts had ruptured. The doctor in the ER couldn't offer much support, saying they didn't know anything about endometriosis. In 2023, Faith had the surgery she needed, but because of the disease's progression, she needed major abdominal surgery and a hysterectomy. Faith is able to live without pain today and doesn't want anyone to have to face what she did, almost a decade of debilitating pain. I ask all members to join me in thanking Faith for being here today and for sharing her story.
I recognize the honourable member for Queens.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to congratulate the Astor Theatre's Wind of Change drama company on their recent production of the Stephen Sondheim musical Follies. This was the first adult musical to be staged in Liverpool since 2018, and it recently opened to rave reviews. Its elaborate costumes, live orchestra, powerful songs, and fun dance numbers has made it a huge hit with audiences as it continues over its 8-show run. With cast members ranging in age from 14 to 77, members of the production team invested hundreds of hours in the project. Special recognition for director Ashley Rose Goodwin, who spent in excess of 50 hours per week working with individuals and the full cast, preparing the show and bringing her vision to life. Bravo to all, and a sincere thank you to everyone involved for bringing the community together to celebrate the arts in such a wonderful and fun way. I am super excited to return home tonight to take in a show. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize a registered physiotherapist, Erin Clements. I had the pleasure of meeting with Erin in January when she shared with me her commitment to helping breast cancer survivors with targeted physiotherapy. Erin is a breast cancer survivor herself, shared with me the importance of proper physiotherapy after surgery. I was surprised to know that this would make a huge difference for women, as it was not offered to me after my surgery. And Erin confirmed that many surgeons don't mention physiotherapy, but usually nurses recommend it. Madam Speaker, Erin has made a huge difference in the recovery of many Nova Scotian women, and I ask the House to rise and to join me in recognizing the incredible physiotherapist who dedicated her profession to make post-surgery recovery easier for all women. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to mark the beginning of Endometriosis Awareness Month and to share the story of Maggie Archibald of Halifax. From the day her first period started, Maggie lived in a serious pain cycle every month. For 16 years, she had to miss out on life for days each month. Because women's pain is so often ignored and dismissed, it took a random conversation with a family member to hear about endometriosis. In 2022, Maggie was happy to connect with the IWK's Endometriosis and Chronic Pelvic Pain Clinic. Since then, she's had surgery for her endometriosis and is now closely followed to manage the ongoing pain and monitor any progression of the disease. She said connecting with the clinic has been life-changing. Maggie wants her story to spread awareness about endometriosis among the public and medical professions. The condition is serious and often unknown or ignored. She says, I was aware of its existence, and had I been better informed, I might have sought care earlier. I encourage all members of the House to work together to increase early intervention and expand support for those with endometriosis.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as the MLA for Kings West, it is with a heavy heart that today I address the closure of Oaklawn Farm Zoo in Aylesford after 40 years of service to our community. And to also recognize the amazing community contributions of Ron and Gail Rogerson. The Rogersons purchased their property in 1974 and over the next 10 years did school class trips while building the zoo. In 1984, the Oaklawn Farm Zoo officially opened to the public. The zoo has been an integral part of our region's identity, providing generations of families with memorable experiences and educational opportunities. I suspect that most members of this House have visited the zoo with their families at some point or another. Ron and Gail's hands-on approach, compassion, and steadfast determination have been instrumental in shaping our community and leaving a lasting impact on generations of visitors. Their tireless dedication to the well-being of the animals, the preservation of endangered species, and the education of the public has been truly remarkable. Madam Speaker, as the Oaklawn Farm Zoo closes its doors after 4 decades of service, I would ask members of this House to join me in taking a moment to express our deepest gratitude to Ron and Gail Rogerson for their extraordinary contributions to our region and province. Thank you, Ron and Gail. Your impact will be felt for years to come, and the zoo will be dearly missed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to thank and congratulate a young person in our community. We all know that in early February, Cape Breton was hit, as some other parts of the province as well, with a very serious snowstorm. And so much snow arrived in our towns that the fire hydrants were completely buried. But Colton Giroux came to the rescue and was shoveling out fire hydrants, Madam Speaker. And he was honored by the City Mines Fire Department and received all kinds of accolades on Facebook for his great action. And I want to thank Colton for showing us adults what it takes to be part of a community and for everyone to pitch in and do their part in time of disaster. So thank you, Colton, and I'd like all members of the House to congratulate Colton for setting a fine example. Thank you.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to share the story of Raina Norman, whose endometriosis was so advanced by the time she had surgery that the scarring was the worst case her surgeon has ever seen. Raina spent many years from puberty until her late 30s dealing with the pain of endometriosis, often ignored, she said. It was like someone had wrapped barbed wire around me and was continually cinching it. She suffered from pelvic floor dysfunction, bladder problems, and issues with nerves and ligaments causing back and leg pain. She also had 2 miscarriages, which caused a great deal of emotional pain. When she became pregnant with her son and gave birth via C-section, she heard the doctors describing black marks on her uterus they didn't understand. She knew it was endometriosis. In January of this year, Raina finally had the surgery she has needed for years. Her organs were fused and endometriosis was threatening her kidney. Doctors couldn't believe her damaged uterus had been able to carry a baby to term. Nova Scotia needs more qualified specialists. So the long, painful wait times for help for endometriosis that Raina experienced could be reduced. May all the members of this House work together to raise awareness to ensure no other Nova Scotians have to wait the way Raina has.
I recognize the honourable member for Hants East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I have the pleasure to rise in my place to talk about another amazing East Hants resident. Carmel, Callie McKay, a 17-year-old student and goaltender. I nearly forgot to mention, she's the only female playing on the under-18A Cole Harbour Wings. She was scouted by the Ocontis College in Grand Rapids, Michigan. So in the first part of February, she and her mother went to visit the college. On February 8th, Callie signed her commitment to Ocontis College women's hockey team. Callie is finishing up her last year at Hants East Rural High School and looking forward to this new challenge. Please join me in congratulating Callie and wishing her all the best. I'm sure this is not the first time we'll see great things from her. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Clare.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to offer my sincere congratulations to Carl DeVoe on his well-deserved retirement following an impressive 23-year career as a paramedic. While Carl transitioned from his role as a paramedic, his dedication to serving our community remains unwavering. Currently representing District 4 on Clare's Municipal Council, Carl actively contributes to various committees and community events. demonstrating his ongoing commitment to making a positive difference in the lives of others. Beyond the civic engagement, Carl finds solace and joy in the great outdoors, enjoying activities such as canoeing and wilderness camping. I invite all members to join me in expressing our heartfelt gratitude for Carl DeVoe and his dedicated service as a paramedic and wishing him a fulfilling retirement. Merci.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Tonight, African Nova Scotian musicians will be honoured at a special tribute concert called Legends of Whitney Pier at Melnick Hall. Melnick Hall is a historical venue in Whitney Pier. It is where early civil rights leader Marcus Garvey made a speech in 1937 that told generations of African Nova Scotians to, quote, emancipate ourselves from mental slavery, because while some might free the body, none but ourselves can free the mind, end quote. Legendary singer-songwriter Bob Marley used parts of that speech as the inspiration for his redemption song. The free event will also celebrate icons who are no longer with us and who inspired and encouraged others within their community and beyond through music and storytelling. I wish I'd be there with them tonight, but unfortunately I'll be driving home. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the South Shore Duelists Fencing Club and its coaches Ed Machette, his son Aiden, siblings John and Emma Kinley, and Alice Smith for bringing more than 35 years of fencing instruction and education to the South Shore. The club was founded in 1988 as the Bridgewater Fencing Club. Students ranging in age from 7 to 76 train at their own level, using foil, épée, or saber weapons. While many play recreationally, several students have gone on to represent the province at the Canada Games and beyond. Ed began coaching in 1991 after he and Aiden developed a mutual passion for the sport. He says it's a psychological game. The amount of education, dedication, and skill needed to play and teach this sport is not for the faint of heart. It requires speed, endurance, strategy, and tactics like a game of chess. What he enjoys most is watching young athletes progress and achieve their goals. I ask the House to join me in thanking a South Shore Duelist Fencing Club and all its members and volunteers who have supported the development of the sport of fencing in our community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Annapolis.
Madam Speaker, the 74th Crusaders is an Annapolis Royal-based motorcycle enthusiast club that is dedicated to the safe operation of motorcycles and giving back to our community. They support and sponsor a myriad of groups and organizations, including Big Brothers and Big Sisters, IWK Hospital, the Annapolis Royal Food Bank, the Annapolis Royal Legion, the Salvation Army, the Mid-Valley Palliative Care Service, Annapolis County Special Olympics, Annapolis Health Center, and the Annapolis Royal Fire Department. The club is comprised of nearly 100 working and retired members, spouses, families, and friends from all walks of life. This year, the Crusaders are celebrating their 50th anniversary, and they are marking this impressive milestone with special events taking place all year. I invite all members of the House of Assembly to join me in congratulating the 74th Crusaders on their 50th anniversary and in thanking them for their many contributions to our community. Thank you.
The honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I'd like to commend to the attention of the House United Way Halifax's report, United in Poverty Action, a Community Update, which was released in January and which I've tabled. The report is a 5-year follow-up on the United Way and HRM's joint 2018 report on the same subject of poverty, dealing changes in the landscape of income inadequacy from 2018 until now. One of the key changes contributing to poverty currently in the HRM, the report points out, is in the area of rental housing, where we see, the authors write, and I quote, a growing trend in renovictions and fixed-term leases, whereby some landlords are removing existing tenants and replacing them with new tenants, enabling them to get around the rent cap, unquote. The report is to be commended, Madam Speaker, to all members, but particularly to those who continue to deny these realities around them. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to recognize the Kin Club of Dartmouth
and the positive contributions that they continue to make in the community of Dartmouth East. One of the Kin Club's recent activities was the Christmas Miracle Initiative, which provided gifts to more than 150 children, undoubtedly bringing joy and cheer to many households in Dartmouth. The Kin Club's dedication to spreading happiness is truly commendable, and it is heartening to see such a positive impact on the local community. Madam Speaker, I ask the House to please join me in recognizing the Kin Club of Dartmouth for their ongoing efforts and positive impacts on Dartmouth. Their commitment to making a difference in the community is truly inspiring, and I wish them continued success in their future endeavors, and I look forward to the next community breakfast by the Kin Club hosted at the East Dartmouth Community Centre. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in my place to recognize a longtime friend, Scott Thomas from Cape Breton, who has successfully defended his studies, and he has obtained his PhD from Arizona State University in justice studies with a focus on restorative justice. Scott is the diversity officer at Cape Breton Universities, but has held many senior roles across the community in human rights, in diversity, and he's traveled and represented not only the island but Nova Scotia many times with his experience. Scott has been a longtime friend of mine. We were actually elected to student government together way back when at Cape Breton University. But Scott has been on this journey to complete his PhD. He's a dear friend of mine, and I rise in my place to recognize Dr. Scott Thomas, PhD.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Madam Speaker, today I rise to acknowledge the sacrifices of all veterans, and particularly those who served and died in the war in Afghanistan. On September the 23rd, 2023, a new monument dedicated to the memory of the 158 Canadian Armed Forces members who died in Afghanistan was unveiled in downtown Amherst. Believed to be one of the only a few such memorials in the country, the Afghanistan War Memorial stands in a newly created park in the shadow of a beautiful mural that honors the Nova Scotia Highlanders. The site is intended to provide a place of comfort for visitors to honor all those who lost their lives and to reflect upon how such sacrifices affect the freedoms we enjoy as everyday Canadians. It is believed there are over 100 Afghanistan veterans living in Cumberland County alone, with a great many more in the surrounding area and across the Maritimes. I would ask other members in the House to join me in thanking Justin McKay, members of the Amherst Legion, along with other members of the team that undertook this project. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, I rise to reflect on our collective failure to provide for all Nova Scotians. This morning is one of the coldest mornings this winter in Halifax. This morning, the electricity supply in Grand Prairie Square was shut off, removing heat and cooking options for the unhoused people living there. There remain about a dozen people in Grand Prairie Square who have not been offered appropriate indoor shelter or housing options. We can't say we didn't know. The unhoused people and families themselves have been vocal and persistent self-advocates. Service providers have told us, elected officials, the public, about the deep challenges they face in finding any service or any shelter that is suitable for unhoused Nova Scotians. Madam Speaker, I ask all members to recommit to safe, adequate housing for all Nova Scotians.
I recognize the honourable member for Argyll.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize Cheryl Surratt of Belleville on her first book, Avery's Worst Day Ever. While publishing a book in itself is an accomplishment, Cheryl has not let living with a rare genetic disease, Alström syndrome, get in her way. Alström syndrome affects one's vision, hearing, kidneys, heart, and other major organs. As Cheryl puts it, it's no walk in the park, but she uses her challenges to inspire others. Avery's Worst Day Ever is the first of a series Cheryl hopes to get underway as she shares her love of learning and reading with others. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of this House to join me in congratulating Cheryl Surratt on this remarkable accomplishment and wish her much success in the future. Thank you very much.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to remember a friend for almost 20 years, Tony Atwana, born Chief Innocent Atwana in Nigeria. Tony immigrated to Canada in the 1970s. Tony attended Humber College, Carleton University, St. Mary's University, Dalhousie University, and Tons. He had an entrepreneurial spirit and was the owner and operator of Acom Paving and Construction. He went on to be the executive director of the Watershed Development Enterprise Limited and was property manager for the Preston Area Housing Association. Tony was dedicated to his community, sitting on and chairing many boards. He was a member of the St. Thomas United Baptist Church in North Preston, and he came from a very large family of siblings all over the globe, and the family was his core. I ask my colleagues to join me in sending condolences to Tony's wife of 49 years, Rosalind, and his children, grandchildren, and all those mourning his loss. He will be greatly missed.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, everyone has a right to a warm, safe, and affordable place to live. In Nova Scotia, current market rents are not affordable for very many people. Tents, Madam Speaker, are not warm, especially on days like today and when the power is cut off to them. And shelters are not homes. As news of the tenting encampments were closing in HRM, or some of them, many people who have been living in tents in Halifax have migrated to Dartmouth North. So on this morning, I'm thinking of the 25-plus dwellings on Green Road and the folks that are living in them. And I want to take this moment to urge the new Minister of Community Services to take immediate action to make sure that everyone in our province has appropriate and adequate housing immediately.
I recognize the honourable member for Hants West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to thank the wonderful Jenna Croft, who celebrated her first anniversary in the constituency office this past December. There is a lot to be said for what our constituency assistants are responsible for in the run of a day, and part-time help in our office has become a necessity. Although I don't get to work as closely with Jenna as Ashley does, I can tell you that the flow of the office has improved drastically since her arrival. She keeps us organized, the office clean, and smiles on the constituents' faces with her warm demeanor, big heart, and incredible sense of humor. And that's not all, Madam Speaker. She is also crafty, often laminating our contact list, decorating the office, and scrapbooking my journey as an MLA by saving news articles and the like. If there was a lottery for part-time help, I feel like I have won it. Jenna, Ashley, and I thank you for all that you do, because the constituency office just wouldn't be the same without you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to start off Women's History Month and applaud the remarkable achievement of Gara Gaber, who was recently nominated for Business Leader of the Year at the prestigious Halifax Business Awards. Gara's nomination is a testament to her exceptional leadership and dedication to excellence. As the associate owner of 3 Shoppers Drug Mart stores in HRM, including one in Fairview Clayton Park, Gara has demonstrated outstanding vision and innovation in her role. Beyond this, she serves as a coach and mentor to new owners, providing guidance and resources for their successful growth. Madam Speaker, Gara Gaber's nomination for Business Leader of the Year is a well-deserved recognition of her exceptional contributions to the business community in Halifax. Her leadership, mentorship, and advocacy serve as an exemplary model for all of us. And I urge my colleagues to join me in recognizing her on this prestigious nomination. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, today the power has been disconnected to our friends and neighbors at Parade Square. On a day like today, where the temperature is between -14 to -11, it is unimaginable for folks to not have power or heat during these cold temperatures. Housing is a human right for all, and our neighbors who are unhoused deserve a safe, affordable, and permanent home. Our social services are supposed to work with organizations across the province to administer social programs, some of which are social assistance and affordable housing. Everyone sleeping outside needs permanent housing. We need to take action on creating this badly needed infrastructure, because without it, the housing crisis will continue.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings North.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Madam Speaker, in the East Gallery is Dana and Peter Harrison. Peter is my hardworking assistant who is known to most of you and works very hard for me, and Dana, his wife, who, like our families in politics for ourselves, makes many sacrifices for the amount of time and effort that Peter puts in. Many late-night phone calls and emails, and so she makes many sacrifices. And for us as a province, really, in letting Peter work as hard as he does, is very appreciated. And her political acumen is also very appreciated. She has a good understanding of what's going on. So, like all of us, we always appreciate the advice of our spouses. I know that Peter does, and I do, and I want to thank them both.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings North.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Kentville resident Kate Ashley on her position as the 2023-24 Canadian Parents for French National Vice President. The Canadian Parents for French Network is a national volunteer organization of parents, volunteers, and advocates dedicated to the promotion and creation of French as a second language learning for young Canadians. Kate Ashley is currently the Assistant Dean of Arts and an Assistant Professor at Acadia University. She is the former President of the Canadian Parents for French Nova Scotia branch of the Board of Directors, bringing more than 18 years of experience in community and Canadian Parents for French branch services to her new role. Please join me today in congratulating Kate Ashley as the 2023-24 Canadian Parents for French National Vice President. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
A Nova Scotian artist whose dream recently came to fruition. Nearly a decade ago, Peter Goff had an idea to create a parliamentary visual artist laureate for Canada. He spoke to his MP about it, but the MP became Speaker of the House, so he couldn't sponsor the bill. So then Nova Scotia Senator Willie Moore championed the concept. Once Senator Moore retired, the bill was then advanced by Senator Patricia Bovey. Meanwhile, Peter kept up the push for this position, even as he battled an aggressive form of cancer. I will note that Nova Scotian Dr. George Elliott Clark, himself a former parliamentary poet laureate, wrote a poem in support of the concept. Sadly, Peter passed away in December 2020. In addition to his devoted wife, Brenda, and their family, Peter leaves behind an amazing body of frankly stunning work, as well as his idea. And I'm pleased to inform the House that the legislation creating a parliamentary visual artist laureate passed third reading in the House of Commons last month. Our friend Peter would be pleased. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is music night in Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier. Tonight, Breton Education Centre will play host to a farewell alumni concert, part of the series of goodbye to the 54-year-old Breton Education Centre building. Beck's school band teacher and Men of the Deep's conductor, Stephen Muse, is calling it a celebration of our town, our school, and its wonderful musical tradition. Tonight, 50 of Beck's school band alumni will take the stage to perform with Beck's current band members. Tickets were sold out ages ago, which is a testament to the people's excitement to hear generations of Beck band members perform. I know it's going to be an incredible evening, and I am disappointed to miss it. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hope my colleagues from Inverness and Truro, Millbrook, Salmon River, Bible Hill are certainly listening to this because, Madam Speaker, it's playoff time. And the U18 A team from Cumberland County After visiting Port Hood last Sunday, winning in less than 1 second left of the game, a 3-2 victory, we're off to the semifinals on Saturday against Truro, Madam Speaker. I would just want to give a shout out to a team that I've been privileged to be involved with all season. Look, they've climbed their way up from near the bottom of the league, right to third place right now. And I hear the person from Pictou County chirping, but we beat them out of the playoffs too, Madam Speaker. Look here, Madam Speaker, I can't wait to Saturday afternoon to meet Truro in the semifinals. Fire up, boys, because we're going to the finals.
Order, please. I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On a more somber note, I'd like to extend my thoughts and prayers to a family from Hammonds Plains that lost their house in a fire this week. I want to say thank you to the many community members who have already started to wrap their arms around this family. After the year that we had, it was certainly a familiar experience that we are certainly uncomfortable with and hate to see, but I again have to reiterate my gratitude to the many community members who have already started to reach out to the family to find ways to support them through what is yet another terrible tragedy. And as I said, my sympathies and my thoughts go out to the family from Hammonds Plains that lost their house in the fire this week.
I recognize the honourable member for Colchester North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to recognize the outstanding volunteerism of Marilyn Roberts from Tattamagush. Marilyn has been a dedicated volunteer along the North Shore for many years, serving as the first statistician and only statistician for every hockey game played in the North Shore Centre for 4 years. This includes games with the North Shore Minor Hockey, Junior C, and Rural Hockey. Madam Speaker, much of her free time has been devoted to the rink. Marilyn was a founding member of the North Shore Figure Skating Club, where she taught figure skating and power skating. Madam Speaker, she has been actively participated in fundraising projects and contributed to the improvement of our community. I commend her for her unwavering support and commitment to the North Shore Recreation Center and to the people of Tattamagush in that area. Thank you very much.
Order. It is now 10. We will start our questions by members to government, and we will be done in 50 minutes. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when the Premier was in opposition, he said there was a health care crisis when 60,000 Nova Scotians didn't have a family doctor. That number has now skyrocketed in 2 years to over 153,000 Nova Scotians without a family doctor. It seems that the government is giving up on the family doctor practice model. We see that in the numbers. We also see that in the words of the Minister and the Premier, where they have said the old days of having one patient for a family doctor are over. Another reference to that model as being part of the old days. We see it in comments from department officials when they said in the old days we had one physician that we went to on a regular basis. Those days are now over. Nova Scotians need to get over it. My question to the Premier is, why is he giving up on getting Nova Scotians a family doctor?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this is not a government that gives up on anything, Madam Speaker. We keep going. Nova Scotians are worth the effort. They're worth the urgency. Nova Scotians will remember former government that made a promise to them, a doctor for every Nova Scotian. There was never a plan to deliver on that. It was a political catchphrase. It was a misguided political statement. We want people to know that this government is committed to making sure that when they need care, it will be there, where they need it, when they need it. The world is changing. The access to care model is changing. There are health homes, there's virtual care, but Nova Scotians should know this government is committed to fixing the mess that we inherited, that Nova Scotians inherited. We will fix the healthcare system.
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Talk about a PR stunt. Fixing healthcare, Madam Speaker, when more than twice as many people don't have a family doctor. And beating your chest and patting yourself on the back as a result of that. Madam Speaker, there's consequences to people not having a family doctor in the healthcare system. Also in getting things like kidneys from live donors donated to save lives for people that need dialysis and who have kidney failure. And we see that here in Nova Scotia, where people hoping to donate a kidney actually need a family doctor and a primary care provider, Madam Speaker. My question to the Premier is, does he see the impacts that people not having a family doctor have on people's lives and the healthcare system overall?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Madam Speaker, this is the real crux of the issue, and it demonstrates a complete lack of understanding of how the healthcare system works. Former health minister has no clue how the health system works and really no understanding of it and no care. We know that from the system we inherited, Madam Speaker. What I will say is we are making sure that Nova Scotians have access to care. That's why we passed the Patient Access to Care Act. The members opposite, I hear them, they'll remember, they filibustered that bill. They tried to hold that bill up, and then in the end, what did they do? They voted for it because they didn't know what they were doing, but they did know that we know what we're doing, Madam Speaker. Additional scope of practice, primary care clinics. There are ways for Nova Scotians to access care. We are communicating those messages to Nova Scotians. They're trying to instill fear in people. We're here to support Nova Scotians.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Madam Speaker, here's what I know about the healthcare system. The more people that have a family doctor, the better. The more pressure is taken off of specialists. The more pressure is taken off our ERs, and people who want to donate kidneys to save their loved ones' lives can actually do that when they have a family doctor, Madam Speaker. This Premier brags about how much money they're spending. It's like hiring a contractor to fix your house, and the pipes get worse. The roof is leaking more. And the contractor says to you, don't worry, look at all the money I'm spending. Look at all the money I'm spending. That's the answer that the Premier gives us. Yes, he passed that bill, and what's gotten better? We've got exponentially more people without a family doctor. The wait times now in Nova Scotia are twice the national average, and more people are dying in our ERs. Does the Premier not understand that giving up on a family doctor model is having a negative impact on our healthcare system and patients' lives?
The Honourable Premier.
Madam Speaker, again, I'll state it. We will not give up on Nova Scotians like the former government did. We will not give up on Nova Scotians. Just in the month of January, Madam Speaker, I think it was in the range of 50,000 additional appointments through pharmacies, through pharmacy primary care clinics, through virtual care, through urgent treatment centers. Madam Speaker, we are opening up access to care, and we are informing Nova Scotians through an app that they can put in their hands and find it. And I will tell you this, Madam Speaker, we are focused on supporting Nova Scotians. We focus on moving this province forward. Well, that government focuses on concealing misappropriation of taxpayer money. We're focused on doing what's right. They're focused on hiding their wrongdoings, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in a budget where the tax relief has disproportionately benefited high-earning individuals and developers, a one-time $150 check and a failure to index income assistance just seems cruel. Yesterday, the Minister of Community Services justified this decision, saying that year over year, indexing is usually about $10, $15, $20. What we decided is it's better to put a lump sum in people's pockets. I have to ask about that math. Based on last year's inflation, a single adult would have seen $300 this year from indexing. Is the Premier leaving thousands of Nova Scotians behind based on some bad math?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Madam Speaker, we know and we feel it as a compassionate government the need to do everything we can to support Nova Scotians. That's why we've increased income assistance rates by $300 a month for those that are not able to attach to the workforce. That's why we have allowed those that are expected to reattach to the workforce, that we're helping to reattach to the workforce, that are in income assistance, allow more of them, enable more of them to keep more of the money they earn to support them as they reattach to the workforce. We are doing what we can. There's always more to be done, Madam Speaker, but I would find it interesting I appreciated what my colleague, the minister, said when he pointed out that we've done more in that one thing, and he did more as minister in 1 week than the NDP did in 5 years. That math not being challenged, Madam Speaker, because it's absolutely true.
I recognize the leader of the New Democratic Party on her first supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, while this government celebrates a top-up for some recipients, which is in fact an adherence to a court decision, so thank you for complying with the law, and a small one-time top-up, the fact of the matter is that income assistance rates in this province are too low to live on. They land people in food banks, hospitals, and ultimately in tents and shelters. We have the second lowest income assistance rates in Canada, thousands of dollars lower than in other provinces. And this is the third budget where government has not indexed those rates. When will the government allow DCS workers to start giving clients adequate support and stop having to hand them tents?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, this government does comply with the law. Strangely, that's an oddity in this chamber, but we do comply with the law. This is a budget, $16.5 billion of investments, $16.5 billion going all into the hands of Nova Scotians, investments in Nova Scotians. We're proud of the work that we're able to do to support Nova Scotians. We know there's more work to be done, and we will continue to invest in Nova Scotians in every possible way we can. But that increased income assistance for those that are not able to return to the workforce, that is a significant investment, and it dwarfs anything that any government did before ours.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party on her final supplementary.
$16.5 billion, and they couldn't index income assistance. People sleeping rough in our province receive the lowest available income assistance rate, $380 a month. Food, necessities, and medication costs alone are more than this, let alone housing. Advocates are perplexed by the lack of action being taken right now, given the current rate of inflation. Can the Premier explain why all income assistance recipients can't get the same amount to at least give people a fighting chance to get back on their feet?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And of course, we know, and I know that the opposition likes to ignore this simple fact, but as a government, we have chosen to do a number of targeted supports that are, in addition to income assistance, targeted supports to help people and meet them where we can meet them. I will acknowledge that there is lots of work to do, and as government, we do what we can. We always wish we could do more. We always wish we could do more, but we do what we can. And this is a budget that is about building up Nova Scotia. It's about supporting Nova Scotians. It's about investing in Nova Scotians. And I hope that the member opposite can get behind Nova Scotians like we are, like Nova Scotians are, and push this province forward.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Again, the Premier talks about how much money is being spent. They cannot point to outcomes improving. He says they inherited a mess in healthcare. Here's what they inherited. A needed doctor wait list that wasn't even at 70,000 people. 500 empty nursing beds. Madam Speaker, here's what else they inherited. Lower wait times. They inherited better offload wait times. They inherited more emergency departments that have been cut down, that have been shut down under this government. And the system is getting worse, and they're bragging about spending more. May I ask the Minister of Finance, when he looks at the amount of money that's been spent in healthcare, he looks at the outcomes that they're achieving with patients that need a family doctor, with wait times, with people dying in the ERs. What stats is he looking at to say Nova Scotians are getting a good return on investment?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, as Minister of Finance, I certainly concern myself with the numbers. But you know what else I concern myself with? People. The last government was very good at holding the line, Madam Speaker. What they ended up doing was holding the line on people's care. Yeah. It resulted in great inefficiencies in the system. And I'll give you just one example in the 20 seconds I have left. Nursing home beds, empty because there weren't enough staff. hospital beds full of people that should be in nursing home beds, 4 times the cost to have somebody in a hospital bed as a nursing home bed, and ambulances sitting outside hospitals, unable to deliver their patients because the hospital beds were filled with people with should have been nursing home beds.
The Leader of the Official Opposition.
And what the minister doesn't recognize is the investment in home care, which is the most cost-effective way to support people in continuing care, which is where most people want to be who can, and this government is taking from home care for this as well.
Order. There's a lot of chirping. A lot of chirping. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Money is about people, and where people's hard-earned tax dollars go is important. And we're talking about outcomes for people when it comes to health care. We look at the $464 million that this finance minister spent for a nursing recruitment and retention bonus that we were told was going to bring 2,000 nurses back to the system. It brought 148. That's a cost of over $3 million per new nurse to the system. Does the finance minister believe that this is a good return on investment for people?
The Honourable Minister for Finance.
Madam Speaker, there's all kinds of achievements that I know our health minister, our seniors and long-term care minister, and our addictions and mental health minister have been making. And we could spend here, I don't have time in 30 seconds to list them all. We listed a lot of them yesterday in the budget speech, Madam Speaker. There have been a lot of improvements for people. We're a growing province. We're getting results. And you know, at the end of the day, it's results that matter to Nova Scotians. And my conscience is clear that we're doing everything we can. And as finance minister, 36% more for health care than last government budgeted is a massive increase. And there are massive changes happening. And the proof is right before our eyes.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A recent FOIPOP by the Liberal caucus revealed some disturbing trends in ambulance coverage offload times across our province. According to the information provided by EHS, in January 2024, the average wait time spiked in many areas of our province. At the Dartmouth General, the average wait time was 209 minutes. That's 3.5 hours. At Cape Breton Regional, the average offload time was 201 minutes, more than 3 hours. At the infirmary, it was 187 minutes, again more than 3 hours. At the South Shore Regional, it was 119 minutes, which was 2 hours, and I'll table that. Is this what the government means by more care faster?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So this is a really great opportunity for me to talk some of the more recent investments that we've made in the EHS system. And one of the things that I'm really pleased and proud of is the Emergency Medical Responder Program that will start in March, this month of this year. This is a regulated healthcare professional who's used in a couple of other jurisdictions across the country. These individuals will be trained and regulated by the College of Paramedics, and they will be able to work in a couple of different places. They'll be able to work in offload, as an example, to support patients to get our paramedics back on the road. They'll also be able to do some low acuity transports as well, and they'll also be able to work with a paramedic to extend our paramedics. So we're really excited about this program. We've worked very closely with the college as well as the regulator and the
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The emergency health system is in crisis in this province. Our paramedics are devastated by the government's failure to listen to them. It's a stressful job, and so what's the government solution? Reduce the expertise in ambulances. Spread paramedics thinner. Madam Speaker, when this minister took over at the Department of Health, she bragged, I'm going to tell you right now, things are going to get better every day under this government. It has not. There are 153,000 people on the doctor wait list. They doubled the wait list. The ambulances are lined up. I can tell the minister it's not better. Listen to the paramedics on the ground. Like she promised to do better.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
I can tell you that we spend a lot of time out in the field. I never saw a former health minister in all of my 8 years out talking to people on a regular basis. We spend a ton of time in the field, as does...
Order. The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness has the floor.
So we spent a ton of time. We had a really great process, and we were able to give our paramedics a significant raise just in January, right? We're looking at expanding their scope of practice. For the first time, we have a physician, a nurse, and a doctor, or a paramedic in our comm center. We now actually have video linkage to support our paramedics in the field. Paramedics are improving the healthcare system in our province. I'm very proud of the work that we're doing with paramedics, and I cannot wait until estimates. I hope I have 20 hours.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
Recently, volunteer firefighters responded to a tragic accident in my community. And I quote one of the first responders, "Last night I sat in the back of an RCMP cruiser with a severely injured young boy. I felt helpless, wondering if this child was going to die on my lap while we waited for an ambulance." These firefighters were confronted with severely injured, including 3 young children. I know this family, same age as my kids. They requested multiple ambulances, and almost 2 hours later, one arrived. This long wait for emergency support, unfortunately, has become the norm, not the exception. Firefighters from multiple departments throughout Annapolis tell me they've participated in several medical emergencies recently, where the response time has been 60 minutes and more. The Premier just said that care will be there, and my question is, how will the Minister and the Premier ensure the department ensures this never happens again?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I unfortunately am not able to speak about individual cases on the floor of the legislature, which I know that folks are well aware of. So we are aware that our system can be strained. We know that there are a number of paramedics who have left the system, but we are training more paramedics. As an example, we are introducing EMRs to support our paramedics. We are introducing field supports. We're working with medical first responder departments to make sure that they have the access to the training and the education they need. We are very committed. We meet with EHS on a regular basis. We have moved to a more regulatory process in the Department of Health. I can assure the members in the chamber we are on this file all the time. We are working very hard, really proud of the recent contract. It will do a lot to support paramedics throughout this province.
The Honourable Member for Annapolis.
The decision on this night was made to transfer this young boy in the back of an RCMP cruiser with 2 firefighters who I know proving medical assistance. They were instructed by EHS to stand down and wait in a parking lot of a church, as they were not approved to transport patients. Government's non-action in emergency care in Annapolis has placed firefighters in a precarious legal and ethical position. Do they decide to wait and have a Nova Scotian possibly succumb to their injury? Or do they attempt to transport the patient to the nearest hospital 2 hours away? Will the Premier and Health Minister commit today to meeting with these volunteer firefighters and hearing directly from them about their experiences and what they are requesting for supports?
The Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So what I do want to say is that as soon as folks call 911, there is a dispatcher who can actually help triage and move those calls to the appropriate provider, whether that be a physician or nurse in the comm center, and actually support people in doing constant re-triage and triage in the department. So I do know that the company, as well as the regulator in Department of Health, has reached out to meet with the fire departments in a number of different areas, and certainly in the member opposite's constituency that will happen.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Finance and Treasury Board. The Auditor General's budget request for increased funding for health audits was unanimously approved at a recent committee meeting. The idea of additional health auditors actually comes from this government's election platform and the Health Minister's own mandate letter. But despite this committee's approval, it is inexplicably missing from the budget. Madam Speaker, can the Minister explain why this election promise and mandate is going unfulfilled?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Finance.
Madam Speaker, it's not missing from the budget, and it's not missing as a platform commitment unfulfilled either. The commitment has been fulfilled. We created this extra resource capacity for the Auditor General because we believe in the importance of auditing of what's happening in healthcare, because we want to see continuous improvement. We see the Auditor General's office is playing a role in that. We actually stuck to what we committed to in our election platform, and that office is now staffed as we had committed to in our election campaign.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, the Auditor General was approved by the special committee for $1.1 million and received $200,000 extra dollars this year. Last year, she asked for extra money, and she got not nearly what she asked for. This is unreal in the face that this government yesterday tabled a budget that again allocated its bulk of spending towards healthcare at a whopping $7.3 billion. Yes, great. With this level of investment and in the midst of the scandal that is the Hogan Court Health Hotel, it's more important than ever to have independent eyes of the Auditor General ensuring the government is accountable and transparent in their healthcare spending. If the minister believes his government spending is all above board, why won't he provide the funds to the Auditor General?
The Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, no other government before has provided these resources to the Auditor General's office. That's a fact. Because nobody did it before, we're open to doing it. We did it. We did what we said we would do in the election campaign. Now, there are a lot of asks, believe me, Madam Speaker. We had well over another $1 billion of spending asks that we could have said yes to. But we said yes to a lot of things in the budget yesterday. One of them was further increases in the health budget, because that is our focus as a government, and there was something new. There was tax relief for Nova Scotians.
Oh, there you go.
I recognize the honourable member for Annapolis.
Madam Speaker, my plea to the Finance Minister would be to take that budget and put it into acute and emergency response times in Annapolis and rural Nova Scotia. The recent AG report on ground ambulance service reports that this service is in a critical state, and two of the main key factors are patient offload delays at hospitals and emergency department closures. This government closed my emergency in Annapolis Royal. Ambulances are not permitted to attend at Soldiers Hospital on most cases. We've gone from 336 hours of coverage in summer 2021 to 18 hours of coverage per week. You know, it's a 2-hour drive to Yarmouth, it's an hour and a half to Kentville. My question is, when will paramedics and 18,000 residents of Annapolis have reasonable access to emergency care?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So we've been working very closely with Mid-Valley Recruitment as an example in the member opposite's riding to look at how we can better staff those hospitals in his area, Annapolis, as well as Soldiers. We work very closely with clinicians. In fact, those hours are in collaboration with clinicians who, if we had not worked with them in a very intentional manner, felt that they were no longer able to work at all. So I'm very proud of the work that's happened in NSH and able to enable those providers to stay on longer. We've actually looked at the EHS system. We now have a paramedic course that's in Yarmouth to support building the workforce in Western Zone. There are a number of initiatives that are underway, and I would hope that the member opposite would be working with the Mid-Valley Recruitment to have a positive narrative about the communities in which he lives in order for us to recruit to.
Recognize the honourable member for Annapolis.
Yeah, I'm happy to have volunteered on physician recruitment the last number of years and will continue to do so. Paramedics are hardworking, professional, dedicated, and typically apologetic when they arrive on scene. They should never be apologizing on behalf of the government and EMCI. The AG report on ground transportation released a few months ago, and I quote, EMCI submits a monthly exemption report to the department listing calls where on-time performance was not met. 45,600 cases of exceptions that weren't met. This government admitted that exemptions submitted weren't reviewed and automatically approved because of a mutual agreement that EMCI would not be held accountable. The firefighters are accountable, the paramedics are accountable.
Question.
Why would government and EMCI agree not to be accountable?
The Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So the issue around the contract, which was signed by the former health minister and current leader of the opposition, is that those things were not clearly identified in that former contract, so in the previous contract. So we are working very hard. We have moved to a regulatory process in Department of Health. We have our own data now. We are working with the individuals. They are former paramedics. In fact, some people who helped negotiate that contract on the other side and were obviously better negotiators than the former government. So here we have people with deep knowledge of the system, deep knowledge of how we can improve the system, and we continue to do the best we can with the tool that we have. And when we have an opportunity to reevaluate and renegotiate that contract, we will.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Madam Speaker, I had the pleasure of meeting Erin, a local physiotherapist in my area, who spoke to me about the great benefits of physiotherapy for women recovering from mastectomies. Unfortunately, this is not covered in Nova Scotia for this purpose. I'm actually confused, and I would like to ask the Minister of Health, because 10 or 12 years ago, I actually was a medical interpreter for a patient who had a mastectomy, and it was offered. So I'm truly not sure, and I've been trying to find out if it is offered or not. Will the Minister commit at looking at physiotherapy for women who have had mastectomies?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So certainly I can look into the protocols following discharge. I really don't have those off the top of my head. I do know that we have publicly funded physio in all of our hospitals across this province. We're also looking at how we can incorporate physiotherapy into the collaborative care clinics across the province, health homes. So I don't have an exact, I don't really understand the question, to be honest, and I can certainly speak afterwards. Yeah.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
I thank the Minister, and just if I can take this moment to explain that after a mastectomy, and especially if they remove the lymph nodes, you cannot use your arm. I was lucky because I actually remembered some of the exercises that I interpreted, and I used them, and I had a friend who helped me. But a lot of women do not have movement of their arm after these mastectomies, and they take it as normal. It's not normal, and it can be helped with 1 or 2 sessions of physiotherapy, allowing them the right exercises to strengthen the muscle. So I hope the Minister would look at this and help women who after surgery. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So certainly there are discharge protocols that we would, as a healthcare team in acute care, follow. I know now that often many of the mastectomies are done in a day surgery environment, and it could be in fact that because of the type of exercises that are required, I am familiar with them, that maybe the nurses are doing some of those discharge planning techniques. So we can certainly look at the discharge planning to better understand what information is given. But this is the point of having a team environment where perhaps a physio describes and creates a care pathway, and it doesn't actually need to be a physio that teaches those simple but necessary and important exercises, when in fact the discharge nurse can do that. So I will look into it for the member.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister of Health knows this question's coming. This is year 3. The community continues to rally. You see the construction of our cancer centre in Cape Breton. A lot of people are involved with that, our medical community, construction sector, and the community continues to rally, but I'm going to ask the question again. They're still waiting for an answer on this government for a PET scanner for the cancer center. This is 3 years I've been asking this question. We have the community rallying, raising money, and they want an update. So my question to the Minister of Health is, can she update the House today on the conversations about a PET scanner for our new cancer center?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So I appreciate the question from the member. I know he's asked it several times. This was an election promise that was spoken about in August of 2021. The issue was never really about purchasing the equipment itself. It's around the operations of it. And as I've said before, it has very specialized reagent that has a half-life, and so we need to look at a certain piece of equipment, which name I can't pull off the tip of my tongue right now, in order for us to make sure that if there is a PET scanner in Sydney, that we have the appropriate infrastructure to support it. So reagent, the creation of reagent that has a half-life is very complicated. It requires a specialty staff member. It requires a certain type of machinery, and these things are not easy. So those conversations carry on, and I'll continue to have conversations with Nova Scotia Health about our ability to deliver.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I can appreciate the complexity of it, and this is conversations that we had when we were in government too as well. Yeah, a commitment was made to the community, not politically, but because the community was rallying to purchase the equipment. You have residents from Cape Breton and beyond who are committed to this, who are committed to the project, and there are some complexities around it. And for me, we know that there's hundreds of people that could use that PET scan that can't make that trip here. And that's not just Cape Breton, that's all over the province. The minister has provided updates, but I think it's time that at least a timeline is put on this so the folks on the ground at home that are rallying to do this can find out once and for all what the timeline is for an answer. So my question to the minister, can she at least provide some sort of timeline on her update to the community about whether this PET scanner is going to happen?
The Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So I will say that we've been looking at ways in which we can make it easier for people that are from far away areas in order to access PET scanners. So the purchase and the implementation of the fixed wing transfer unit allows people from our farthest flung areas, Cape Breton, Yarmouth, to be able to come to the city in order to access treatments. Buy a fixed wing aircraft is one example of ways that we can accommodate. That's put 5,200 hours of ground transport back into the system as a result of that. We know that there are people who are waiting for a timeline. I don't have that right now. Not only is it the reagent material, we need to look at the availability of staffing, and unfortunately, I don't have that with me today.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you. My question is for the Minister of Service Nova Scotia. 6 weeks ago, the government announced that eligibility for the heat fund, which people could get $400 from towards their oil bill, was being cut to every second year, making everyone who'd received it last year ineligible to get it now. The government says this is because the program originally was for every second year, and they're just going back now to how it used to be. So we know all of that. But what we don't know, and what I want to ask the minister is, what made the government think that January, February, March 2024 would be a good time to cut back on heating assistance to the people of Nova Scotia?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Service Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We know that many Nova Scotians are struggling, and that's why we work very hard to deliver targeted supports, Madam Speaker. The government's investment in the heat program, that's a collaboration with Nova Scotia Power as well as Salvation Army, which administers the program, being one, Madam Speaker. As I've shared with the House before, that was a temporary change. This change that we brought forward again this year was communicated last year to those who had received it previously, and allows new people to be eligible for the program. That said, Madam Speaker, there are a number of other programs that we continue to invest in Nova Scotians. We know there's more work to do, and we'll continue to do that. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Madam Speaker, this cut is particularly miserable because it came just 3 months after another $400 in heating assistance was cut from a different heating help program, the HARP program, which went from $1,000 to $600. So now we're getting to the real hard old going of the heating season. Most houses take 3 tanks or so a year. March is the 3rd tank time. The $400 for the heat program, the $400 from HARP, would have bought about half of that 3rd tank. But as it is, there is one pile of households who don't know where that is going to come from. The government reported a $40 million surplus yesterday, and I want to ask, did it not cross anybody's mind that this would have been an awfully good time to put both of those $400s back?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Service Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to reassure the member opposite that we work very hard every single day to make lives better for Nova Scotians and build up a province that's better and more welcoming for everybody. Madam Speaker, that said, I'm very proud of the investments that are in the budget 24-25. There's a lot of hard work that's gone into it. The minister has listed off a number of initiatives. Budget 24-25 demonstrates 2 things. We're listening, and we're committed to acting, Madam Speaker. We're committed to acting and working on building in a stronger province, and I hope the member opposite supports this budget.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, it's very difficult to stand here in this House and believe that health care is being fixed when we all continually hear of personal stories from Nova Scotians on a daily basis. But I want to highlight one in particular, who contacted my office to let me know that her husband, who was in long-term care, was allowed to leave his long-term care facility by a security guard, even though he had dementia. Sadly, while he was out, her husband fell and he passed away. This caused, as you can imagine, great stress and anxiety on the entire family. And I asked her, what would you like me to ask the minister? To the Minister of Seniors, what's being done to increase safety so those with dementia are not let out by security of long-term care homes?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for this important question. So while I can't speak to specific circumstances, what I can tell the member is that one of the challenges in the past was not having enough staffing in long-term care, and that's why one of the first things that we did was commit to the highest staffing level in the country of 4.1 hours of care. But we also needed a lot of staff in order to reach that staffing level, and that's why we committed to 2,000 continuing care assistants getting free training, and we're almost at that 2,000 mark now, Madam Speaker. But we didn't stop there. We also need LPNs as well, so we have a free CCA to LPN course that's going on in Truro right now, and there are a number of other initiatives to try to improve safety in all of our facilities. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
I thank you for the answer from the minister, but when the family met with management at the long-term care home, the only action taken was to fire that staff person and security person. So I want to ask, the woman asked me, would it be possible if the residents that if they could have an ID or something like a bracelet of something that would prevent them from leaving long-term care facilities, so is a system being considered to keep more dementia patients in the province safe in long-term care?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. So certainly one of the things that we're challenged with in long-term care is there's a continual increase in the number of people with dementia and challenging behaviors. And so we have increased a number of programs across the province to train staff in this new area. And it's one of the changes that we just announced for the CCA program, that there is an increased training for continuing care assistants for dementia as well as challenging behaviors. But one of the other things is these are people's homes, and in my nursing home, Ocean View Continuing Care Centre, there are 2 dementia wings that are locked wings. Some nursing homes have that ability and others don't, but certainly we are always open to speaking with family members who have these concerns. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth on a new question.
Ovarian cancer is a huge issue that affects many people in our province. The consequences are deadly, and we need to increase research to ensure that we can cure such deadly cancers that affect so many women. In 2019, the former government for healthcare funded ovarian cancer research by $1 million. After meeting with Dr. Jeanette Boudreau, who was so grateful for that, and her amazing researchers at Dow, we know that they asked for another $1 million from this government to expand their research. So my question to the Minister of Health, I don't see the funding in the budget. Does the minister intend to support ovarian cancer research with similar past funding?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you to the member opposite. So I recently met with folks related to ovarian cancer as well. And so as we do, we look at our budget and what we're able to do. I had a great conversation with a couple of folks at that meeting, and we will continue to work with them and understand what the needs of the program are. So currently it's the research that's happening here is exciting. It's country leading. And I was very pleased to be able to get acquainted with the individuals as well as the research that's underway. So I think there'll be more to say in the future.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
It was. I attended Dalhousie, and we, along with the member from Clayton Park West, and we were really amazed. And to actually see the research being done at Dalhousie is incredible. And I want to thank their team. But I can't emphasize enough how much $1 million, it doesn't sound like very much, in a healthcare system where women's health is not very well focused on. So I am sure, even though it's not in the budget, the $1 million can be found, and I would like the minister to commit to that $1 million to continue the great research that's being done at Dal.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So as we always do, we work closely with our clinicians to understand the pressures in their programs. There's a number of requests that come into us around funding different research opportunities, different therapeutics, different technologies. So we continue to look at the demands that are in front of us, and we continue to make those decisions on an ongoing basis. So again, we'll continue discussions with our clinicians. We also work with Clinical Trial Network for the Atlantic Clinical Trial Network. We work through the Innovation Hub. We work with our partners in advanced education. So there are a number of ways in which we get feedback from our research clinicians across the province.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Health and Wellness. Every day, Madam Speaker, I have patients contacting my office asking me what to do because they don't have a family doctor. Some people have new onset of symptoms, and they may go to the pharmacy clinic or try virtual care or go to the Emerge. They often have diagnostic tests ordered. And then they're contacting my office to say, but nobody's following up. What do I do? Where do I go? And then I have other people that don't have a family doctor that say, I have chronic diseases, diabetes or cancer. I have no family doctor, have no one to manage my care. The number of family physicians in Amherst is continuing to decrease. Just last month, we had someone else announce they're moving to another province. Can the minister please tell the House when the people of Amherst and area can expect to see progress with recruitment of family physicians?
The Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you. Thank the member for the question. So it really there's a couple things. So anyone that is on the Need Family Practice Registry should make sure that they reach out and make sure that they have access to virtual care. If the virtual care provider feels that you need to be seen in person, we have 19 primary care clinics where you can be referred to in a very timely fashion. And if your care requires it, you will be followed by that primary care clinic until you're attached permanently to a health home. So we know that people want family physicians, but we also want them to have access to pharmacists, to nurses, to nurse practitioners, to physios, to social workers. And certainly there was a collaborative care clinic that was recently opened. The member from Cumberland South and I were there to be able to open that recently. So we will continue to look at how we can support all of Nova Scotians in terms of accessing care.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the minister. And it is a heavy burden to bear, I have to say, especially when you know people are struggling and they need help and they don't know where to go to get it. And the fact is, most people don't know to call their family or their MLA office to find out how to navigate the healthcare system. And the reality is, a lot of people do try to access care through virtual health and either can't get an appointment and then can't afford Maple, which is often encouraged for them to try. So we do need family doctors in this province, Madam Speaker. That's a fact. We need them in Pugwash and area. We need them in Amherst and area. We need to look at hiring physician recruitment companies to help, experts in the field. Can the minister please tell us when we will expect to see more family doctors in this province, especially in the Pugwash area that has a new hospital opening but no family doctors to man it? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So there is recruitment efforts underway with the Office of Healthcare Professional Recruitment as well as Nova Scotia Health. There are two physician recruiters who are very successful in the northern zone and in fact are doing very well in regards to the recruitment efforts. People do not have to pay for Maple if they're on the Need of Family Practice Registry. That's not true. And so anyone that is on the Need of Family Practice Registry gets virtual care through Virtual Care Nova Scotia for free. And actually, in fact, all Nova Scotians are now able to access virtual care 2 appointments per year for them free of charge, so the cost is not a barrier. The app is also very important because, to the member's point, that is what will help them navigate the healthcare system and find out the closest way for them to access care. But also, we have 10,000 patients in Nova Scotia who are now able to access their diagnostic imaging and lab tests on that app.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, midwifery-led births account for only 5% of total births in Nova Scotia, far below the national average of 14%, and I can table that. This is a disservice for expectant mothers in Nova Scotia, given many positive health outcomes associated. Midwifery support leads to more natural births, a decrease in C-sections and surgical interventions, easier breastfeeding initiation, and it decreases the chance of having a preterm birth. Not only does it take the stress off of new moms, but it also takes stress off our hospitals. Does the Minister of Health recognize the importance of midwifery care in our healthcare system?
The Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Again, we spoke about this yesterday in the chamber. Certainly midwives have a role to play in prenatal and obstetrical and gynecological care. In fact, there are things that they can do around supporting women's wellness. So we have a couple of areas outside of the city. So certainly IWK has some midwives, and we do have some areas. It certainly is not easy to maintain the staffing complement in those areas. We're also making sure that, you know, midwives are part of a team. We need to ensure that they have nurses that are around them. We need to make sure they have primary care physicians who do obstetrics. We need to make sure that they have specialty services to support them in terms of, yes, many deliveries are usual and regular, but we need to make sure that they have the infrastructure around them. So we do continue to look at women's health issues, and you know, we'll continue to assess the situation as we move forward.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
As the minister's response shows, it's hard to ignore the benefits of midwives that they add to our healthcare system. Investment in midwives is simply a smart policy. Yet there are only 16 funded positions and 3 practices in the province. Many communities, as the minister said, across Nova Scotia lack essential midwifery care. The budget yesterday was a missed opportunity for this government to address the critical shortage. Why is this government not investing in midwives?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Nova Scotians are not missing out on good, quality, excellent obstetrical and gynecological care in this province. And midwives are a part of that team, but they are not the only members on that team. So we know that midwives play a role. We have 16 positions. They've been very difficult to date to fill. We continue to work with Nova Scotia Health and IWK to better understand how to support them.
Order. Order. The time allotted for questions put by members to ministers has expired. I just want, before we move on, I just want to acknowledge an observation that I make during question period, and for the speaker to try to stay on time and to be fair to everyone. So what I notice is that opposition wants extra time if their question's going over. And I try to accommodate if it's not going over too far. But yet we want to have an answer. But what I notice is sometimes opposition wants that extra time to ask the question, but they don't want to give the extra time to hear the answer. So, it's question period. So I realize that, but what I notice is I'm getting some looks. So do you want me to give you the extra time to ask the question? Or, so I'm just trying my best. So I want to recognize that and just let you know, order, that I am trying my very best to make sure that you're getting also to hear the answer. So, as well as to let everyone know, a gentle reminder about your statements. Again, it's really hard when you're introducing people and you're taking a lot of, it takes time. But it's taking time from your own colleagues to have an opportunity as well to get their member statements in. And it's really hard for me to cut you off. I don't want to cut you off when you have guests in the gallery. That would be really rude of me. But at the same time, there's others that are not getting their member statements in. So just a gentle reminder to be cognizant of that. So with that, I will recognize the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would you please call the order of business, government motions?
Government motions. Resolution, I recognize the Honourable House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would you please call Resolution 912, respecting the referral of estimates?
Resolution 912, respecting the referral of estimates on supply. I recognize the Honourable Member for Northside Westmount. The Honourable Member will have 46 minutes remaining in the official opposition's response to the budget and address. I now recognize the Honourable Member. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm pleased to stand today and continue the brief response or address to the budget. There's one thing that I wanted to clarify a little bit from yesterday's question period. And there is indeed a reduction in the spend in this budget on housing. And the minister indicated to one of our members during question period that maybe they should get an accounting lesson or et cetera, et cetera. Well, I would throw that back. Considering the budget for 23-24 was $554 million, the actual spend was $712 million, which is a difference of $158 million, or 30%, Madam Speaker. So when we're under budgeting a department by 30%, I think that constitutes as maybe not knowing what we're doing in that area or that spend, because we've considerably under budgeted. Therefore, a forecast this year of 712 with a budget for next year of 680, which is indeed a reduction of $32 million. I would argue that we would take this year's spend and apply a factor to it to increase the budget for the following year, not decrease it from the previous spend. So this government missed a huge opportunity in not investing in housing in Nova Scotia, given the fact that we've reduced our amount in the budget for this year over last year. When Nova Scotians are facing their toughest times, rent at less than 1% vacancy in Cape Breton, less than 1% vacancy here in the city, when rents are increasing by 11%, people can't afford to find a home in which they can live reasonably and have somewhat of a standard of living. Add that to the fact that the housing market has put many of our young people completely out of business when it comes to looking to buy their first home. Sure, there's a loan program available for the down payment, but who can afford a huge loan plus a huge mortgage? The young people of our province who we should be investing in, there's nothing in this budget for them to help them to get that first home and to get situated in life so that they can become more productive, less worries, and less stress, Madam Speaker. The fact that we've decided not to index assistance payments at a time when inflation is pretty much the highest in the country here in Nova Scotia. We know we pay the highest taxes in Nova Scotia. We know we've reduced the assistance when it comes to the heating rebate, when it comes to the heat fund. We know that everything with this government is a reduction. So what are we doing to help our most vulnerable people in Nova Scotia? This government will point to the senior care grant, a $750 grant, which I have to say is a real benefit to helping seniors get the things they need to move forward and to pay for things in their home, whether it be medication delivery, whether it be using it for heat, whatever they feel they need. However, more and more seniors are becoming ineligible for this senior care grant because of the income limit placed on it, $37,500. So when we look at all of these things together, we've had a net loss of $800 in heating fund for people. We've had a net loss of $750 for seniors who are ineligible now to receive it because their income is slightly over. So for a senior who's on that fixed income, that's $1,500 that they're now not eligible for, that's out of their pocket. That's a full tank of oil, Madam Speaker. That would go a long way to helping a senior to get through this tough winter. Top it off with the record snowfall that we've had this year, seniors paying hundreds of dollars to have their driveway cleared, to have a path cleared to their oil tank, to have an emergency path so that they could get out. Add that to the snowfall that happened after the record snowfall. Just when they got everything cleared, they were hit with another snowfall. And it's really caused a lot of issues for Cape Bretoners. We look again back to our community services and our $150 payment, 41 cents a day, Madam Speaker. Really does nothing. So they get a lump sum payment of $150, one grocery order, Madam Speaker, one grocery order, and that's gone. Not even a grocery order, a couple of bags of groceries, and that $150 is gone. Nova Scotians need more, Nova Scotians deserve more, and this government has to step up to the plate and help. You know, we've all seen the graphics on social media, the greatest or the biggest income tax cut in the history of the province. I don't think so, Madam Speaker. You know, granted, yes, indexing bracket creep is a good thing, but it's not actually cutting taxes. It's putting money back in the pocket of Nova Scotians who shouldn't have to pay the tax on that amount. If we want to talk about making a historic cut in taxes in this province, try cutting the HST by 2%. That would be the greatest tax increase in the province of Nova Scotia. Decrease. A tax cut. Thank you. See, I'm so passionate about this that I'm getting my increases and decreases. Maybe I do need that. Maybe I do need that accounting lesson, Madam Speaker. But a tax cut of 2% on the HST would save Nova Scotian families so much more money that they could then put back into our economy. We've seen a zero plan to improve the economy in this budget, Madam Speaker. What we've seen is a government who is resting on the laurels of natural economic growth through population increase. They're not doing anything to stimulate. They've scrapped the better paycheck guarantee, which would pour more money in your pocket to spend in the economy, which would grow the economy. Nova Scotia Loyal, there was supposed to be a program launched long ago, but all we see is PR stunts with wrap trucks and parades and propaganda. We don't see any real improvement in helping Nova Scotians buy more local. I certainly hope in the school lunch program that there's a huge focus on purchasing those products from local vendors. local suppliers, local producers, because that would help the local economy. But we don't see that in the budget. There's no tying that to the growth in our economy, helping local suppliers. We taught, and we've heard in question period today, the colleagues on this side of the House asking those tough questions about issues in our health department. Doctor waitlist continues to grow. Thousands a month added to the list without a doctor. Offload times, surgical wait times, double the national average. We talked about early on in the campaign, 24-hour surgeries. This government talks about the extra number of surgeries that they've had this year, the extra number of this, the extra number of that. Well, they're talking about extra numbers on a smaller number. It's not an improvement or it's not a fix to health care, Mr. Speaker. It's smoke and mirrors. It's government by public relations. We're spending $600 million extra on health care. Where's it going? It's going to bonuses and it's going to salaries. The biggest chunk is going to salaries and bonuses, not on the areas of improvement and efficiency creating that we can see. Mr. Speaker, you know, we talked about, we heard the Minister of Health talked about the fixed wing aircraft and how it's reducing the numbers of ambulance time on the road. Well, that's great if they take you home, Mr. Speaker. I've got instances in my community where people are flown to Halifax because they're deemed to need a serious medical test. They're flown up, they go in the hospital, and then they're discharged. They're told to find their own way home. I don't know about you, Mr. Speaker, but I wouldn't want to be out on the street in a Johnny shirt because they don't have any clothes with them because they were flown from the hospital in Sydney. Go out and hitchhike, you know, or talk to a senior, to talk to a family friend, to drive all the way to Halifax to pick up someone who was discharged and has nowhere to go. It's terrible that we treat our seniors in this province who have worked their whole lives and paid into the system in order to treat them as a second-class citizen and tell them, find your own way home. 4.5 hours home, it's just terrible. This is a budget of spending on administration. We see the public service, Mr. Speaker, is going to grow by 10%. 10%. That's a huge figure. What is growing in the public service? Are we hiring more administration? We can't administer things the way they are. We need to add 10% to the public service. We see our debt grow significantly over the period of this Conservative government. The debt servicing ratio in dollars are continuing to grow. Our kids, our grandkids, and our great-grandkids will be paying for this for the rest of their lives. And if we don't get a handle on this now, maybe even their great-great-grandkids. We need to stop spending, and we've seen all of the organizations talk about how this budget doesn't make its mark, and they talk about it's spend, 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 buy, 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 do, but nothing is getting done. Everything is, let's throw this at the wall, let's see what sticks, Mr. Speaker, you know, I've personally spent some time in our system over the last year. And in talking with a lot of the healthcare providers, they tell me, Fred, you know, there are solutions to things, but there are people in hospital waiting for simple tests, taking up a bed. I myself waited for days for a test. I could have been out recuperating at home. What happens then is you have people on stretchers in our emergency departments waiting to get moved up to a better location in the hospital where they can receive better and humane care. So I just use those as an example of how we need to change the way we do things. We need to look at, and this government says they're listening, but they're not acting. So instead of just paying people more money, we need to pay a fair wage, there's no doubt. But what we need to do is look at those areas where we can improve investment in our system to make it better. And a PET scanner for Cape Breton would be one of those investments. It would be, you know, 3 years to figure something out is a long period of time. We need action, and we need action now for Cape Breton. The school lunch program is great. We've been advocating for this for a long time. The devil, again, is in the details. We're looking forward to finding out when this will start, if it'll be a full implementation. It says phased in over 4 years. What's the phase-in plan? That's what we need to know. We will try and get to some of those answers during estimates, but that's important information. The indexing of tax brackets, beginning in January 2025, again, a start, but not the biggest tax cut in the history of the province. Continuous glucose monitors, a good start. However, we want to see that program expanded and make it eligible for all folks that are suffering with this tough disease. And this would help them to manage their treatment. But they're not eligible because they're not insulin dependent. So we need help in that area. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that this budget has fallen short in many, many areas. When it comes to affordability, this budget has fallen way short. When it comes to housing, this budget has fallen way short. When it comes to looking after our most vulnerable people in Nova Scotia, this budget has fallen way short. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll take my seat and pass it on to my colleagues.
I'll now recognize the honourable member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island to respond to the budget address on behalf of the NDP.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise today and talk about this third budget from this government. Well, today at the same time, so many Nova Scotians are facing affordability challenges in our province. The cost of everything is soaring. We know Nova Scotians want to get by on their own, but their wages just aren't keeping up with inflation, and housing and energy costs continue to skyrocket. We're here today because we need a government that prioritizes building a province where Nova Scotians can provide for their families, where utilities benefit the public, not just their shareholders, where governments give families a break when they need it, when every child in this province has enough to eat, and where we know that we'll be able to keep our houses warm and the lights turned on when times get tough. Families are experiencing economic uncertainty and insecurity at levels not seen in generations, and this impacts everything. Whether driven by the cost of big-ticket items like housing and education, or the affordability of life's basics like groceries and heating fuel, overlaid by worries inherent in uncertain access to timely and quality health care, The anxiety is palatable. We need to remove there's also growing insecurity, economic and social insecurity being experienced by Nova Scotians that is rooted squarely in a legacy of colonization, ongoing racism, and discrimination experienced by diverse communities. We need to remove barriers to better social and economic outcomes for all Nova Scotians and prioritize justice and equity for Indigenous, Mi'kmaq, and African Nova Scotian communities, as well as persons with disabilities, newcomers, and 2S LGBTQIA+ folks and communities. We have an equal need to prioritize gender justice and address gender-based violence in all our government work, as evidenced by the Mass Casualty Commission report. This budget doesn't address what Nova Scotians need now. There's more than 150 people on the Need a Family Practice Registry. People are waiting too long in emergencies, and we heard the example this morning from the terrible accident in Litchfield, where children who were hurt and injured waited 2 hours for care that quite literally was to save their lives. In housing, this government has spent a lot of time and energy making it easier for developers to build homes. And in this budget extends a $425 million tax break for developers without even mentioning the word affordable. But a record number of homeless folks are outside in the middle of a Nova Scotia winter. The plain truth is that Nova Scotians are dealing with skyrocketing cost increase and deserve a break. This PC government purports themselves to be bold with their spending and going like hell. The spending we see sometimes certainly ends up being bold, but Nova Scotians don't end up seeing that much of it. Take the Hogan Court Hotel site, Sans driveway, for example. Highly unusual and significant adaptability and design concerns, and I'll table that, do not instill confidence in this government spending. We need direct action from the Houston government to help people now, not $150 one-time payments or rent supplements that are taken away once you are deemed not low income enough. When times are tough, Nova Scotians want to know their government has their back. This Conservative government continues to show them that they don't. Nova Scotians are scared about what a lack of access to health care means. Parents are worried that they are doing the right thing for their children when they are managing their development, early vaccinations, and more through one-off drop-in clinics when they lack the careful eye of an ongoing healthcare professional to make sure that their children's development is on track. They worry that their parents can't access the health care they need as they age. Health professionals confess their concerns, not being able to spend the time they want with patients, delayed test results with devastating outcomes, and burnout. And they wonder how to continue working in a system where their best isn't possible. We know that Nova Scotians' health is at stake. We continue to have some of the worst health indicators in the country. Nova Scotians have some of the highest rates of chronic disease in Canada, and I'll table that. We are near the bottom of the list for cancer mortality and below the national average for life expectancy, infant mortality, and deaths due to diabetes and respiratory conditions. And the system's failures are borne disproportionately by people with the lowest incomes who are less mobile, less likely to have access to private insurance, and face other barriers. We are spending a lot of money, it's true, and we have been for a long time, but we are still not getting the results we need. Nova Scotia has one of the highest rates of per capita healthcare spending of all province, but continues to rank well below average in health outcomes. One thing we've noticed in this budget is the distinct lack of funding directed to the actual provision of primary care. 153,000 people on the Need a Family Practice waitlist, a record amount, are waiting to be assigned to a primary care clinic. Urgent care, mobile clinics, expanded ER capacity, and additional training are all good things, but we don't see any additional money to fund primary care sites. Nova Scotians have a huge range of health needs and deserve a place they can go to get those needs met, not just an app. If we focus on collaborative care and community clinics, all healthcare professionals working there could be used to their full potential. It's disappointing to see the lack of funds incentivizing primary care providers to work here and stay here. We have a beautiful province, on that we can all agree, and this government has said time and time again that they want to grow our population. There are so many things that we could do to bring down that number of 150,000, Mr. Speaker. Why aren't they in this year's budget? An increasing lack of true primary care office visits leaves many folks with no other options other than an emergency room visit. Of the 150,000 Nova Scotians on the need a family practice waitlist, many do not have a smartphone, home computer, or even stable internet connection, and so they go to the emergency room. Our government passes the buck by saying that Nova Scotians care about each other and that people help each other out. That is true, and that is something we all want to continue. But there are people in our province who don't have that extra help, and our offices hear all about it. Emergency rooms in rural areas are facing staffing crunches like never before, and I'll table that. Last December, an annual report showed that ER closures increased by 32% over the previous year, and all the government had to say for themselves is that it didn't reflect the current situation. ERs in rural areas have been disproportionately affected, and in many cases, it takes a long drive to get to one that's open. And if they aren't able to get a ride or are in dire condition, Nova Scotians need an ambulance. We have not seen the improvements we would like in that regard either. While $887,000 to train more EMTs is a great start, we must keep in mind the system is already stretched thin. A report from the Auditor General in the fall showed that the average wait times for an ambulance the year before nearly doubled. We can't truly use our ambulances to their full potential unless there is a bed open for them to take a patient to. In mental health, we are far from having universal mental health care in this province. Mental health service wait times in most regions for adults and children climbed at the end of 2023. And 2022 saw the highest rates of suicides in Nova Scotia ever, and I will table documents pertaining to both those. We have a number of one-off untendered contracts with private sector organizations to offer limited mental health supports in terms of the types of services and length of treatment. It is imprudent and risky to offer folks single counseling services at no cost without even a chance that they might keep working with that provider, even if they could pay for it. Instead of bolstering the services offered through addictions and mental health, this government opted to sign a contract with a private organization, and I will table that. A number of us received a letter in late February from a number of public psychiatrists working across the province. And I think many of us received it based on the committees that we worked in, or we sit on, and our roles. But I will read out the authors of this letter. So we received a letter from Dr. Julia Gibson, Western Zone Child and Adolescent Psychiatrist, Dr. Pippa Moss, Northern Zone Child and Adolescent Psychiatrist, Dr. Cornelius DeBoer, Northern Zone Child and Adolescent Psychiatrist, Dr. Govinda Singh, Northern Zone Child and Adolescent Psychiatrist, Dr. John Krosick, Northern Zone Child and Adolescent Psychiatrist, Dr. Vari James, Eastern Zone Child and Adolescent Psychiatrist, Dr. Madeline Farakuti, Western Zone Child and Adolescent Psychiatrist, Dr. Gerald Gray, Western Zone Child and Adolescent Psychiatrist, Dr. James Chandler, Western Zone Child and Adolescent Psychiatrist, and Dr. Kyla Chu Chung, Eastern Zone Child and Adolescent Psychiatrist. And if you didn't receive a copy of this letter, since it pertains to the entire province, I would encourage you to find a copy from one of your colleagues who sits on various committees to have a look at what they have to say, because they have spent a lot of time analyzing and understanding the situation that they face in providing psychiatric services to children across this province, and they find the current approach severely lacking. I'm going to talk a bit about what they have to say. They warn that the more we move mental health care towards the digital, the further removed from a clinical environment it becomes. Public practitioners' offices and community outpatient clinics creep gradually into the private sector. The gradual shift to digital platforms represents a shift away from the public sector that further limits the public sector's capacity and forces folks to rely on whichever help they can find: private practices, families, friends, other unpaid caregivers. They also want, and they warn us to remember the financial barriers that virtual-centered care presents to many Nova Scotians. Not only buying a phone, but paying for the internet you need to access the care. patients end up bearing a more costly burden, essentially prioritizing a service meant to be the opposite. Virtual options also download the responsibility to Nova Scotians to find an appropriate physical space to access care that will protect their privacy, which can also be a significant barrier. Folks who are without stable housing, who deal with family violence, who have parenting or caregiving responsibilities, the virtual option does not take their situations into account. They also go on to say that that is not to say that there's no use for virtual care options, and they suggest improvements to the current system. They talk about a properly thought out hybrid model could be incredibly effective. Those who are comfortable with a virtual option or have mobility concerns would greatly benefit from this. If there were navigation supports in place, providers could work with patients from where they are most comfortable, and most importantly, it would be easy for patients to know what is available to them, instead of endlessly scrolling through an app. The idea of proper navigation in mental health services is not new, and is particularly important and particularly exemplified by integrated youth services. Last June, Nova Scotia finally committed to the development of integrated youth services across the province. And IYSs are recognized as a best practice precisely because they use an evidence-based approach to welcoming, assessing, and triaging youth into services and programs. With the various online services, what we are asking folks to do is self-select into a potential service without adequate criteria and without any way to navigate around the whole system. The practitioners who wrote to a number of us also wanted to say that it's important that we take a good look at our human resources approach when developing new programs. All programs require staff, and some of this government's this is a quote, some of this government's approaches to fixing healthcare have led to a veritable workforce crisis in child and youth mental health care, especially in rural areas. They say the most recent iteration of the Health Services and Insurance Act actively discourages practitioners from joining the public system by reimbursing private practices at an enormous rate to provide services. The clinical psychology services pilot does nothing to increase the capacity of a system that is already working through their own long wait list of urgently needed assessments. In the same letter, it is candidly pointed out, and I quote, that the diversion of public funds to private care providers is at the root of the issue. We believe that public funds should be used to strengthen the public healthcare system, not erode it. When Nova Scotians said they wanted better healthcare, I don't think this is what they imagined. The government did offer some help with continuing care in this new budget, but there's still more we could be doing. We know about the plan to build 5,600 long-term care spaces by 2032. We don't know how well this takes into account the government's population growth goal for 2030. And to get incredibly scientific, these are billed as new and replacement spaces. Do we know how many will be replacements? I'm certainly pleased to see the government committed to keep implementing the human rights remedy for Nova Scotians with disabilities, who have fought for years for their rightful independence. I do hope that we see the previous investment in the continuing care service system from warehousing practices used in a transformational way to make sure that everyone gets the support they need. Housing remains a deep concern. A recent social media post, which I will table from Adsum House, a housing support service provider in Halifax, said, "So far today, we've had anxious calls from 7 families with a total of 17 children who are facing eviction at the end of a fixed-term lease on Thursday. What happens after the 29th? It's very disheartening. Staff answering the phone makes you want to throw up every time you say no." An organization with over 30 years of housing experience shared this on February 26th. Those 17 children were due to lose their homes yesterday on budget day. The day this government delivered a budget that did nothing to stem the tide of housing precarity. That's right. Now it's the day after. Where have these families ended up? Hopefully some of them are still in their rentals, but how much longer will they be able to stay? Everybody wants a decent home in a community they love. A home where they feel security of tenure and can plan forward to the next year, the next job, and for their family. What the Houston government has delivered is a completely inadequate response to the need for shelter that allows people to transform their lives. The average rent of a 2-bedroom apartment in Halifax went up 11% last year. And stats reviewed from 2016 to 2021 revealed a loss of 31 affordable housing units per week in HRM. And I will say that that is absolutely no surprise for those of us in our offices in Halifax Regional Municipality who have received so many phone calls about the loss of tenure, the loss of housing. What will people do? There's a $425 million tax break for developers in this budget without any requirements for affordable housing. The rent cap allows for a 5% increase, which is being circumvented by allowing fixed-term leases and not committing to a tenancy enforcement branch, which could provide safeguards. We have also suggested many other ways to keep people in their homes, such as having a low-income energy program, banning seniors evictions, banning winter evictions, and more. Implementing actual rent control by ending fixed-term leases and applying rent control in the unit, not the lease, would go a long way to securing tenure for folks. We also need more supportive housing of all types. And yet still, there's a lot of uncertainty in the sector. The Bridge in Dartmouth is being recognized as an effective shelter program. Yet there is actually uncertainty about its lease today, March 1st, that ends on March 31st of this year. In the same week that the government has been telling people to leave tent encampments because there are spaces available inside for everyone. The community conversation around homelessness has become polarizing and misinformed. In addition to implying that people are comfortable outside, the Premier has also said that lots of life's circumstances lead to homelessness, and that the government can offer, and I quote, can offer lots of help, but people don't always want to take it. What fell out of public discourse was the understanding that people have been suffering and are suffering from a structural policy failure. And so I want to walk through what we learned in the Halifax Point in Time survey of 2022 and point to the government systems that this government could be strengthening right now, this year, to address the homelessness issue and to support people across Nova Scotia. And I will table that point in time survey. I think it's on its way. So when you look at that survey of youth who are homeless, 49% of folks, of current homeless youth had been in the child welfare system. And of adults, 29% were former youth in care. And of those, 38% became homeless within a year of aging out of the system. So I know that this government has promised some better supports for children in care and aging out of care. And we will be asking estimates about what has been done and what's next. But it's much more than that. It's about creating systems where children don't have to enter care at all. It's about supporting families, ensuring the elimination of poverty, and ensuring that parents can stay in their homes, make enough money, and feed their children. One thing that this government has promised time and time again is a Child and Youth Commission, and again, we don't see this in the budget. That independent voice could be an important way that we know and understand what's happening with children and youth in our province, and that we can all take and know what actions that we can all take. From the 2022 point in time survey, 6% of homeless folks who were contacted identified as veterans or former RCMP members. And obviously this points to the need for better veteran and mental health supports. There were, of the folks in that survey, 67% reported mental health concerns, 39% reported cognitive delays or learning disabilities, 36% reported a physical disability, and 22% reported a traumatic brain injury. And so that is a raft of examples that highlight systemic failures in the healthcare system that spill over and from into education and employment. And as someone who has struggled to raise 2 children in this province with significant learning disabilities, I can tell you the system is absolutely no help and sets folks up for failure at every step. We also need to think about diverse communities. So 16% of the folks contacted in the 2022 point in time survey identified as 2S LGBTQIA+, and 34% of under 24s identified as part of that community as well. And again, this highlights systemic exclusion from healthcare, unsafe systems in education, as well as inadequate supports for families. And in seniors, the majority of seniors reported that the reason that they lost housing was housing and financial issues. Lots of folks were newly, for the first time in their entire lives, homeless, and 58% of seniors reported physical disabilities. Phoenix Youth Services shared some of its recent challenges yesterday in a public email. The letter says, and I'll table that, staff at Phoenix Youth Shelter are reporting a steady increase of recently unhoused families reaching out for support. With so few options available, they are often forced to make heartbreaking decisions. We have parents dropping their kids off at the door sobbing, explains Janelle, the manager at the Phoenix Youth Shelter. They don't want to leave their kids here, but there's nowhere else for them to go. What we don't see in this budget is any commitment to poverty reduction or elimination. Income assistance rates are left languishing. The government is willing to allow housing to become and remain out of reach for so many. And we need to see this Houston government show leadership that, in fact, all Nova Scotians have a right to safe and dignified housing. I'm just going to skip that. As I said, Nova Scotians are struggling with the increasing costs of everything from power and food to fuel and housing. Power rates have increased 13.6% in 2 years, and families are struggling to make ends meet. The cost of groceries has increased over 6% last year and 13% the year before. Everyone, from students to families to seniors, is feeling the pinch. People need a break. They need to know that they can afford to heat their homes and keep the lights on, keep themselves and their families fed, get their prescriptions without pharmacare copays, and avoid unnecessary government fees. Indexing tax brackets is also one piece of this puzzle. We know that Nova Scotia was the only province not to have taken action on this, and it was costing Nova Scotian families. That's why our caucus also recognized this need and tabled similar legislation before the House. And after many years of Liberals and Conservatives making tax cuts to benefit large corporations, we also recognize we need to have a bigger conversation, a conversation about fairness and really helping the thousands of people who need it. Corporate taxes, wealth taxes, inheritance taxes, and deductions. These are some of the important parts of the conversation of what we want our tax system to look like and who it should benefit. We've had another idea about the tax system that we've been talking about for a while now, and that's cutting the HST entirely off of all grocery products. This is because we believe that Nova Scotians trying to afford the essentials need a break from increasing housing costs. And it's why the Nova Scotia NDP government removed all provincial tax off of family essentials, including children's clothing, footwear, diapers, and all provincial tax off power bills and home heating. The government likes to stand tall on their MOST program, but now is the time to actually demonstrate how it's working. So firstly, I've talked about how this program is gender blind and also disadvantages folks who might have life circumstances that take them a bit longer to get through a post-secondary trades program. So one thing we need to know is who's been accessing this program. What's the gender breakdown? What's the age breakdown within the folks who are eligible? And what is their other social and economic backgrounds? And we also need to know what sectors folks are in. We also need to start tracking for retention past age of eligibility. So this program is not going to be effective if it keeps people here for a couple of years, but then they move to other jurisdictions once they pass the age of 30. I have long wondered why we actually have an age limit on the MOST program as well, and I wonder about 30. Even the UN recognizes youth as up to the age of 34 for most programs and policies. But as well, the other action that we didn't see in this budget is we didn't see the actual basic personal exemption amount increased. It is now indexed, but we are far behind. So if we use the federal government as a marker, it's about 50,000, as I believe, and that would be the same as the MOST program. So on one hand, if it's recognized across Canada that up to $50,000, that folks earning up to that really do need a break. Why aren't we doing that in our own province? And really we're limiting ourselves by only targeting folks in certain sectors and under the age of 30. So overall, our caucus is in favor of re-examining our tax system to make sure it is working for average Nova Scotians. We've talked many times in this House about the report from Food Banks Canada, which was released last year, and embarrassingly gave Nova Scotia a failing grade, the worst across the country. The report condemned this government for taking minimal steps to address the issues of high poverty and affordability difficulties. 53% of people in Nova Scotia feel that they are worse off than they were a year ago. This is a higher proportion than in any other province. The purchasing power of frozen income assistance rates is reduced every year that the government fails to act. Yep. Failing to index this program is, in essence, an annual cut.
Absolutely.
People who rely on government for their income need to see significant increases so they aren't forced to live in crushing poverty. And I would also argue, we understand that because the government has been forced by a legal decision that they are providing additional funding for folks with disabilities, actually that we should be really recognizing that folks who qualify for income assistance, all folks who qualify for income assistance need our support, and it shouldn't take a court case to make us try and overcome crushing poverty levels. As of 2021, the poverty rate among seniors in Nova Scotia was 9.1%, the highest across Canada. And Nova Scotia also saw the highest percentage increase to this number between 2020 and 2021 amongst all provinces. In Nova Scotia, the Seniors Care Grant is the only designated low-income supplement available for seniors. Recipients, as we know, are required to keep receipts for eligible expenses and to apply every year. Only PEI has a similar program to this, where folks have to apply and provide receipts, but it's actually up to $1,700 per year. Mm-hmm. Every other province or territory has a program to supplement seniors' incomes that is not designated for certain expenses and that is automatic. They have income eligibility requirements and require recipients to be in receipt of either or both OAC and the GIS. And 4 provinces have standard amounts and the rest are a sliding scale in income. We heard at committee about the challenge on the department to administer this program, that they were overwhelmed by the applications. So it's a huge amount of resources to administer this program. The delays in process have had very real effects on seniors. I assume that all of you have heard from seniors who wondered why it took 3-4 months to receive their grant. And in addition, of course, they had to apply up front. So there's a very easy way to make this less stressful, more automatic, more dependable for seniors who need it most, and that is to make this an automatic supplement based on income each year.
Absolutely.
Nova Scotians need to be able to pay their power bills. We need to make Nova Scotia Power work for Nova Scotians, and so that Nova Scotia Power profits are tied to saving money and improving the grid. We want the creation of a low-income power rate to ensure households are not spending more than they can afford on power bills. We want to reverse the Houston government's cuts to the HART program and index the program for future years. We, of course, applaud the action taken on the school lunch program.
I just remind the members that you can't you can't use the term to describe the government that you did. Yeah, thank you. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax, Sable Island.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I apologize for that. So we applaud the development and announcement around the school lunch program. We know that so many folks across Nova Scotia have been working to provide food in schools for children for many years as volunteers. We know teachers and administrators have undertaken a lot of extra work and expense to make sure that the students that they teach are not hungry when they're teaching them. We will be watching the development of this. We're concerned. I mean, I'm still concerned about the time that has passed that took the Liberal government not to do this, and that took the PC government to do this, and that we're talking about generations. And I am concerned about the time that it'll take to roll it out fully. However, we certainly are thankful to all of those in Nova Scotia who pushed for this for so many years.
Oh, sure.
However, children don't live in isolation. They live in families and in communities. And there was between 2020 and 2021 in Nova Scotia, there was a 35.7% increase in the prevalence of all children living in households experiencing moderate to severe levels of food insecurity. And I remain concerned about this government's approach to food security. It's hard to actually capture what the government is doing. It's across departments and programs. Different departments have different programs: education, health and wellness, CCTH, agriculture, and probably others. And I would suggest to this government that they probably don't know all that you're doing on food security, whether you're having any results, and that a government-wide commitment to increasing food security, which we didn't see in this budget, and a government-wide commitment to coordination would surely give better results in food security. We've also been taking a look at other fees that the government requires and comparing them to other jurisdictions. One area that we have been looking at are the vehicle registration fees. As the Premier likes to say, Nova Scotians need to drive, and he's right. In vast areas of this province, people rely on their car, and it is fundamental to how they live and work. Why then do we have license plate sticker fees? There is no evidence from other jurisdictions that it has an impact on safety and does literally nothing for your car. As our leader likes to say, it's the most expensive sticker you'll ever buy. We see this as nothing but a cash grab from the government, and it contributes a pittance to the government coffers. Eliminating this fee wouldn't impact the government, but for Nova Scotia families, it could be the difference between being able to get to work, get to school, get to medical appointments, and support your family. I don't know where that goes. We're just going to put that down. And you know, we're 4 days in, and I've already had a lot to say about this government's treatment of the Coastal Protection Act. In 2021, Nova Scotians elected the Houston government, Nova Scotians elected this PC government knowing that the PCs had supported the Coastal Protection Act along with all other parties and expected it to be enacted to guide our collective action to protect and manage our coastline.
Absolutely.
Over the past 2.5 years, we have heard from thousands of Nova Scotians who have voiced their support for the implementation of the Coastal Protection Act because they want to have a government that prioritizes coastal protection and development, that builds on our past and prepares Nova Scotia for our future. Municipalities also strongly call for the legislation to help them as they face enormous pressures in their jurisdictions. It seems to me that this government never intended to implement this act. After unnecessary delays, they called for a third round of consultations, promised transparency on these consultations, which they have yet to deliver, and instead, results are being withheld. The minister refuses to release the actual data, and we find out that many Nova Scotians' input have been silenced as their emails languish in a junk folder.
Yep.
This government claims to listen to all Nova Scotians. In fact, that claim is behind a lot of policy delays that we've seen. But then the minister in this House said, well, actually, then there were several MLAs who had strong opinions on the Coastal Protection Act, and some of them raised their hands in this House. So we're left to ask, who were all the people who had access to the minister, MLAs, developers, whose opinions were allowed to override thousands of Nova Scotians and the previous decision of this House? Despite the fact that the minister now refers to the climate action or the coastal action plan, Nova Scotians, individuals and municipalities alike, can now consider themselves abandoned. This government has, surprise, developed a map that will also become an app to help show Nova Scotians what different parts of the coastline will look like in 2100. And they have promised to eventually provide some draft bylaw text for municipalities to consider. I recently had the pleasure of meeting with the Nova Scotia Climate Youth Council. This is a group of scientists and activists who understand and prioritize intersectionality as key to action on climate change. They know everything is connected, and they know we need urgent action. Why doesn't this government understand this? budget is predicated on continued population growth, and we think this is important as well. But it shows very little in terms of how, we want people to come and we want people to stay, but what are we doing in terms of migrant and immigrant retention? So many folks are coming and struggling. They're surprised to find themselves in a place where they can't find housing, where they can't afford housing, where it's hard to see a doctor. And we see these, we hear about this all the time in our offices. We have a goal, but we actually don't have a plan to get to that goal. And we also, on the other hand, we have a labor shortage. So it's a persistent challenge against all sectors. It's holding us back, businesses and institutions alike. But it's not an employees' market, so to speak. People are unable to build the lives they want, and so they're not building them in Nova Scotia. We also need to assess what messages we are giving the world. Is Nova Scotia a welcoming place? Do we want new Nova Scotians? Consider the government's implementation of a minimum increase to international student fees, with some unsubstantiated idea that international students should pay the true cost of education without considering the immediate and long-term social return on investment from welcoming international students. And while the in-province tuition cap has tightened, out-of-province domestic students' tuition is now uncapped. What is the message that we're sending? We want to grow the population, grow the economy, keep young people here, and attract more people to build their lives here. But what are students to understand if they see themselves dealing with a province where the province is willing to raise tuition fees to leave them unregulated, that they're already the highest tuition fees in this country, and as well to see a government dealing in poor faith with universities themselves, given the dropping of a new funding and government arrangement with universities with little consultation. I can actually probably say no consultation. And I just want to say a few words about agriculture because it's such a critical sector in our province and so critically linked to our ability to feed ourselves and local foods. No question, it was a hard year, maybe the worst year in living memory. Farmers are on the front lines of climate crises, affordability crises, the labor crises. So we have heard this government, although not in this budget, I don't think, but though I have to go double check. I didn't see the words Nova Scotia Loyal in this budget, maybe they're there. But basically there's been a lot of talk about Nova Scotia Loyal, a commitment to local food, and a food and beverage strategy. And yet we're 2.5 years in and we haven't seen any information about what consultations have brought forward, any plans. We heard from the minister yesterday in this House that the reason the food and beverage strategy remains stalled is that there were 1,900 responses to a consultation. But I think that lots of folks would wonder, well, why is that creating a delay since it's not evident that this government ever takes into account those consultations with the decisions they make? And many programs have been on hold that support the agriculture sector, waiting for the announcement of the food and beverage strategy. And I think most people have given up, but they used to be waiting for the Nova Scotia Loyal program. The sector is incredibly clear on what they need to succeed. I feel like you can't find a sector that's more united in saying what is needed. So they need a sustainable and dependable approach to business risk management. So this ongoing paying farmers back, trying to make up for what happens in terms of climate crisis is not enough. People need to have investments that allow them to see a future for their farm. And things like funding for greenhouses, which we did do some of last year, but the next thing that farmers are seeing is that they can't insure them. They can't insure their crops, they can't insure their infrastructure, and we are seeing a decline in the number of farms in this province. And I don't think that in an era where we all want to prioritize local food, that this is the trend that we want to see. So overall, I would say across 3 budgets, what we've seen this government do is underestimate revenue, surprised by additional revenues over the course of a year, over appropriating so that we see that there's a projected deficit, that then becomes a surplus, and in the middle of all that, the government has had $1 billion plus in additional appropriation spending each year. This seems to be like the budgeting process of this government. At the same time, this results in growing the absolute debt, the net to debt GDP ratio, and debt servicing costs. The Minister of Finance spent a lot of time in the budget address assuring Nova Scotians that the deficit budgeting will have no long-term impact on the well-being of this province. Nonetheless, in a context where there is so much happening outside the democratic budget process and tens of millions of dollars being spent outside normal government procurement processes as we've seen with Hogan Court, there are many reasons to be concerned. Nova Scotia hasn't fully recovered from Liberal math, and austerity measures in poverty reduction, health and mental health, education, poverty reduction, and more. So the specter that PC math might spin towards austerity without having overcome the major challenges of the day in housing, healthcare, homelessness, cost of living, climate change is indeed quite concerning. We don't want our environment and the most vulnerable of our neighbours to suffer as a result of PC math and PC budgeting. We remain deeply concerned about additional appropriations. When we ask about updating the Finance Act to develop a usable process for additional appropriations, this government and various ministers tend to act outraged that we don't want to support Nova Scotians facing emergencies. There are, in fact, examples from all other provincial governments and the federal government where governments can still function and respond to emergencies, opportunities, and unforeseen circumstances quickly and efficiently, and then still come back to their respective legislatures to ensure continued oversight. What shouldn't be routine is a government actually planning to implement major policies and programs, and that the money to fund them is dealt with all outside of the legislative process. Yesterday, the Minister of Community Services indicated that more is on the way regarding income assistance. If this is truly alluding to the transformative change we need now in Nova Scotia, it should be done here, in the People's House, in consultation with all elected representatives. In advanced education, we see a trend of two other things in additional appropriations that would really benefit from policy discussions about what we're actually achieving. Firstly is the unplanned, but of course welcome one-time payment to students receiving Nova Scotia assistance. This has happened three years in a row. Yet, there hasn't been any real relief in tuition for students in Nova Scotia. Many potential students miss out on that payment because they looked at the high wall of high tuition, costs of food, rent, and essentials, and already decided that they couldn't take out a debt to even try and make ends meet. And so they weren't students being supported by that. In addition, 4 universities over the past 2 years have received year-end payments for multi-year expenditures to establish new programs. Last year, the minister couldn't tell Nova Scotians why these payments were made in lump sums, not contingent on spending or progress, and could not tell us if they would sit idle in other institutions' accounts gaining interest, or who would benefit from that. These are all but a handful of examples of the way that this government continues to spend Nova Scotians' money without legislative oversight. In fact, there's over $1 billion of them. We have reviewed the proposed budget for 2024-2025, and we look forward to the ongoing and in-depth review of the budget proposals in the estimates process. We will also be listening to stakeholders and will strive to represent their ideas and views here in the People's House. What we needed was a budget that delivers solutions to meet today's challenges. We needed a budget that provided a feeling of relief so that Nova Scotians know they will be able to access primary health care and emergency care when they need it. We needed a budget that builds a strong foundation to address the pressure people feel today. And we needed a budget that would bring more opportunities within reach for hardworking people. We all want to work hard and get ahead. We all want a safe home that we can keep warm in the winter and a community we love. The Premier likes to talk about the spirit of Nova Scotians, the Blue Noser spirit. There is so much to celebrate and so much to acknowledge that comes from the Blue Nose spirit. I know that Blue Nosers are ready to work together and work hard. Whether you live in a city, a town, a rural or Mi'kmaq community, we share a common hope for our future and that of our children and grandchildren. And we share pride in this beautiful province. But we also hold strong principles, and we want to see these principles borne out in the budget. That we can stay healthy with the support of an accessible health system. That we have a fair shot of affordable, safe, and accessible housing. that we can have help with everyday costs when we need it, and that we have an economy that is clean, green, and strong. This is the budget we need, and the budget New Democrats will fight for.
With the end of responses to the budget address, the estimates are now referred to the Committee of the Whole House of Supply. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture on introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to make that introduction.
Please do.
In the East Gallery, you'll find one of my old friends, Steve Wenzel from the Eastern Shore. Steve is the co-president of the Eastern Shore Gold Sox Young Lady Softball Association, where his daughter and my daughter have played together for the last few years, and I'd like the host to welcome him here today.
Welcome. We welcome all guests to the gallery. Thank you. Thank you. I now recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that you now leave the chair and the House resolve itself into Committee of the Whole House on Supply.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Really happy here to speak in supply for the next, are you giving me an hour? I know, 15 minutes, on the budget this year. And I want to start by saying, of course, there's at least 3 big things in this budget that we support because they were opposition ideas. And those 3 ideas are indexing income tax brackets, or bracket creep, as it might be more commonly known. That's a good thing that we've proposed and talked about as recently as this week. Universal lunch program. I know the member for Sydney, member 2 here in front of me, has been talking about this for many, many years, and he spoke very well on it yesterday and on the impact it's going to have on our children across this province. So, of course, that is a wonderful thing. And as we heard earlier this week as well, I think, the coverage for continuous glucose monitors for diabetics. Every one of us in this chamber will have dozens and dozens of people in our constituencies who will receive, in many cases, life-saving or certainly life-improving treatment as a result of that. So those are all things that we in the Liberal Party have been advocating for, and we're happy to see in the budget. Now, as I've talked about as well, one thing that really concerns me when I looked at this budget in more detail is the fact, as was alluded to earlier today by the member for Northside Westmount, is that this year the government is expecting to spend less money, $32 million less, in housing than they did this year. And I can find no explanation for that. I can find no justification for that, no reason as to why the government would do that when we are dealing with an ongoing and in many ways worsening housing crisis. In the past year, rent in Halifax is up 11% year over year, despite the fact that, as we all know, there's a rent cap in place. Outside of Halifax, rents are up just as much, if not more. And in many cases, you're looking at rents easily into the $2,000 and above range in Halifax, and people are absolutely struggling to make ends meet when it comes to housing. And that has a direct link on so many other aspects of your life. And to say that the government wants to spend less on housing, I think, is a massive mistake. In estimates later today, hopefully we can get a chance to get a justification from the minister on that, because I can see none. We see, again, no changes to the big mistake of changing the rent supplement program. So for this year going forward, again, only those spending 50% or more of their income on housing are going to be eligible for rent supplements. It should be 30%. That is the accepted definition of affordability for housing. And if the government says, well, we didn't do it because the feds wouldn't come forward with more money, well, the province should pay for it then. That's what should happen, because the one thing this government will do is spend money in areas where they've talked about healthcare, for example, but yet we don't see spending on other areas that would be significantly less expensive and yet just as meaningful, just as important, like rent supplements. So that is something that I am very disappointed we see no change on in that area. No new funding or programs for community housing. Nonprofit, non-market community housing is a huge gap in our current funding. And I say this to people every time I get a chance to, because it's shocking when they hear it. But if you look at the budget this year...
Order. There's an awful lot of chatter in the House. I just ask that everyone just take it down a notch while the honourable member is speaking. The honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that. I do. So if you look at the budget this year, we're going to spend about 45% of the budget on health. And we hear about that constantly. It's up 36% over 3 years, and how wonderful that is. And yet, on housing, we are essentially flat or declining in most important areas, which is housing programs. We're going to spend less than 2% of our budget this year on housing. And when you look at polling, housing is the #1 or 1A issue in this province. And to think that we're only spending 1.5% of our budget on housing is something that I think Nova Scotians need to know, and I think they would be really surprised by, because it's simply not enough, and it's not meeting the demand when we have thousands of people on the wait list for public housing, when we have over 1,000 people in HRM either living on the street, living in a car, couch surfing, having no idea where they're going to spend the night. There is absolutely no justification for that minimal amount of spending in housing. Another issue that is a big problem is in the area of community services and income assistance. So again, for the 3rd year in a row, this is the 3rd budget that this government has introduced, and for the 3rd year in a row, income assistance is not being increased. And worse than that, the rates of income assistance are not being indexed to inflation. What is the reason for that? Why would the government decide to do it for income tax brackets, for other tax credits, and not do it for the most vulnerable Nova Scotians? That is a question that we are asking on the opposition side. I hope we get a chance to hear the answer, because it just doesn't make sense. And to index income assistance rates for those on the lower end of the scale has a bigger impact than it does for other Nova Scotians who are more fortunate. So there is no justification in my mind to pick and choose which things you're going to index. And to index income tax brackets is a good thing. We've put that forward. We agree with that. But to not do it for income assistance recipients is just a massive mistake, a huge oversight, and to pretend that a $150 one-time payment is going to go far enough to help these people out of the really difficult circumstances that many of them are in. As others have said, $150 over a year, I believe it was about 41 cents per day, which obviously is not nearly going to do it. Another thing that the member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island touched on, and I know the member for King South talks about this a lot too with great reason, is debt. And debt is not always a headline issue, but if you look at where this government is going, it's pretty alarming. Over the next 5 years, we're projected to add about $1 billion to our debt each and every year. So $5 billion over the next 5 years. And by the time this government's term ends, it will have added about 15 to 20% of all the debt will have been accumulated under this government in the last 4 years. And the net debt to GDP ratio, which was about 32% when this government took office, by the time we get to 2028, at the end of the projections here in the budget, it's going to be at 38%. So we're going from 32 to 38% under a progressive conservative government, which is strange, but that is what's happening right now. And I think that There are many of us in the chamber who have young kids, including myself, and I think it's a mistake for us to say, well, and Mr. Speaker as well, I know you do, and to say 20, 30 years down the road, when many of us are not working anymore, to say, oh, you know, our kids will take care of it because we're just going to pile on $1 billion of debt a year is, I think, an abdication of responsibility. And it would be an easier pill to swallow if the government could point to endless results coming from all this spending. But we just don't have that. We just don't have that. We have double the amount of people without a family doctor. In some parts of the province, including in my riding, you're looking at an increase of 300 to 400%. 3 or 4 times more people in Bedford, in Hammonds Plains, in Sackville, in Dartmouth, in Halifax without a family doctor. We see housing costs spiraling out of control. So if the government is spending, in my view, recklessly and running deficits every year, which they seem, I would say, proud of, that would be fine if they could say, oh, and by the way, all this spending we're doing is making life better for Nova Scotians. But it is not. It is not. And the evidence shows that. That is not a matter of opinion. That is a matter of fact here. And I also wanted to touch on another issue that has come up in the last little while, which is, or something that I think doesn't get enough attention, which is always transparency and oversight. And we talked about, the AG has come up a lot lately. Well, we also need to talk about the order-making powers of the Privacy Commissioner, which the Premier promised would be done. That hasn't been done. We see nothing in this budget. We see a flat budget for the FOIPOP office. The Minister of Justice has talked in the past about how complicated it is and how long it's going to take. And I very much doubt as to whether or not we're going to see any reform of FOIPOP. I don't think we're going to see any order-making powers for the Privacy Commissioner as well. And I think most government information is going to remain in a black box, unfortunately. And we're going to ask for documents, and they'll come back 6 months later with a bill for $1,000, and then we'll get 99% of the documents blacked out. And unfortunately, that is the state of play. It's been the state of play for too long. And we saw it with the Coastal Protection Act. We saw 2.5 years of consultations, a 2.5% response rate on a survey, and we have no idea what the responses were. Now, if I was interpreting it, I would suspect the responses were not good. The responses were not what the government wanted to see. And so if they were, I think they would publicize that because governments like to point out good news and people who agree with them. But we're not seeing that on coastal protection. We're not seeing any advances on transparency. And I think Nova Scotians should be concerned about that, because if they don't have the information to make decisions and to judge government on what it's doing, then it's a failure of government and it erodes trust in our institutions, which is really the last thing we need these days. So overall, if you look at the budget, there are some positives, ideas that we have put forward, and parties can argue about credit, and that's okay. But the fact is, Nova Scotians are going to save some money. More students, more kids are going to have full bellies at school and have an easier time learning, and that's great. And many diabetics and their families in this province are going to go to bed with more peace of mind. They're going to go throughout their days with more peace of mind. They're going to have less health complications. They're going to have less problems because their glucose is being monitored on a continual basis. And that is wonderful. And these are all ideas that we support and continue to support. But for the two major issues that continue to be 1A and 1B in this province, which is housing and which is healthcare, I still see nothing substantial in this budget that will move the needle on these two major issues. As I've said, we're spending less on housing this year than we did last year, which makes no sense and is counterproductive and will not help Nova Scotians. And yes, we are spending a lot of money on health care, but the results are not there, and that is the key thing. It is not enough to sit in the House, to go to press conferences, to put out press releases and say, wow, look at all the money we're spending. Isn't that good? That's the first part of the argument. The second part of the argument is, oh, and by the way, all this money we're investing is leading to these better outcomes for Nova Scotians. And so far, in the 3 years that this government has been in power, they've spent a lot of money, and the results have not been there for Nova Scotians. There is no doubt about that. And so, unfortunately, I think this is, with a few exceptions, a status quo budget that has cuts in areas where we need to invest a lot more money, and invest a lot more money in areas where we're not seeing results. And I think that's a negative combination, and it's not doing Nova Scotians the service that they expect and they deserve from their provincial government. And so I think there is still a lot more to learn about why these decisions have been made, and I'll be happy to discuss those conversations at estimates and beyond. But I think we're spending less where we need to be spending more, and where we are spending more, we are not getting the results that Nova Scotians deserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion to resolve into the Committee of the Whole House on Supply carries. Order. Before we start the Committee of the Whole House on Supply, I'd just like to inform the members that this spring the clerks will be assisted by some committee clerks. So we'll have Judy Kavanagh as well as Tamara Nusebe joining us. So the Committee of the Whole House of Supply will come to order, and I'll recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you please call the estimates for the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, Resolution number E15.
Resolved that a sum not exceeding $680,055,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect to the Department of Municipal Affairs and Housing pursuant to the estimate. And I'll invite the Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing for some opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to introduce the estimates for the Department of Municipal Affairs and Housing and Emergency Management Office for 2024-25. Particularly pleased to be called up first. It's an honor to be called up first in this historic chamber, so thank you for that. To the opposition. Joining me on my right are the Deputy Minister Byron Rayfuse and my Associate Deputy Minister Valerie Potty-Bungay. And I have other senior staff joining me here today, including Adam Rainforth, who is our Executive Director of Finance. And others who will be joining me are Michelle Way and Hardy Stuckless. And we will have other senior staff, Vicki Elliott-Lopez, Adrian Mason, Paul Mason, no relation, I guess, Brian Ward, Pam Menchenden, Christina Lovett, Rebecca Doucette, Heather Fairburn. So we have a very dedicated staff at Municipal Affairs and Housing, and it's a real privilege for me to work with them, honestly. Chair, as you can imagine, I have a lot to talk about, so bear with me as I walk you through what we've accomplished over the last year, highlight key aspects of our budget, and take you through some of our plans for next year. Let me start off with some key numbers. The total budget for the Department of Municipal Affairs and Housing is estimated to be $680 million for the fiscal 24-25. That is an estimated $125 million increase from last year, and which is about a 22% increase over last year. Chair, the budget for my department has more than doubled in the 2 years we've been in government. Chair, this is a strong budget for municipal affairs and housing that is focused on solutions that grow safe, affordable, and prosperous communities. Chair, this budget complements the historical efforts and investments over the past 2.5 years aimed at increasing and improving housing stock, reducing barriers, speeding up development, and getting more people and families into safe, affordable housing faster. This budget also has a strong focus on supporting and investing municipalities in a way that has not been done in decades, so they can build and grow their communities down to the future. Madam Chair, there is no question with a $125 million increase over last year, this budget is proof we are laser focused on solutions. We are committed to helping as many people and families as possible find safe housing they can afford and are working with our municipalities in a way that is building, growing, and strengthening communities. Madam Chair, as the committee reads through the estimates and reviews the accompanying forecast, you will see more for people and families, more for seniors, more for municipalities. This budget is about more, faster. Madam Chair, as a government and with staff as a team, we have made groundbreaking advancements on how we manage the housing file with Nova Scotians we serve at the center of everything we do. I'll elaborate more on that important work shortly, as I am sure the housing file will be one of great interest during our time here together in the chamber. Madam Chair, in addition to housing, the department supports and works in collaboration with 49 municipalities and 20 villages across the province. We also support safe communities through the Emergency Management Office and the Office of the Fire Marshal. Madam Chair, there's no question we've all benefited from the hard-working individuals that represent these offices. Now more than ever, as we recover from several severe storms and weather events, including last month's significant winter storm, as well as the devastating spring wildfires and traumatic summer floods, We appreciate the critical role they play in emergency response and preparedness and keeping our communities and residents safe. Madam Chair, I think I can speak for everyone in this chamber when I say how grateful I am and we are for the men and women who devote their lives to protecting and serving others in an emergency. Madam Chair, I will elaborate more on the important work of my department's EMO office soon. For now, I'd like to talk about the Municipal Affairs branch of the department. Municipalities and communities, the communities they serve are at the heart of our province. The work they do and the services they provide to residents are critical. They help Nova Scotians get to where they are going, like work, school, medical appointments, through vital transit services. They are responsible for our water systems, waste and snow removal, and they provide key recreational programs for our children, seniors, and others in our communities. This just scratches the surface of the services they provide. Their work is important. Their partnership is valued. Madam Chair, we work closely and collaboratively with governments and communities across Nova Scotia. Now more than ever, our collaboration and partnership are vital. I said this last year, and I'll repeat it again. I understand the value of a good conversation. Since becoming minister, I've met with the vast majority of municipalities. I've met with the NSFM and the Association of Municipal Administrators multiple times, so has the Premier. And I'm proud to say my staff have excellent working relationship with our municipal partners. That is not to say we don't have our differences from time to time. We do, but we share a very important goal: to build strong, sustainable, and safe communities with diverse economies and a high quality of life. In other words, places where Nova Scotians want to live, places where they can thrive and build a career and raise a family. Madam Chair, it is important to work collaboratively with municipalities as much as possible to understand their concerns, their challenges, their strengths. And Chair, that's exactly what we are doing as we work together to finalize the service exchange agreement for our municipalities. Madam Chair, the first time since the 90s, our government is working alongside municipalities to modernize policies and funding agreements to strengthen the way Nova Scotians work together. This work was a mandate commitment, and I am proud of the progress we've made together. Madam Chair, in the fall, sitting in the legislature, we marked a huge milestone in the process when legislation was passed to clear a path to allow for a service exchange to proceed after 18 months of engagement with our municipalities. This milestone was most notable because the strong support behind it from the municipalities. In fact, Madam Chair, we received over 35 letters of support from municipal representatives who were proud of the agreement and were deeply supportive of the collaborative process. That's because under the new service exchange, all municipalities will have more money in their pockets. Everyone gains. Madam Chair, service exchange is a $40 million benefit to the municipalities through the payments they will save through corrections and public housing and schools that are no longer being used for educational purposes. Madam Chair, this is real money that municipalities may choose to use as they see fit to build housing, to improve infrastructure, create new recreation spaces and opportunities for their residents, or reduce taxes. Madam Chair, in this budget related to service exchange, you will see that municipalities will also receive additional money under the development of 2 programs, an infrastructure program and a roads program. I look forward to continuing our work as we implement a new service exchange agreement, which represents the most significant update in how we work with municipalities in 30 years. Madam Chair, we are at a time of unprecedented growth in our province, the kind of growth we haven't seen in our generation. And from that growth, many municipalities and communities are seeing new residents, new opportunities, and new businesses. This is good news for our province. But with any opportunity, challenge is not far behind. Madam Chair, there's no question the past few years have been some of the most challenging in our province's history. Rising costs, the housing crisis, labor shortages, and now, over the past few months, the recovery from one of the most destructive and expensive years when it comes to emergency events in our province's history. Like us, municipalities are concerned about housing, about transit, and about rising costs of energy. Madam Chair, growth is a good problem to have. It's one we welcome, but with it comes the need to do things differently. We haven't planned for growth like this in decades. We haven't had to. So municipalities need our support and partnership as we work together through this together, pardon me. Chair, I knew municipalities needed more. That is why in my first month in government, I provided an additional $32 million to municipal operating funds as a down payment on the eventual service exchange deal. This is the first time a large investment like this has been made in our municipalities in many years. This was a mandate promise of mine that I kept in my first days as minister. Chair, even with the significant and historical investments in municipalities I just mentioned, my government recognized there were still gaps, especially in federal infrastructure funding. Madam Chair, I knew as a province if we were going to truly meet our population growth targets and support our housing needs, we were going to need to step in and fill those gaps. Chair, that is why last week my government invested a total of $102 million in the Municipal Capital Growth Program. This is the single largest province-only infrastructure investment in municipalities in decades, maybe ever. This investment is $102 million on our part and $102 million on the part of our municipalities for a total of $204 million of capital work. This is a historic investment that will support critical infrastructure projects across the province in areas of housing, climate change, accessibility, and growth. Chair, we know this funding will have an impact. From the applications received, we are projecting this funding will support the development of close to 7,000 new housing units, will replace and extend 25 kilometers of water and wastewater pipe, will reduce flooding risk to 638 properties, and will build 5 kilometers of new or improved sidewalk. As you can see, this is not just an investment in municipalities, it's an investment in people, families and housing, and safe and welcoming communities. Chair, another important piece of work my staff is undertaking is reporting. Every year, the department publishes the municipal reports, including the financial condition indicators, which help municipal councils and Nova Scotians make sense of the municipal financial condition and can provide municipal councils with indications of strength, opportunities, and risks that councils and staff may want to focus their attention on to improve their overall performance. There are 12 financial condition indicators which were developed jointly between the province and the Federation of Nova Scotia Municipalities and the Association of Municipal Administrators. These financial condition indicators are represented in a House format which provides a snapshot of the general financial situation of each municipality. The indicators provide a quick view of a municipality's ability to meet its financial obligations now and in the future in a balanced and independent manner. Chair, we are proud to be the only province in the country that provides this level of reporting for our municipalities to help them grow and thrive. I could go on for longer about all the work underway in municipal affairs, but now I'd like to take some time to talk about infrastructure. Madam Chair, I'd like to take a few minutes to talk about some of the critical municipal programs that we support and fund alongside our federal government colleagues. Our funding partnerships with the federal government are all about ensuring our communities are equipped with sound infrastructure. This is the infrastructure that will support growing communities and future housing and business projects. People need homes, and that means critical infrastructure improvements are needed to support that growth. Under the federal Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, or ICIP as we call it in the department, the province has committed over $70 million in order to leverage combined funding from all partners of more than $2 billion going to over 220 projects with an impact to over 500 assets province-wide. This program has the province and the federal government working together to make long-term infrastructure investments that will build inclusive and prosperous communities. These programs help support future growth and housing development. Chair, these programs also support a low-carbon green economy. An example of the great investments being made right across this province is the announced expansion of the Debert sewage treatment plant in the municipality of the County of Colchester. $1.8 million in provincial funding, along with federal and municipal investments in this project, will enable services to a proposed 600-unit housing development, as well as planned commercial and industrial developments, so the community can add system capacity for population and economic growth. These investments aren't just about turning on the tap or flushing the toilet. They're about building strong, vibrant communities well positioned for the future. These investments are just as much about housing and welcoming communities as they are about extending sewer and water piping. Chair, 99 of these projects investments are direct municipal projects. 59 projects are provincially led, and the remaining are spread amongst our partners from First Nations, not-for-profits, and universities. I'm proud to share that in budget estimates for my department for the 24-25 fiscal year, you will see $64.7 million more in provincial dollars for the ICIP program and the new Canada Build Fund, including a $13.7 million increase in ICIP projects, rural and northern stream, and a $13.9 million increase in ICIP projects, green stream. These investments will make a significant difference for many communities across the province who rely on these projects to sustain and grow their communities. Chair, municipalities also benefit from other programs that leveraged federal dollars. The Canada Community Building Fund, which used to be known as the Federal Gas Tax Fund, transfers money from the federal government to the municipalities through our department. It provides long-term stable funding for municipalities that can also be invested in local infrastructure priorities. Along with all other provinces and territories, we have been working closely with our federal partners on the renewal of this program for the upcoming fiscal year. Negotiations for a renewed agreement are underway, and we look forward to the continuation of this important program for Nova Scotia, as do our municipalities. And, Chair, the projects funded under the new Building Canada Fund continue as that program winds down. As we can see in the completion of the few remaining projects, we reflect on the important impacts programs such as these have made on our communities and how they have helped to grow local economies, create jobs, and increase productivity across Nova Scotia. Chair, the department also offers provincial programs to municipalities to support local infrastructure needs. These are provincially funded programs. Through the Provincial Capital Assistance Program, we provide funding to improve municipal water supply, sewage disposal, and solid waste infrastructure. 16 communities received support under the program this year, with a total investment of just over $700,000. Projects include well water source studies, such as the Municipality of Chester's test well drilling and wellfield development study, which received more than $44,000 from the province. Water and sewer capacity studies and stormwater separation design projects, to name a few. 3 projects under the Municipal Innovation Program received a total of $450,000. These projects included an intermunicipal planning strategy for the Municipality District of Clare and the Municipality District of Shelburne, a municipal electric utility modernization involving the town of Mahone Bay, the town of Berwick, and the Riverport Electric Light Commission, and an interactive accessibility map for the town of Yarmouth, the municipality of the District of Yarmouth, and the municipality of the District of Argyll, and the Acadian Shores Tourism Association. Chair, we also offer a beautification and streetscaping program, which does exactly what you'd think from the name, and a community works program to encourage municipal employment opportunities. Through the beautification and streetscaping program, 27 projects were awarded this year to enhance the beauty of communities at a total of $570,000. Projects include accessible washroom facilities, park and town enhancements, and wayfinding signage. 14 projects received about $312,000 through the Community Works program this year. The program creates job opportunities for people to gain skills and expertise in their fields. Some examples of these jobs include accessibility coordinator, asset manager, planner, and summer recreation staff. Chair, as well as we welcome visitors to our province, these investments in beautification will help make our communities more vibrant, foster local pride, attract tourists, and encourage economic development. Additionally, the Community Works program allows municipalities to hire youth and other interested individuals who want to work on community-focused projects, providing them valuable work experience where they live. We are pleased to partner with our municipalities on these important projects and will begin accepting applications for the 23-24 year this spring. Madam Chair, I'd like to now take a few moments to talk about another very important artery of our department, the Emergency Management Office. Madam Chair, the EMO office works in collaboration with our federal, municipal, and critical infrastructure partners to support the safety and well-being of Nova Scotians, their property, and their environment through innovative, collaborative, and integrated emergency planning and response. In times of emergency, municipalities are responsible to lead the response in their area. The Emergency Management Act requires every municipality in the province to have an emergency management coordinator and to have an emergency plan. Madam Chair, EMO helps municipalities develop and review their plans. They carry out exercises to test the plan and help train their key staff in emergency response. In times of emergency, EMO opens the Provincial Coordination Centre, or the PCC, to bring together any number of government and private organizations that may be needed to support the response. Madam Chair, I'm not speaking out of turn when I say that last year and a half has been one of the most devastating in recent memory when it comes to our emergency weather events and response for our province. In the last 18 months, the PCC has been activated more times than in the last decade. First with Hurricane Fiona, which was an activation that lasted a full 15 days at a 24/7 operation. This was the longest activation on record for the Nova Scotia EMO. Madam Chair, that storm was my first experience with a full PCC activation as minister, and let me tell you, it is a significant operation. All critical partners, including municipalities, police and agencies, fire and rescue organizations, Nova Scotia Power, Environment and Climate Change Canada, the military, and others are at the table and working around the clock to support impacted communities. That is in addition to the hundreds, possibly thousands of people deployed out in communities responding on the ground to the needs of Nova Scotians. Madam Chair, there is no question we are still recovering from the effects of Fiona when we were hit with several more devastating events, the May wildfires and the summer floods being two. These were generational events that absolutely devastated our province, the most heartbreaking being the loss of 4 precious lives in the floods. My heart goes out to the families and loved ones of those who passed. Chair, what I would like to say is that in the hours and days after these events, we came together alongside with hundreds of our partners in emergency response to collaborate, create solutions, and lend a hand in the best interest of the people we serve. I'm proud of our partnership, and I'm thankful for the collaboration of many of you who are in this chamber today. Chair, we just had the opportunity to do this again recently as we responded to the significant snow event that hit our province, most notably in the Cape Breton and Pictou areas, who were the worst hit. During that storm, we saw significant snowfall amounts that caused great hardship for many people. During this event in Sydney, one of our seniors' public housing complexes experienced a fire that heartbreakingly took the life of one of the residents who lived there. It was a scary experience for everyone involved and a reminder of how dangerous these events can be. Madam Chair, if I could, I would like to take a moment of silence to acknowledge the lives we lost both in the floods and in the fire in Sydney. I'll take that moment now.
I'll ask for a moment of silence. Please rise. Thank you. Please be seated. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I would also like to acknowledge the hundreds, even thousands of people who responded and helped during these storms and events who aren't here today. And I want to take this opportunity to put on the record how unimaginably proud I am of their support and sacrifice during these difficult times. Many people spent days, in some cases weeks, away from their loved ones, working hard, long, hard hours, restoring power, cutting trees, removing debris, manning phones, operating comfort centers, even pouring hot coffee. Much of the work in an emergency requires stamina and grit, and I am very thankful for the many people who showed up for our province and our people when we needed them most. Madam Chair, one of the ways we respond as a government is through the Disaster Financial Assistance, or DFA program, as most know it. The DFA program is a federal initiative designed to help the province assist Nova Scotians, municipalities, small businesses, and not-for-profit groups to get back on their feet after a major storm or natural disaster. Not all disasters are covered by private insurance, and the DFA program helps those whose losses are not insurable. Types of losses can include flooding and damage to uninsurable items like appliances such as washers and dryers and furnaces. The program covers up to $200,000 in uninsurable losses per household, small business, or not-for-profit group. A portion of the funds are recoverable from the federal government. Madam Chair, since Fiona, we have launched several additional DFA programs, including one for the floods and one for the wildfires. In fact, you will see in the 23-24 final forecast and an additional $58.9 million disaster assistance for the wildfire floods, as well as additional costs for Fiona. Madam Chair, emergency management staff have been working diligently to get the money into the hands of eligible applicants. The process is complex. It requires insurance adjusters to make site visits, as well as documentation of damages, among other requirements. The process takes time, which I know is frustrating for all involved. Madam Chair, that is not lost on me or my government. Since Fiona, I have been lobbying my federal colleagues to modernize the program. In fact, just a few weeks ago, I was in Ottawa at the Federal Provincial Territorial Ministers meeting where we discussed this topic in depth. Madam Chair, I've been assured that the federal government is coming out with changes and updates to the program in April 24, to be implemented April 25. And I know, like me, many people will be anxious to see the details. Madam Chair, in many ways, the DFA program works very well, but in some cases, it is simply not enough. Madam Chair, this was evident during the wildfires. Madam Chair, fire is a largely insurable loss, so the DFA was not going to be a significant help for many people, as the vast majority would have had personal insurance coverage. But people had immediate needs in that event, and insurance takes time. That is why during the wildfires we came up to the table with a suite of supports for people and families to help them with their immediate needs like food, shelter, and clothing. Madam Chair, we matched every dollar donated to the Canadian Red Cross of the Nova Scotia Atlantic Fires Appeal. We provided $500 to every individual or family who was ordered to evacuate due to the fires. We also provided $2.5 million in a small business wildfire relief program. We also invested $7.4 million in the purchase of 25 fully furnished modular homes that were available to rent. As it turns out, only several of these were needed for the wildfire recovery, and you would have seen in my announcement last week that these have been repurposed into our public housing portfolio. I will elaborate on that more soon. Volunteer firefighters also receive support. The province now pays the mileage for volunteer firefighters who need to travel to another community to fight fires during a provincial state of emergency, including wildfires. Madam Chair, I know many Nova Scotians are still struggling from the fires, the floods, and the storms, and I know that we have a lot of rebuilding to do as a province. We remain committed to helping Nova Scotians properly prepare for emergencies, to help municipalities respond, and supporting people and communities as they recover. Madam Chair, EMO also administers the provincial 911 system. We are taking part in the development of Next Generation 911, which will give Nova Scotians access to new innovative emergency services and capabilities and improve public safety. This project will improve our emergency infrastructure, and it's important that we have the resources in place to get this work done. That's why in this year's capital budget, you will see an increase of $3.7 million for the IT systems to support this project. Our goal is to have this work fully complete and in place by March 2025 date prescribed by the CRTC. Next Generation 911 will increase the quality and variety of data available to our first responders when they are responding to emergencies. It will eventually allow for text, photos, and videos to be sent to support responses to emergency situations. I'd like to take a moment to thank the 911 call takers for their very important work. They ensure emergency calls are directed to the appropriate first responder agency. They are the calm, reassuring voice when Nova Scotians hear when they call phone 911 and the one that sends help. Thanks you to them for everything they do to help us when we need them most. And we recognize that this is not an easy job. Chair, my department also holds responsibility for the Office of Fire Marshal. The Office of the Fire Marshal oversees the building and fire safety for the province and advises various levels of government on fire-related matters. The office also oversees building safety, ensuring that Nova Scotia Building Code, Act, and regulations reflect standards. The Nova Scotia Fire Safety Act provides the office with the power to enforce the fire code, conduct inspections and investigations, and provides authority to the municipal fire inspectors and chiefs. Madam Chair, we continue to work with municipalities who have the responsibility to provide fire services in their areas. The work of all our first responders, including our volunteers, is so important. I am personally grateful and appreciative to them for all they do and for the many Nova Scotians, and so many Nova Scotians have reasons to feel the same. I hope they know how much we appreciate their work. The Office of the Fire Marshal also conducts inspections for provincial licensing and provides recommendations relating to fire and building safety for more than 3,000 provincially owned properties. Chair, we support local fire chiefs in determining the cause and origin of fires. Our deputy fire marshals are available to respond across the province and around the clock when asked to conduct fire investigations. We saw their dedication and work in action recently in Sydney when they played a leading role in the investigation into the fire on Reeve Street during the snow event. Madam Chair, there have been far too many fatal fires in the last several months, and each one brings unimaginable loss for families, friends, and loved ones. There are different circumstances around each, but I would encourage every Nova Scotian to make sure their smoke detector works. Have one in every room where someone sleeps and on all levels of your home, and replace them every 10 years. They save lives. Madam Chair, Housing is my last topic I'll address in today's speech, but it's also an incredible priority for us. And it is the first priority for so many Nova Scotians. Madam Chair, everyone deserves a safe and affordable place to live. A safe home gives individuals and families the comfort and security they need to work, study, attend school, and thrive. An affordable home means people have more money in their pockets for basic needs like groceries, recreation, and transportation. Housing impacts our education, health, and well-being. Right now, we need more supply, more people to build, and more collaboration. There are immense pressures on housing across the country. We are no different here in Nova Scotia. The need for more housing is urgent, and my government understands the urgency. There's no question this housing crisis is complex. We want Nova Scotians to know we are committed to the hard work and bold actions it will take to address it head-on. The Premier has been clear we need to do more for Nova Scotians and we need to do it faster. I couldn't agree more. Madam Chair, since the first day I became Minister of this critical file, I've been saying fixing the housing crisis and increasing supply is going to take a suite of solutions across the housing department. I've said all levels of government need to be bold and diligent and willing to do things different. We are committed to the work and we won't stop. Madam Chair, this budget, the accompanying forecasts, and the capital plan show our commitment to making the investments needed to solve the housing crisis and support strong, growing communities. Madam Chair, we know the main cure for this crisis is more homes. We know affordability improves when supply does, and we are collaborating and investing differently to get more houses built faster. For the first time, our government is undertaking the effort to create a strong, clear housing plan with solid data and historical investments that will guide us as we create the conditions for an additional 41,200 units over the next 5 years. This plan was not built in a boardroom. It was crafted using the voice of thousands of Nova Scotians who shared their voice and lived experiences. But before there was a plan, we didn't sit idle, not for 1 second. Since taking office, my government has made historic investments in housing. In fact, we invested close to $300 million since 2022 to increase, improve, preserve, and improve housing supply. And we're just getting started. Under our housing plan in the next 5 years, we will invest $1.7 billion more. This budget alone has significant investments in housing. Let me list a few. $17.2 million more in rent supplements. $5 million more for a total of $23.8 million in the repair programs. $5 million new to support affordable student housing. $3.6 billion more to support the rapid housing initiatives. $3.5 million more to support secondary and backyard suite incentive program. $2 million more in the Community Housing Growth Fund. Chair, in this budget and in the accompanying capital plan, you will also see $35.3 million to build new public housing units and for more repairs and maintenance to the existing public housing, and $11.8 million for a new investment in modular public housing. Madam Chair, let me elaborate. While we wait for supply to be built, we know we need to enhance our other supports to help people with affordability. And that's why the $17.2 million more in rent supplements in this year's budget is critical. Madam Chair, this is additional funding that will ensure that 8,000 rent supplements will continue to be delivered and will support the creation of 500 new rent supplements. Madam Chair, this will bring our total of rent supplements to 8,500 by the end of 24-25. This year, the year my government took office, approximately 3,000 Nova Scotians were in receipt of a rent supplement. With this year's budget, we will now be investing more than $69 million in the rent supplement program, which is 4 times what it was in 2021. All new rent supplements are now portable, which means the supplement is attached to the person, not to the landlord, which is another change since the year 2020 2021. This means that rent recipients can keep the benefits when they move, but also helps many seniors and families afford where they currently live. And it empowers families, giving them the choice and control over where they lived. And early on in my government, we changed the policy of the previous Liberal government, which did not allow people on the public housing wait list to also apply for a rent supplement. This policy substantially reduced the number of people eligible for a rent supplement. Chair, we know our rent supplement program is making a difference, and we've heard directly from people who have benefited. We've recently received letters from our clients who have said things like, "I am in tears. If only you knew that what this meant in my life. I left a violent relationship with small kids. I did not know how I was going to survive next month. This was life-saving." Another one said, "Bless your heart, it's hard asking for help at this age, but who knew the world was going to get so expensive? Have a wonderful weekend and know you made a difference in my life." Another said, "We know the housing crisis is crazy, so I know how busy it must be over there, and it can't be easy. So just wanted to let you know how much my kids and I appreciate you and all the rest of the staff there. Believe me when I say we would be homeless right now without the funding provided and all the hard work that you all do there. Thank you so much." These are testimonials from real people who said the rent supplement program has changed their lives. Madam Chair, if I could continue to elaborate, I'd like to talk about the details of what our home repair programs do for the people they serve. Madam Chair, our home repair and adaptation programs help lower-income households to stay in their homes longer by providing financial assistance to make urgent emergency repairs and health and safety-related repairs and/or disability-related modifications. Madam Chair, to support this program, we've invested $5.3 billion more in fiscal 22-23 and $13.1 million more in 23-24 to address the wait list. With these investments, we were able to assist over 4,000 homeowners. We also expanded eligibility to include more households across the province. This year, the budget for the program stands at $23.8 million total. Around 2,250 more homeowners will be assisted through the home repair and adaptation programs this year. These are real people, many who are seniors who will benefit from upgrades to their homes that will contribute to their safety and a better quality of life. But don't take my word for it. Madam Chair, we recently heard from some of our program's recipients. Let me share with you some of their stories. Lorraine McPherson is 69 years old and lives in Antigonish. She applied for assistance through the home repair programs to help with her roof, windows, and a new hot water tank. She was approved through our homeowner RRAP for $15,640 to make these health and safety related repairs. Lorraine has stated, "It may be a small thing to you, but it was huge for me. I love my new windows and feel safer with my new water tank and half roof." Carol is 71 years of age and resides in Trenton, Nova Scotia. Carol was experiencing difficulty going up and down the stairs in her home and was approved for a $13,900 stair lift. She has stated, "I would like to take this opportunity to say thank you for all the help you have provided me. I am now able to get up and down the stairs, and it has helped me very much." So I say again, thank you so much for your kindness and assistance. Phil from Annapolis County is 76 years old and had no water as his well pump had failed. He had applied in mid-January 2024 and was approved on an urgent basis for the Senior Citizens Assistance Program grant for $3,600. The repair was completed in early February and water was again available. He stated, "I just want to tell you that everyone involved has been terrific. Competent, articulate, friendly, and helpful. I appreciate it immensely." Thank you very much for your assistance and consideration. It was a pleasure dealing with you. Madam Chair, again, these are real Nova Scotians whose lives have been improved through our programs. Madam Chair, there are several examples of solutions we're working on to enhance the housing options. We have a mix. There are many, many more. For example, earlier this year, I announced the creation of the Secondary and Backyard Suites program. Madam Chair, this program is in partnership with homeowners to create more housing faster. This program will provide up to $25,000 in forgivable loans to eligible homeowners who create a secondary or backyard suite in their home or on their property for affordable renters, or to support intergenerational support for senior family members. Madam Chair, we know the secondary or backyard suites are a proven way of getting housing stock built faster and also contribute to things like rental income for the owner, supportive housing for an elderly family member or a person with disability, and freeing up housing in other areas. We know to truly address the housing crisis, we need more homes, and we need them fast. We also know it can be expensive to build a suite. This program will help homeowners with some of the costs while creating hundreds of units for our most vulnerable Nova Scotians. Madam Chair, to keep these secondary suites affordable, to qualify, a homeowner must provide housing at a maximum rental rate that is 80% of the average market rent for the area for a minimum of 5 years, and they must not make the suites available for short-term rentals while the homeowners have an active loan under the program. Also, tenants must be at least one of the following: below the household income limits for their area, a parent 65 years or older of one of the homeowners, or an adult child of a senior homeowner. Madam Chair, we are investing $8 million over 3 years in this program, and we expect our investment to result in more than 300 secondary or backyard suites during that period. In this year's budget, you will see $3.5 million of that investment reflected. Madam Chair, the interest in this program has been significant. We have received hundreds of inquiries and have approved 15 new housing projects to move forward under this program, and we expect many more in the coming months. Madam Chair, we think this program is valuable, but again, don't take our word. Bill Berryman is a member of the Senior Advisory Council of Nova Scotia. He has said this program will enable seniors and other vulnerable Nova Scotians to access safe and affordable housing, which allows them to remain in their communities, surrounded by family and other supportive networks. He has said that these suites will allow seniors to age in place with support and will also contribute to addressing the housing crisis by freeing up housing stock and reducing the number of seniors needing to access long-term care in the future. He is absolutely right. Madam Chair, David Mitchell, who is the mayor of Bridgewater, has also supported the program by saying that with the forgivable loan program, homeowners across Nova Scotia will now have an incentive to make the most of their properties and in process strengthen the market of available housing opportunities for all Nova Scotians. I appreciate the support of our fellow Nova Scotians, and I am very confident this program will enhance housing options in communities from one end of the province to another. Madam Chair, as you know, bringing supply online takes time, and as you can see, we are working urgently to get as many units as possible built quickly. In the Halifax Regional Municipality, we've created the Executive Panel on Housing, or the HRM Task Force, to reduce red tape and speed up development of our province's largest cities. Under the panel's work, 11 special planning areas have been created, with the most recent SPA being announced late last month for Fall River. Chair, these 11 SPAs are estimated to enable up to 25,000 units in HRM, helping as many as 50,000 people and families in need of housing. This process is complex and takes time, but I'm happy to say under the panel, development agreements have been approved in 6 of the 11 SPAs, representing 8,890 units, and construction has started in 5 areas. 2 of the most recent development agreements were announced by my department in November and will allow the creation of 2,060 units in Bedford. Chair, we have also seen a significant increase in the speed to which housing is starting. For example, in HRM alone, housing starts significantly increased by 42%, from 3,387 to 4,850 units in 2023. Additionally, the total number of housing units under construction increased by 29% from 6,746 to 8,669 units in the same period across the whole entire province. To help with speeding up development, my government made the historical investments by reducing the HST on new rental builds. Madam Chair, we believe this will be about a $500 million investment over 5 years that will move many large projects from the shelf to the shovel. We know many people and families will benefit from this accelerated build schedule due to this investment. In order to create the conditions to get more housing stock built faster, we need the help of our partners. And Madam Chair, as part of that work, we recognize the critical role of co-op and not-for-profit community housing sector in helping address this housing crisis. To that note, Madam Chair, we have made record investments in the community housing sector from just under $7 million in 2021 to almost $50 million in the 2023-24 fiscal year to grow and maintain affordability in communities and support an increase in social, non-market and community housing across the province. Madam Chair, we will continue to work to support and grow the community housing sector by creating conditions to support 17,250 more affordable units over the next 5 years. These are investments in our community partners who are some of the best landlords in the province who are focused on keeping affordable housing in their communities. Some of them also play a critical role in ensuring that our most vulnerable citizens, those experiencing homelessness, can not only have a roof over their head but receive the support and services they need. Madam Chair, we know that growing the community housing sector is critical to ensuring an adequate supply of affordable housing options across the housing spectrum for Nova Scotians. Investments like this help preserve existing homes and strengthen organizations for future development and growth. To expand the number of community-based housing units, we've also created a lending program called the Community Housing Acquisition Program, or CHAP. This is a game changer for nonprofit housing providers who can't access traditional financing due to the lack of equity. Under CHAP, nonprofit organizations and other community housing providers can access up to $10 million in repayable loans to support the purchase of existing rental units which they maintain as affordable units. The program fulfills the Nova Scotia Affordable Housing Commission's recommendation to help nonprofits finance the acquisition of rental properties at risk of being converted into higher-end developments. Chair, in total, under this program, 438 affordable homes, including 143 supportive housing units, have been preserved through more than $21 million in loans. Madam Chair, the community housing sector is also well positioned to meet the needs of underserved and marginalized communities. Madam Chair, our key stakeholders agree. For example, Lisa Kerr, who is the Deputy Executive Director of the Community Housing Transformation Centre, said, in response to the urgency of the housing crisis, the Nova Scotia government has demonstrated significant leadership through the establishment of the Community Housing Growth Fund. This initiative not only addresses pressing challenges in Nova Scotia communities, but also lays the foundation for a more sustainable future. It serves as a role model to other jurisdictions in need of proactive solutions. Most notably, the success of this fund has already inspired the emergence of 2 similar initiatives demonstrating Nova Scotia's influence in the building community. Chair, we know there's more work ahead, but we are proud of what we've accomplished so far in such a short period of time. Madam Chair, our population continues to grow at record numbers in Nova Scotia, and this is excellent news for our economy, for our businesses, and for our future. Madam Chair, through our Land for Housing program, we've identified thousands of parcels of provincially owned land as potentially viable for a housing development. And over the last year, under this project, we have conditionally approved 8 projects which could add another 522 new units to the market, roughly half of which will be affordable. The program is moving forward, and we are currently reviewing 15 new proposals under this initiative. We will continue our work on this program to form partnerships necessary to create the conditions to get more stock built on provincially owned land. Madam Chair, this program has received national attention, and only a couple of days ago was noted by British Columbia as an inspiration for their program of the same nature. Madam Chair, it's important for me and my government that we do whatever it takes to remove systemic barriers and support community-based housing opportunities in our African Nova Scotian communities. Historically, governments have not always engaged before making important program decisions with the African Nova Scotia community. That's not the way we work. We're working together to understand historical and existing issues that impact residents and identify options to create more sustainable community-owned housing opportunities now and in the future. In fact, we supported the development of the first ever needs assessment in the African Nova Scotia community, which has led to the development of their first housing strategy soon to be completed. Additionally, to support our commitments to the community, Madam Chair, last year we developed a new Memorandum of Understanding with the Preston and Area Housing Fund that has launched discussions to address inequities and explore opportunities to support long-term housing needs in the area, including work to transfer up to 50 provincially owned housing units in Cherrybrook, Lake Loon, North Preston, East Preston, and Westfall to the nonprofit organization. To support this work, Madam Chair, we've also provided $3.5 million to support the ongoing repair and maintenance and sustainable operation of the units. Madam Chair, we are committed to collaborate. And Madam Chair, that is why in the 23-24 forecast you will see an additional $5 million to support our work on this important initiative. This is evidence we are committed to our partnership with the African Nova Scotian community and will commit impactful investment to ensure this work is done well. Madam Chair, what I've talked about today only scratches the surface of the work underway in housing branch of my department, but in the interest of time, I will move on. I'd like to turn my attention to another critical piece of housing spectrum that our department oversees, public housing and the Nova Scotia Provincial Housing Agency. Madam Chair, as a government, we owe it to all Nova Scotians to ensure we are managing our public housing units efficiently and effectively. When I took office, it was clear that this important file had not received the attention it deserved for many years. Madam Chair, in response, my government got to work immediately. We made historical changes to the way we serve our public housing clients and tenants. Madam Chair, there were big issues and we took immediate action and got to work to make things better for the clients we serve. The creation of the agency was one of the major steps we took. Madam Chair, since its creation in December of 22, the NSPHA has been dedicated to maintaining and operating safe and suitable subsidized housing for low-income Nova Scotians. The agency manages over 11,200 public housing units across the province that are home to over 17,500 tenants. And Madam Chair, this is not a well-known fact, but the agency also manages an additional 1,226 units under legacy programs inherited from the federal government and past housing authorities. With these numbers, Madam Chair, Nova Scotia has more public housing stock per capita than most of the provinces in the country to meet the needs of low-income Nova Scotians. But, Madam Chair, we know in today's housing landscape is more is needed. We took action and we responded with the largest investment in public housing in 30 years to get more Nova Scotians into affordable, accessible housing faster. Madam Chair, that investment alone is $91 million for a total of 247 units, many of them accessible, which will house up to 600 people across the province. To break down those numbers, 222 new units will be built by the end of fiscal 27-28. These units will be placed in HRM, CBRM, Cape Breton, Bridgewater, Kentville, and Truro. To further that, 25 modular units are being deployed quickly to provide 2 to 3 bedroom units for up to 88 more low-income Nova Scotians. These modular units will be placed in Glace Bay, Ingonish, Port Hawkesbury, Antigonish, Spring Hill, Westville, and Barrington, and Amherst. These units will be placed in communities by the end of this month, and we will be welcoming tenants into them in the coming months. By the end of May, we expect tenants to be living in these new houses. Madam Chair, I've said many times we are focused on finding quick solutions. By usually modular construction and building on provincially owned or service land, we are getting more Nova Scotians into homes faster. Madam Chair, these sites were selected based on suitability of property, capacity to add more units to existing public housing sites, demand for public housing and accessible units, and proximity to services and amenities such as grocery stores and public transit. We know people living in public housing are advocating for accessibility. That is why we're investing more than ever to retrofit existing units to meet their diverse needs, making them more accessible and climate friendly. Chair, I don't often get asked what my department is doing related to affordable and deeply affordable housing. Madam Chair, rent in public housing units is deeply affordable and determined based on household income and composition. Tenants receiving income assistance pay rent according to the income assistance rent scale from about $175 to $309 monthly. Other tenants pay rent as a percentage of their gross household income up to 30%. Madam Chair, for example, the average public housing tenant has a monthly income of $1,800 per month and pays $500 per month for rent and has lived in public housing for over 8 years.
Thank you, Minister. I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the Minister for his opening statement there. I want to thank the Deputy Minister and the Associate Deputy Minister for being here as well. I believe probably other staff here as well behind me for the work that you've done, obviously, to prepare for today and the work you do every day. So thank you for that. As the Minister, as you mentioned, Minister, in your opening comments, we all know that there is an ongoing and, in my view, worsening housing crisis in Nova Scotia. Year over year, we see rent increases in the double digits in Halifax, up to 11%, the highest average increases in rent in the country as a province. Home prices over the last number of years, in many cases, are up 50, 60, 70, 100% at the high end. And more and more people kind of struggling to pay their rent, to pay their mortgage. People who are very precariously housed, people who are unhoused, people who are, you know, one medical issue away from being homeless, one issue with their car away from being homeless. And so with all of those factors in play here, to me, the situation appears to be getting worse, and I think that's backed up by the data. I'm wondering if the Minister could give us a sense, specifically, what is the department doing to reverse these trends, and why have we not seen positive movement in some of these indicators yet? Thank you.
I recognize. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So I appreciate the member's comments, and if I think about where we are in the province, it was clear that in 2017 our population dipped, but since 2017 it's pretty well been a straight line graph going up. That's the reality. So 2018 we started to see that. There was really very little done on this file from 2018, 19, 20, 21. We've seen very little change instead. And in fact, if we look at the budget from the last budget of the previous government, we're now more than double that in terms of addressing this. So in terms of how we are addressing the housing crisis for Nova Scotians, the simple answer is there's no one simple answer. So we're working across the housing spectrum. I talked about a few moments ago about the impact of our program on the lives of Nova Scotians who are struggling to stay in their own home and have an emergency roof or a furnace issue or a water issue. That's one equation. That's part of it, and that's helped last year 4,000. In the last couple of years, 4,000 people. We expect it'll happen. We know it'll help over 2,000 people this year. That's 2,000 families that have been able to stay in their own home. That's just one part of it. We know that public housing is part of it. I mentioned that We have one of the highest densities of public housing in the country. For example, we have almost twice as much public housing per capita as British Columbia. We're investing in public housing. We're making once-in-a-generation changes in the way public housing is organized, and I have my hardworking staff up there for public housing. They just know how important this work is. Some of them have waited their whole career for someone to say, let's sort this out, let's reorganize. So they appreciate that. We're doing things to standardize the maintenance of public housing. We're doing things to standardize the lease in the leases that the people have. There were 12 different leases on the go in public housing. We're getting one standardized lease. There's many other issues. We had overhousing. We're the first government that's been willing to deal with overhousing, where we have an individual in what we call severely overhoused. We have an individual in a 4 or 5 bedroom unit. Why do we need those 4 or 5 bedroom units, and why do we have to ask that, which is a very difficult ask. It's hard to ask somebody who's lived most of their life, raised their children in that home, and we recognize how hard that is to ask somebody to downsize at 65 or 70. But why do we need those multiple bedroom homes? The reality is that most of our public housing is single bedroom units, and for what we see, for families escaping domestic violence, typically they need 2, 3, 4 bedroom units. So we know, and we just don't have a lot of them. That's why we're dealing with overhousing. We've dealt with it. We're getting there. We haven't gotten there all the way, but we're certainly, it's underway, but it's a slow process because it's painful. So those are 2 parts of it. I mean, another part of it would be the work we're doing with the executive panel to try speed up the development process in Halifax. When we came into government, there was one area where there'd been 7, 8 years in the pipeline. And I had a friend who said to me, John, I have friends who sold their home 7 years ago because they thought they'd move into that development next year, and nothing's happened yet, right? So they were waiting that long. And so we've worked with HRM on that, and that whole process, there's more elements to this whole thing. So the reality is, if you look at the housing spectrum, from the single-family owned home, which many Nova Scotians have, to apartments, to non-market housing, which is the whole co-op sector, which we've done an incredible amount of work to build, to the public housing. And then if we shift to, which I know you'll get to it when you get to the Minister of Community Services, to the whole homeless, that's part of that spectrum. We've done an enormous amount of work in every part of that spectrum. The other reality is, at the same time, we're facing a generational challenge in trained tradespeople. We're investing $100 million through my colleague in LSI in getting more trained tradespeople. So if you were to tell me you were going to build something tomorrow, I'd say, have you got your tradespeople? It might take you a year to get your tradespeople. And even if we think about if you were to change your plans for a building, if you were to say, I'm going to go from a 10-story building to a 14-story building, it will take you a year to get the engineering redone, because we're short engineers. We're short on every level. So this is a generational challenge, but I will say what we have seen is that the people of Nova Scotia are responding themselves right at every level. I have a friend who said, John, I have an apartment in my basement. I never rented it out in 20 years because I didn't want to deal with the tenant. And that lady is considering renting that apartment out. People are building secondary suites. The federal government's stepping up. Our municipalities are stepping up. So this is a generational challenge that we see people stepping up. All of the players in it are stepping up at every level. So we appreciate that. I know it's a bit of a long answer, but we're working across the entire spectrum. That's the answer.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank the Minister. I'm glad the Minister started by talking about population growth, because obviously that is the critical factor in dealing with housing and therefore housing affordability. And as the Minister well knows, this government has committed to doubling the population of Nova Scotia to 2 million people by, I believe 2060, if I have that correct. And that means, I just did some quick math, that we're looking at about 30,000 people a year if we want to get to that point. Right now, I think it's fair to say that at the population growth level we're at, we are not adequately keeping up on that population growth with infrastructure, whether that's sewer, wastewater, whether that's schools, doctors, and of course housing as the fundamental factor behind all of that. So I wonder if is the minister confident that his department is setting a vision that will actually achieve the goals so that people aren't coming to Nova Scotia with the promise of affordable housing and being bitterly disappointed when they arrive, and then we risk losing people very quickly on that score, because I have many people who are newcomers in my riding who come to me and say, geez, I didn't think I was coming here for $2,500 a month. You know, I've got a cousin who lives in Montreal. Rent is much cheaper there. I'm going to move there. Is the minister concerned that we do not have the capacity to actually provide the housing for the people who want to live here, and the negative complications that might have? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So the answer is yes, I am confident we can meet those challenges. I believe in the people of Nova Scotia. When I think about the issue of people coming to Nova Scotia, my own family came in as immigrants in 1958 from Holland. My mother and father had no money, did not speak English, but they had a lot of determination, and my father had what I would say was a world-class education in agriculture. Well, the best in the world education, which made Dutch farmers such good farmers all over the world, and that's the reality. Their educational system was that strong. But to say the reality is my family's story is being repeated by people from all over the world who are escaping the effects of war, which was exactly what my family were escaping, the war-torn Holland and post-World War II Europe. That's the reality. There was not enough space for all of them, and there was the rebuilding after the war and all that. So they came to start a new life. We see that same trend happening in across our world, that people want to come to Canada, want to come to Nova Scotia. So we want to enable that. We're a party that are determined to be completely behind that. Will we achieve the growth numbers? I think that this is a bit of a math question. I think the member was giving me a straight line number increase versus a percentage increase. I think we need to have a couple of accountants in that equation, but I hope the members understands what I'm saying. But yes, I believe we can, and we will work to that goal. We know that every new person that comes to Nova Scotia makes every small business slightly more successful. Every new person that comes here adds a little bit more to our GDP and helps us grow as a province. And they bring energy and they bring vitality. They bring a different point of view. They see the world in a different way. They see the world from where they came from. They see things we don't see. They bring a lot of strength and vitality to our community. And we're going to continue to welcome newcomers in this province, I can tell you that.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank the Minister for that. And just to be clear, of course, I agree with the Minister, obviously, in terms of the value that immigration has. You know, you go back 2,000 years, anywhere that has embraced immigration has succeeded. And Canada, of course, has done that, and Nova Scotia has done that. My concern is around the possibility of breaking promises in some way to newcomers who come here expecting, you know, that they have a place to live, that their kids will go to a school that's not overcrowded, that they will be able to find a doctor. And I think those promises, unfortunately, are being broken or not fulfilled, and that is my concern, not necessarily the value of bringing people to Nova Scotia, because, of course, I see that value. I want to ask the Minister about the budget specifically. We may have a disagreement here on this, I suspect, but I'd like to hear his opinion. So if you look at the budget for the Minister's Department at 17.5 in the estimates book, we'll see that the forecast for this year for the housing, particularly the housing component of the Minister's Department, is forecast for a little over $293 million. And the estimate for this year, going forward, starting in April, is $273 million, more or less. So a difference of about $20 million less. I'm wondering why the department is expecting to spend less on housing programs this year than they did last year when we're in the middle of an ongoing housing crisis. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So just to sort of address the question, first of all, the word forecast, you understand that could be interpreted to be actual, right? It's termed forecast because even now, the year end was, March 31st, so it's still a forecast number, right? But that is actual. So the estimate, the budget for last year was $243 million for housing, and this year it's $273 million for housing, which is a significant increase. The reality is, as during the year, if there are opportunities to do more things that we didn't plan on doing, we do them. That's just the reality. So if we have opportunities to do more this coming year, and if the budget is there, we will. And I know you asked me recently, 2 days ago, I believe, about my conversations with Sean Fraser. And that is something that we didn't see coming. That if there is something there, that will be something that we react to. So we will do more in the coming budget if the opportunity arises, if the partnership with the federal government arises, and that will probably mean that, all things being equal, we'll probably have a bigger actual number this coming year as well, but we can't say that right now. In terms of what happened, why did we spend more than projected? I could go back to your first question, which is about the need. The need is huge. And when we have opportunities to do more things, we'll do them. Why did we have an increase in why did our actual go over top of our budget? There was a number of things that go into the increase in that number. There was $25 million we put in modular housing for healthcare. That's a pretty big part of that. There was $6.7 million in the community housing infrastructure program. $5 million into the Preston and Area Housing Fund, $3 million into the Tywalk Housing, $1 million into secondary and backyard suites. Part of the forecast number is actually due to the fact that we changed the way we deal with public housing, which are called accounting adjustments. So related to the closeout of Housing Nova Scotia and the transfer to the Nova Scotia Public Housing Agency, and the difference between how TCA is considered in both tangible capital allowance, so you're getting into accounting stuff, right? So part of that increase in actual or forecast is due to accounting differences in the way public housing the new public housing agency, a Crown Corp, treats capital items and the way Housing Nova Scotia treated capital items. You're getting deep into the budget, and I'd have to get Adam Rainforth down here to explain that. I'm looking at him up there if he's smiling, but that's part of it. So, okay, so there's some of it is accounting differences.
Before I recognize the honourable member of Bedford South, I ask that the noise level in the background be kept very low. I understand you have to have some conversations, but please respect the minister and the supply session. I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the minister for that. I don't believe the minister is an accountant. I'm certainly not, so I wouldn't pretend to know the ins and outs of accounting standards over time. But, and I take the minister's point about, you know, what we budgeted versus what we actually spent. I understand that. My perspective is that I would hope that what we expect to spend for this year, given the scale of the problem, should increase beyond what we actually spent last year. That's my point, and I hope when we're here again next year, we'll see that. We'll see that there was more spending, because we certainly need it. I wanted to ask the minister about, and he mentioned BC earlier, and I think as the critic, kind of looking what other provinces are doing, I think BC is doing a lot of interesting things on housing. I think Ontario is as well. And a piece of legislation that I've put forward at one point would be to establish specific housing targets on a yearly basis for municipalities, combined with a fund to reward municipalities that meet or exceed their targets. So, for example, Ontario has that. The municipality of Welland just got $1.7 million from the province of Ontario for exceeding those targets. I know that in the housing needs assessment, there is data to municipalities saying what their needs are. I'm wondering if the minister has given consideration, or if the department has considered having those targets laid out in legislation or in regulation, and also establishing a fund to incentivize municipalities to actually meet those goals, because I think we've seen with the federal government, with the Housing Accelerator Fund, that if higher level or other orders of government put funding forward, we can actually see some real changes very quickly. So I'm wondering what the minister makes of that model, and if we might have something like that in Nova Scotia. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So I'd like to thank the member for the question, and obviously we're aware of what the federal government is doing. One of the recent trends we've seen with the federal government is to the Housing Accelerator Fund, which, if you'll recall, I think it was 7-8 months ago, they provided $5 million to CBRM, which at first CBRM said no, they didn't want, right, if you recall. Why was that? It was because in Nova Scotia, traditionally our municipal partners have not been directly in the home ownership process. In fact, one of the major irritants which was addressed in our service exchange was something called the net operating losses, which we alleviated from the municipalities. So what that number was in every municipality there's public housing, and every year there would be, on the whole, we are, to give you the very big numbers, and this might be last year's numbers just off the top of my head, we take in about 165, we spend about $165 million a year on public housing. We take in about $65 million a year rent. We're behind by about $100 million a year. The municipality's share was about, I believe, 9 or 10%. We've taken that on. So in fact, in our recent MOU, we've taken on more responsibility for housing than the municipalities. At the same time, layered in over that, we see the federal government coming in with the Housing Accelerator Fund and wanting municipalities to get directly involved, which is the model in other parts of the country, absolutely. In Toronto, the City of Toronto is the owner of public housing. but it hasn't been the model in Nova Scotia. So one of the issues with that we see from our point of view is taking a national program and layering it on the smaller provinces. So they don't, we represent 3.5% of Canada. We can't expect, I guess we would like them to do it, but we would hope they would, but they don't all, the federal government doesn't always build these programs to represent the 3.5%, right? The reality is our municipal partners are incredibly important partners right now in housing, and how they are important is through the distribution of municipal services. You may have noticed in March, or just not March, just a week ago, we announced our Municipal Capital Growth Program, which was oversubscribed substantially, and we had planned to put in 32 million and see 32 million matching from the municipalities. We've put that up to 100 million, and the municipalities matching 100 million. So $200 million worth of work to do what? To do water and sewer and sidewalks and flood protection. And we know that the additional water and sewer will enable another 7,000 units to be built in the province. So we're working very closely with our municipalities. The main area of responsibility they've always had in housing is water, sewer, municipal infrastructure, plus zoning. So zoning for height restrictions, zoning for all the different things you can imagine on housing. And our municipalities across the province we've asked them to look at that, and they're responding by allowing more density, making smaller lot sizes, allowing more units on a lot, and that sort of thing. So the municipalities, the reality is they're incredibly important partners. They have a fair bit of control over these aspects I've just mentioned, but not in Nova Scotia have not traditionally been per se property owners or some of the things the Housing Accelerator Fund are foreseeing, and not gotten into the side of actually funding construction. They've funded the infrastructure, if you understand. They've been responsible for that. So we're a little bit different than what's happening across the nation, but we're adapting to that Housing Accelerator Fund. Certainly respect the federal government's jurisdiction to do that. We will adapt as a province. We will work with that, no problem. And you know what? The reality is any way in which the municipalities want to become more significant partners with us and with the federal government, we welcome that too.
The honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank the minister for that. I know the minister wears several hats from a departmental standpoint, so I'm going to leave some of the more specific municipal questions to my colleague from Cole Harbour, Dartmouth when that comes up. But I think the point I was making to the minister was that I think something like the Housing Accelerator Fund, I think would make a lot of sense at a provincial level too, to incentivize new construction like is being done in Ontario. And I think that's something that we could see here in Nova Scotia that I've put forward as well. I want to ask the minister about the housing plan strategy that was released last fall. In the department's business plan, it says that quote, key performance indicators and metrics will be developed to track initiatives underway in each of these key areas to create the 41,000 units that the minister mentioned. I'm wondering, to me, I would have hoped that some of those metrics and indicators would be available kind of already when the plan was released. Are those metrics available? If not, when will they be? And will they be available publicly so that myself or anybody could go onto a website and say, how are we doing relative to what our goals are? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister, Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So the reality is I haven't seen them yet. The staff are still working on them. We were planning to introduce them later in the year. They will be publicly available when we're ready to release them.
The honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just a clarification, perhaps, when they are publicly available later this year, will it be on a website or some kind of electronic format, or do we know that yet?
Before I recognize the minister, just let's keep the chatter in here to a minimum, folks, if we could. Thank you. The honourable minister, Municipal Affairs and Housing.
They will be available on the website.
The honourable member, Bedford South.
Thank you to the minister for that, and to the plan and the goals. You know, according to Department of Finance, which tracks this data, housing starts last year in Nova Scotia province-wide were 7,159, and I know in the department's plan for housing, it talks about 41,000 units over the next 5 years, which is, you know, about 8,200 a year. So, is that, just to make sure I understand, is that 8,200 over and above the existing rate of construction? Is that correct?
Recognize the honourable minister, Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So the 41,200 number was the additional units that were needed above what was normally being constructed. That was our estimate, and yes, that is a daunting challenge.
Recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Yeah, thank the minister. He previews my next question, because if we built 7,200 last year, and we want to build roughly 8,000 more on top of that, we're more than doubling the rate of construction. And I wonder, I would be thrilled if we could do that, but I wonder how realistic that is, and what do we need to do to make that happen? Because again, to more than double the rate of construction is a major challenge, and I wonder how we do that, and is it realistic to assume we're going to start doing that, you know, this year?
Recognize the honourable minister, Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, Mr. Chair, to the member, I'd say it is an immense challenge, but let me say that I believe we can make it. Let me give you a few reasons why. One of them, which is a massive investment, which we haven't seen come to fruition yet, but that's taking the HST off of multi-unit apartment buildings. And that investment alone, we reckon within a year or two will be $100 million a year. Then that is a massive difference for people building multi-unit apartment buildings. It's certainly got their attention. One of the, you know, that program was announced last September by the federal government. We said we would follow suit, we're still waiting for the program details. Meanwhile, we know that anyone who started after September 13th, 2023 will be eligible. Anyone who started a multi-unit apartment building. That one program will make a difference. We believe in terms of construction, absolutely, because it makes the apartment buildings about somewhere between 15 to 20% less expensive to build. And it's a cash flow issue right at the very end of construction. Many people don't understand how that works, but when a builder would be able to get their GST back or HST back as they build, right? They would be a business, they can claim it back. At the end of that construction period, when that building was finished, they had to make a deemed value of that building and then pay HST on that. Right at the very end, before they started getting any money from the tenants, and it was a lot of money. So if they built a unit for $500,000, but maybe the deemed value was $700,000, they had to pay 15% on $700,000. Big number. That's one aspect. That's not the only aspect. We know ordinary Nova Scotians are stepping up through which you haven't mentioned much, Happy Pad, through secondary suite program. We know our municipalities are stepping up through the Housing Accelerator Fund. The federal government is stepping up, which we deeply appreciate through all the things that they're doing. We see our municipalities across the province stepping up and saying, yes, let's get this done. So our world's changing. If I thought I could get it done with a hammer in my own hand, I wouldn't mind doing that. You know, that's the kind of way I work most of my life. I like that kind of work, building myself. The reality is that it's not going to be the province alone that makes this happen. It's going to be ordinary Nova Scotians. It's going to be the federal government. It's going to be our municipal leadership. And all of them are getting on board with this, because if there's anything we know is that we need to get younger as a province, and we are. And we need to grow as a province, and we're seeing that growth reflected in revenue, and we're spending that revenue on things to encourage further growth. So we're investing on multiple levels. The other reality is we're in a massive build. I'll give a nod out to our Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care. We're in an absolutely massive build in seniors and long-term care, where we're going to build 5,000 new beds in seniors and long-term care. That doesn't translate one-to-one in terms of a senior leaving their home and freeing up that home as they move into long-term care. But there is a percentage there. It does translate into that. We don't know what that percentage is. I've heard the number 40% of the time. That is effectively opening up a home or an apartment where that person lived. They moved from somewhere. And so, in a sense, that build is part of the housing solution. The reality is, if you look at the housing crisis we're in right now, one of the biggest limiting factors is simply labor, having the people to build. And through labor skills and immigration, we're having the minister there. We're doing a massive program to get more skilled tradespeople on the ground. And that's young people. And we need them very badly. So probably the most significant limiting factor in the whole thing, will we achieve this or not, is probably the skilled trades. That's the reality. So will we get enough skilled trades on the ground? They're probably going to come from other parts of the country and the world, probably some of them, for sure. We aren't going to have enough, of our own. We're going to need more than we can supply internally on the skilled trades. We see that. So the reality is that to achieve this, we need everything to happen at once, and that's a challenge of growth, but we accept that challenge, and I believe we can make that challenge.
The honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank the Minister for that response. And the Minister mentioned a couple of programs that I wanted to ask about as well, particularly Happy Pad and the secondary suite program. So I'm not sure what the most useful time frame would be to base it on. The staff might know better than me, but how many units are occupied through Happy Pad today, and how many secondary suites have been built and occupied since that program was announced? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So thank you for those questions. And the Happy Pad, our numbers, we have 279 hosts registered, 757 renters registered as of February 2024, so that's pretty recent. And we have so far 10 rental contracts signed. So, I mean, that program has taken time to get started. The reality is that what we saw was the centuries-long tradition of taking in a border really got stopped by COVID, and for good reason, I guess. We're trying to get that going. We know we have a partnership with, in effect, we have intrinsically a partnership with Advanced Ed on that for the communities in which there are all of our schools and NSCCs. So would I like to see better numbers in that program right now? Absolutely. The reality is that after our 2-year part of this is over, this program will continue to go on for a long time and has very long legs, I think, and will be something that allows this relationship between the boarder and the homeowner to have some measure of security for both sides that is reflective of modern technology, able to be part of that. In terms of the secondary suite program, we have we just launched it on October 19th of 2023 as a 3-year pilot, and we have so far 12 applications have been approved, but our staff have been talking to many more people than that. And again, just to say a bit about the secondary suite program, it's a way of providing a tenant with reduced rent, which actually increases the supply of housing and benefits the homeowner as well. So there's certain criteria on it, and obviously the person renting has to be eligible under the household income limits or be a family member, an elderly family member, or an adult family member. There's certain rules with it, but it's an innovative solution. And you know what? The truth is, if you said, hey, what about this solution or that solution, we'll try that stuff. We're open to try things. We realize that, and we're looking for innovative solutions. So these are two. If you have more, we'd welcome them.
The honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So 10 rental contracts signed through HappyPad. I believe it was 4 in November. I was just trying to find the news article. So 1 to 2 a month, and 12 applications approved. I don't know if that means any backyard suites have actually been built yet. So I appreciate that. Obviously, you want to try things, but it doesn't appear that these are working or have the uptake that they need. So I'm wondering, does the minister see these programs as a success thus far? And if not, what do we need to do to make sure that they're actually working? Because, you know, 1 or 2 contracts a month is not going to do anything to deal with our housing crisis. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister, Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So just to backtrack to secondary suites, I'm told that we've approved 15, not 12. In terms of HappyPad, would we have liked to seen it go quicker or grow faster? Absolutely. We are planning a promotion on it to be done to encourage the numbers. Absolutely.
The honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Also wanted to ask the minister about public housing, which he talked about in his opening remarks. I think this question was asked at a press conference a week or 2 ago, but I just wanted to confirm all of the new projects that have been announced. Will all of those go out to a competitive public tender process?
The Honourable Minister, Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So in the immediate aftermath of the wildfires, we believe that we would need we thought we would need somewhere between 25 and 50 modulars to help people recover from the wildfires after that. So those 25 were not put out to public tender. We simply called the manufacturers, and we found a manufacturer that could meet the speed required that we believed we needed at that time, and that was sourced that way. So it wasn't put out to an RFP, which would have slowed it down. As it turned out, and my staff may correct me, but I believe we only ultimately had an uptake of 5 units for the modulars, for wildfires. So at the time we committed, we would reposition those units because we'd already committed to them. And that's what you saw in our recent announcement of modulars in numerous, the 25 in the numerous communities around the province. In terms of the build for the 222 that we've announced, that will be done through an RFP process.
The honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Minister. I'm glad to hear that. And the next thing I wanted to touch on here is rent supplements, which of course has been a hot topic in the legislature and in the province as well. So I know the minister in this budget has said that there will be 500 new rent supplements, which brings it to 8,500, I believe. I appreciate that obviously there's been new investments made relative to, even 5 years ago, but I think that's a response to the need. Of course, the need is there. So I'm curious, the big point we've been raising is why move the income threshold from 30 to 50%? Even if you're adding more supplements, there are still many people that are simply ineligible. I had an email just last week from someone in my constituency about this. So I believe the minister said the program right now is about a $69 million program. How much would it cost if the government were to move back to 30%? What would that $69 million then become if that income threshold was moved back to where it was? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister, Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So I appreciate the opportunity to say something about rent subs. So one of the things that we've seen in the rent sub is the tremendous increase in demand for rent subs. And I think I just briefly touched on it, but one thing which we haven't talked about that we did about 2 years ago, and I haven't talked about it much, is remiss on me to not have said that, but the previous government had a policy that you could only be on the wait list for public housing. If you were on the wait list for public housing, you could not apply for a rent sub. That was your government's policy. When we came into government, when somebody said, Minister, we have a lot of people who are complaining about this. They're on the wait list for public housing, but they're in real dire straits. They would like to apply for a rent sub, but the rules say they can't. We changed that policy. So that was one of the factors that we saw in the growth of the number of people on rent subs. So in terms of the decision that was made to prioritize those in greatest need, which was the decision we made, we made that decision knowing that there were Nova Scotians who were who had very severe needs, and there were certain factors in the design of the program, which was a federally designed program, that which meant that sometimes people would get a rent sub whose need wasn't as great. It was based on something called average market rent. That was a federal decision. So it's complicated, but in terms of where we are right now, we're still approximately when your government had the program, it was about 50-50 between the feds and the province. In the intervening years, we've seen our share go up to the feds having about a $10 million share of that program and us having a $50 million share, and our share continues to grow. If the feds were still on board with us on a 50-50 program, it would be at 30%. In terms of the actual numbers of how much budget, we haven't done that calculation. I'd have to have my staff do that. The reality is that when we made this change in policy, everybody who had applied up to that point in time was treated under the old rules. So there's still a vast number of our rent sub recipients who are in that previous category, if you understand what I'm saying. But we continue to see the program grow. We see it as a sign of the reality of the housing stress in the province. We're doing. We'd like to do more. We're doing we're doing a lot now. We're doing as much as we can, I think, and we recognize how important it is to individuals.
The Honourable Member, Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank the Minister for that. I would ask if the department is able to come up with that number at some point, that I'm made aware of that, asking specifically if the threshold was moved back to 30% based on current demand, how much would that cost the Treasury on a yearly basis? That's my question, so I hope the department can provide that at some point. In terms of demand, I know the Minister mentioned that, and higher demand, of course, is an indication that there are more people in housing stress and deep stress in many cases. So I understand that this past fiscal that's ending, there are 8,000 rent supplements available. How many applications over that fiscal year did the department receive under the rent supplement program? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister, Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So I do have some numbers here. I'm not sure if the time frame is what you were asking about, but what I can give you, and it gives you a snapshot, from April 1st to September 30th of 2023, we had received 2,275 applicants. In that time frame, 59% of those were approved. So 1,334. 500 or 23% were not approved, 522. 331, that's about 15%, were on hold waiting for more information. And that's, in other words, we get the application, but we ask for more information. We're waiting for that information to come back. And so 79 or 3.4% were in assessment or pending approval, and 9 or 0.4% were withdrawn. So the reasons why ones are not approved would be over income limit, not in severe core housing need, not in core housing need, not a permanent resident, rental not eligible. In other words, if you're in public housing, you're not eligible for a rent sub. So our tenant, if we have a tenant in public housing apply, they're not eligible. Or failure to provide information. So there's reasons why they aren't. So the administration of the program, there is usually when we receive a, yeah, that's it.
The Honourable Member Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank the Minister for that. So I assume, maybe this is a silly question, but given the fact that there are new rental supplements being created in this budget, I know that was for about a six-month period there that the Minister just cited. Over the course of a year, I assume all 8,000 rent supplements are dispersed, or is there, or are there some that are not? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister, Municipal Affairs and Housing.
The 8,000 that are there continue on, yes.
Recognize the Honourable Member, Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank the Minister. Okay, so in my few minutes remaining here, I wanted to just touch on briefly special planning areas. I know this is something the Minister and I have talked about before. There are 3 special planning areas in my riding in Bedford South, and of course others. I know that a new special planning area was announced recently in Fall River. I'm just wondering if the Minister could give us a sense if there are other special planning areas under consideration and how that process plays out, because I think there could be some more transparency on that point, because sometimes these things kind of seem to come out of nowhere for us. Thank you.
Recognize the Honourable Minister, Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In terms of the process to have a special planning area, the HRM executive panel, the council, the executive panel, our housing and HRM executive panel, pardon me, get the name right, meets and puts forward recommendations to me, the Minister. In terms of, as you know, some of the criteria, we respect the municipal planning strategy. So we're not looking at applications that haven't substantially gone through the municipal planning process and have received sort of are stalled in the process, which sometimes happens, and those are the ones we would see the executive panel get involved in. As the member knows, there would be a requirement for the special planning areas to still meet all of the permitting requirements that are required. And so even when we designate something a special planning area, it doesn't mean it is immediately started to build on. It has to meet all of the permitting processes that are required.
I recognize the honourable member Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to confirm, are there additional special planning areas actively under consideration for designation by the panel at this time, beyond the ones that we already know about publicly? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister, Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So the answer is that the executive panel continues to do its work, and if they bring forward more recommendations, certainly as minister I have a great deal of respect for the work of the panel and we will approve them. In terms of what's in the future, I don't attend the panel's meetings, so I can't speak to that.
Recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if I could, I'd like to ask the minister about one planning area in particular in my riding, which is Sandy Lake, which is a big one, about 6,000 units proposed. There's a lot of people who are very interested in it, I would say. There's environmental considerations that are particular to that area, I think, compared to some others, and there's been a lot of interest in it. So I'm just wondering if the minister could give us a sense of kind of where that particular one is, what the next kind of major timeline and milestones might be. I know there's been some environmental studies completed that have been with the city, but I'm just wondering from the province's perspective if the minister could give us an update on Sandy Lake Special Planning Area and what the next major milestone might be. Thank you.
Recognize the Honourable Minister, Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So what I can say in terms of Sandy Lake is that there's an environmental study that's underway. That's been underway for some time, but it's important that that study be done. That's one that we did fund the study through HRM. We gave HRM $2.3 million to get that, and I believe there was another study involved in that funding, but done. But it's important that the due diligence of these types of studies be done. So I can't predict when that study will be finished.
Recognize the honourable member Bedford South.
Thank the minister for that, and I appreciate that's an important consideration. And just to give the minister a chance to clarify, because sometimes people, everyday citizens obviously don't know or need to know or should know kind of the ins and outs of these things. So just to clarify for those who are interested, there would be no actual construction taking place at Sandy Lake, for example, until all of those environmental studies are done and all of the necessary permitting and approvals are in place. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister, Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So it's my understanding that we need to have the environmental process finished before any activity starts there.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know I've got about a minute, so I'll try to make this quick. The minister mentioned in his opening comments about $50 million in funding for community nonprofit housing, which I've talked about, I think, is a huge area, growth area for opportunity to really address the housing crisis, is to focus in on the nonprofit and community housing sector. So I'm just wondering, in the brief time I have left, if the minister could just very quickly say, of that, is that 50 million, is that all dedicated to community housing programming, or are there other, whether administration or other things involved in there? What is the total amount we spend directly on community and nonprofit housing of that 50? Perhaps it's all, but I'd like to know. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So in 2023-24, the 53...
Order. That concludes the first round of questioning for the Liberal Party. I'll move on to the NDP colleagues. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to say first and foremost, thank you to the Minister and as well the Deputy Minister and the Associate Deputy Minister and the staff that is here today to help us answer these questions. The budget highlights note that there are 80 to 100 million estimated annually to rebate the 10% provincial HST on new construction of purpose-built multi-unit apartments. Is there a requirement to include affordable units to be able to qualify for this rebate?
Recognize the Honourable Minister, Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So the simple answer is this is a federal program that we've said we'd agree to the federal guidelines on. Much to the frustration of the construction industry and us and everybody else in the country, the guidelines aren't out yet. So this was a September 23 program that the federal government announced. But our understanding is it's that there isn't that requirement. But if a developer wanted to have, you know, the per door program that we had through the Affordable Housing Development Program, they certainly could stack on that, right? So they could apply and have a portion of it. But in terms of our understanding of what the federal program will look like, there isn't that requirement. But I'm saying that without having seen the program details. But there was never any indication of that in the beginning by the federal government. It was just simply, we're waiving the GST on multi-unit apartment buildings. That's what the federal government said. That's what we agreed to. So, but as I said, we haven't seen the federal government's requirements or details.
Recognize the Honourable Member Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Minister, for that answer. The estimated amount of this tax rebate is roughly equal to all new measures on affordable housing combined. Can you please explain the rationale behind this decision to provide developers with such a large tax rebate, and who is expected to benefit from this?
Recognize the Honourable Minister, Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So this is a federal program that we jumped in on too, that we said, yes, we'll do that. It is, I will say that you may be aware, there's our public housing annually is a $100 million program as well, right? So it's not that unusual, our other programs. So public housing plus all the other programs would exceed the dollar value of this program, is what I'm saying. So, but it is very significant, I would agree. In terms of who will benefit, I mean, clearly we're in a housing crisis, and when we know that the balance between tenant and landlord will in the law of supply and demand, which will cause competition in the rental field, we need about 3% vacancy rate. And right now we're at 1% or less than 1%. So we desperately need more rental units on the market. If there are more rental units on the market, then then the balance between the tenant and landlord will sort of even out. And we know in that scenario at 3%, rents will stabilize or come down a little bit depending on the cost of construction. And this is a major, major component of the cost of construction. And I did unpack it a little bit previously for my Liberal colleague. I'll just explain how I understand it works for your benefit. But when a developer or is building a building, they're a business, so they can claim the HST or back on all of their inputs. But when they're all done, the federal government requirement was that they had to declare a deemed value for that unit. So if it cost them $500,000 to build a unit, but it was really worth $700,000, you know, in the market if they were to sell it, they had to pay 15% on the $700,000 right then and there when they were finished. It's a big number, and they had to recoup that 15% from the tenant. If they don't have to get that money, if they don't have to pay that, then in theory they can offer a lower rent. Will they offer a lower rent? I think the reality is that's up to the, you know, it's kind of what the market will bear is the reality. But if we're so short of rental units, then it's a landlord's market, so to speak, right? And that affects everything. So if we can simply have more rental apartments available, we know that the rents will stabilize and maybe even come down if we were at that 3% vacancy rate. But we see that 1 or less than 1% vacancy rate right across the province. So I hope that explains that.
Recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And absolutely, I mean, just listening to, you know, your take on the concept, based on your theory, it's an incentive for the developer who in turn doesn't need to actually have to have affordable housing. I mean, they could if they wanted to, but it's not an incentive for them to do so because they will still get the tax break. So I want to ask, how many units will this tax cut project to create? Like, how many units do you think, based on the amount of funding, will it create in the market?
Recognize the Honourable Minister, Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So I will go back to this is a federally announced program that we agreed to participate in on the federal guidelines. And until we have those guidelines, there's much that we don't know. The reality is for the developer, what I think I can say happens in the field of developers, a developer might want to build a building this big and have this much money, and they're deciding whether to go ahead or not based on, do I have enough money to finish that project? And this program will make finishing that project slightly less expensive, so we know there are developments that will go ahead because of this change. We know that. How many? We don't know. But we know this makes a difference. This will, especially the fact that this program won't, the feds have said it's a time-limited program. Obviously, it's a pretty big window, but it won't last forever, and that is a factor. So we know this changes the math for a developer who's looking at the risk of building versus the cost and all that. So we think it will prove to be an important program, and I can tell you that the #1 complaint I hear is from the developer who started building in August of 2023. They're pretty upset because they're not in the group. And so we hear that, you know, but it's like I said, we've signed on to the federal guidelines. So.
Recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The budget highlights $14.8 million this year for Nova Scotia projects to leverage funding from the National Housing Strategy Action Plan. Can the minister provide some details on how this funding will impact key demographics highlighted in the Action Plan's Gender-Based Analysis Plus section?
Recognize the Honourable Minister, Municipal Affairs and Housing.
I just would request the member restate the question because my staff are trying to figure out which number you're asking about. So if you could give me a little more information.
Recognize the Honourable Member Halifax Needham.
It's in the Our Homes Action for Housing, so it's in that the brochure, and it's the budget. It said $14.8 million this year for Nova Scotia projects to leverage funding from the National Housing Strategy Action Plan. I'm just wondering where, like the details on how much of this funding will impact key demographics in the Action Plan's Gender-Based Analysis Plus section.
Recognize the Honourable Minister, Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just chatting through with my staff, this is money that's coming from the federal government and through the National Housing Strategy. And we know it's coming, but we haven't received all the program requirements yet from the federal government. And so we're working through that. And once we know what we need, what the criteria are on that money, we'll decide that. We think it's not far away, but we haven't received that information from the feds on that block of money.
Recognize the Honourable Member Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would appreciate to have the information when it becomes available. Victims of family violence receive priority access to public housing units. Is this funding going to help get these families into public housing faster, based on the funding that I just spoke about that was federal?
The Honourable Minister, Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So the federal government, through their housing strategy, have a focus on those escaping family violence and gender-based violence. So this is a priority for them and for us. And as you know, one of the reasons we're doing our program for people who are overhoused is simply to provide units for people on our priority list who are fleeing gender-based violence, which are typically young mothers with families and need multi-bedroom units. So this is a priority for us, and this is a priority for the federal government as well, not just them. And this is what this funding, we understand, will be used for.
Recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The additional $7.1 million investment in transition houses for women and children fleeing family violence is much welcome, but transition houses are designed to offer only temporary housing. Where in this budget is the government investing in long-term affordable housing for women and children to transition into?
Recognize the Honourable Minister, Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So one place would be last week where we invested in 25 new public housing units, which are multi-bedroom units, and further in the 222 new public housing units, which we announced, which a portion of them, I believe it's 80, will be highly accessible for people with disabilities, but certainly some of them which will be more than a one-bedroom. As a member may know, I believe it is 70% of our public housing units are one-bedroom public housing units. So we know that we need more family-type housing units. That's the reality. So we are investing in that build, and we know that it translates directly into people who are fleeing domestic violence and gender-based violence. So, and the transition homes are you know, they're very needed, but we know that they will thrive if they have a more family-type home, which we can offer through these programs, which we are doing.
Recognize the honourable member for Halifax, Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The budget announced $35.3 million to build new public housing units and for more repairs and maintenance to existing public housing units. Can the minister say more on the repairs and maintenance to existing public housing units, and how much is this expected to cost?
I recognize the honourable minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So it sounds like it should be an easy question, but it's a hard question because we have repairs in two different lines in our budget. The reason for that is if a repair goes over a certain amount, it's considered a capital asset. So it's not a regular expense, it's a TCA, we call it, tangible capital asset. So if we look at the repairs projected for the coming year that qualify, that are large enough, that it's a, and I'm trying to remember the number for TCAs, and somebody up there will text it to me, no doubt, in a minute, but then it's on one line, and that number is $19.8 million. And for ongoing operating repairs, like small repairs, like someone getting a door fixed, right? That number for us is $28.2 million. So the total for repairs is close to $50 million that we will spend on repairs. So and some of that is being spent to have more energy efficient units, and we've probably the bulk of that program right now is in CBRM. We know we want to do that across the province, and it's part of our doing what we can for climate change, right? Like if we can have more energy efficient units, then there's not as much CO2 emissions.
Recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Minister, for that. In the fall, I heard that there were approximately 102 public housing units in the province that were chronically vacant because of the need for repair. Have they been repaired? And if not, when can we expect them to be finished?
Recognize the Honourable Minister, Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So the answer would, and I don't have the exact number, but some of them have been repaired, some of them will be repaired, some of them are simply too expensive to repair, and then it comes down to what do we do with that unit. We have one community which has the oldest piece of public housing my guess would be in North America, I think a 250-year-old house. So. And what do we do with it, right? And how do we do it justice if we do repair it, right? Which is, so that's a struggle for us. So we do struggle with some of these properties in terms of how to deal with them. And you're right, we are getting to some of them, and some of them we will simply replace. Put a new unit there. And actually, one of the modulars that we did put in of our 25 was effectively replacing a unit that was just too badly damaged, or in some cases they've been burned, to repair.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax, Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The housing programs line on 17.5 of the budget breakdown there shows a budget of $20 million less than the 23-24 forecasted amount. Can you explain this cut, and why is the budget line decreasing?
I recognize the Honourable Minister, Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So when you look at the budget, you see the line budget and then forecast and then the budget for the next year. The forecast could be considered the actual, right? But it's not actual because we haven't actually got to the year end yet, and it'll change a little bit, but it's pretty accurate, right? So the reason the budget year over year has gone up, there's sometimes in year that we have opportunities or see problems that we didn't expect to see when we created the budget, or we didn't realize would be an opportunity, and we react to them. So there are some of those things that have happened that account for the fact that there's this $50 million, the forecast was up more than expected. So one of the things that maybe we didn't project in the budget was the fact that we were doing a $25 million project called the Modulars for Healthcare. And we don't project doing it again this year, although it could happen, right? Another number would be a community housing infrastructure program of $6.7 million. Another number is we had $5 million go to the Preston Area Housing Fund. Another number in the fact that our housing budget went up this fiscal was the fact that we created the Nova Scotia Public Housing Agency. So one of the things that happened in that is that the accounting, there's some accounting changes in how capital items are considered. So if you go back to my conversation about, we have 2 lines for repairs, right? So we have if it's a big enough repair, it hits the capital asset line. If it's a smaller repair, it's in the regular budget. And actually, that accounting change accounted for some of that difference too. So the reality is we've put the budget up over last year's budget. If things arise or if opportunities arise in the coming year that we didn't expect, which may happen, we will do more. But year over year budget is up, and my expectation is we will continue to invest in housing as opportunities arise that we haven't seen yet.
Recognize the honourable member Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Community Housing Acquisition Program was announced by the government in 2022. The program aims to help community housing providers preserve and expand the supply of affordable housing in this province by providing loans for up to 95% of property costs. How has the success of this program been evaluated, and what are the numbers of successful applicants?
Recognize the Honourable Minister, Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So there have been 14 projects to date under these community housing programs that we've done. This is CHAP, is it? Yeah. Yes. So we've done 14 projects to date, and it's touched 438 units for a total of $21.3 million. And I certainly can get the list of 14. I don't have that list right in front of me, but I certainly can have my staff supply that list of where that money's gone. I do have it somewhere in these pages. All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Recognize the Honourable Member Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the Minister. I would like to know if maybe within that information, would you be able to provide the rents that are, or the range in which they are being rented out at?
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So,
They just have to be 30% to be affordable. That's what
yeah, the definition of affordable for us would be less than 30% less than market. I know that the program has kept units affordable, but for each one, it would depend if there's a range. For example, we've done with co-op housing where we've funded co-op housing. Even within the co-op housing, some of the units would be deeply affordable if the co-op wants to support that, where other units would be closer to market rent. And we're okay with that. The co-ops managing that in a way that they want to still provide housing for people who, so the rents would vary. In terms of that too, we can certainly get information back to you on those units.
Recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With this program, and just with my understanding of what I'm hearing, is that there's no requirement for receiving a loan to keep all rents low. It's based on the landlord or the person that's owning these properties. It's at their discretion to be able to keep the rents at an affordable level. Use the co-op as an example, which is, well, they also, within their mandate, they have, keeping their rents at a certain rate. I'm just curious to know is this department looking at examples from other jurisdictions to improve the program so that we can actually implement affordable housing within the criteria of the program?
Recognize the honourable minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So in our community housing program, there certainly is a requirement to keep the housing affordable, and it's sort of one of the parts of the DNA of community housing. And we have supported a number of projects, including projects with the North End Community Health Centre and other, much of what you see happening with Akuma. So with Compass, we're working with the Affordable Housing Development Corporation of Nova Scotia, and we've done a lot. And these are all of these projects have a very strong affordable component to them. The only reference I had was to the fact that the co-ops have a bit more of a range of rents, but I know that all of them are affordable. It's certainly a criteria for us. In terms of looking across the nation at what other communities are doing, we absolutely do that all the time. I've gone to Regent Park in Toronto. We want to implement something similar there. We're looking at what people are doing, and in fact, people are looking at what we're doing. So our community housing acquisition program, the CHAP program, which we're talking about, has been looked at across. It's been referenced across the provinces. It's looked at in BC, and our land for housing, which is our finding provincially owned land, which is in a good location for housing, maybe has water and sewer, and making that available, which we are doing. That just was referenced 2 days ago in British Columbia as a model for them. They're emulating us. So we're looking at what they're doing. They're looking at what we're doing, and we're open to any suggestions on further programs and things that we can do. And we're talking to the federal government all the time. They're a huge factor in our lives through the National Housing Strategy, and now through the Housing Accelerator Fund. There's a lot of moving parts into what's happening in the housing, because it's not just Nova Scotia that is experiencing the housing crisis. And some might say it took a little bit longer to get to us, actually. So I think it's fair to say that the housing crisis and affordability crisis has been going on longer in Toronto than in Nova Scotia. So we're all across the nation. All of the ministers responsible for housing across the nation are deeply concerned. We see New Brunswick and PEI have housing action plans, as do we do. We're all looking for best practices on that front. And the reality is we're working across government departments too to address the crisis. And as I was unpacking a little bit earlier in terms of what's happening in the massive build in seniors and long-term care, what's happening in labor, skills, and immigration in terms of the shortage of supply of trained and skilled labor to build, right? So how do we build in an environment where we can't, and you only have to experience that yourself if you're trying to get a plumber or a roofer to come, or someone to come give a quote. Even it's hard to get. So everybody's working, but we know there's a lot more to do, and we're going to do what we can as a government with all of the partners in this to address the housing crisis, including affordability.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also just want to make a suggestion, because you're right, looking around and seeing what others are doing, implementing certain things, as well as other people, doing the work that we're doing in other places is also, the way that we do better for our own province. And I want to say that BC has recently come out with a similar program. meant to protect existing affordable rental housing. Some key differences are like lack of a project cap. The funding amounts are capped, restricting larger scale projects, a pre-qualification process for organizations to streamline their processes, and funding decisions made independent of government. So just to kind of keep that on your radar, looking forward from BC. A recent article revealed Halifax alone lost over 8,000 affordable housing units in a 5-year period, over 25% of the total stock. How many affordable units has this program preserved since it was created?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, if I'm not mistaken, actually, BC modeled their program after ours and maybe made it better in some ways. That's possible. We certainly will look at what BC does. You're right. What happens in the natural cycle of apartments is when an apartment gets to a certain age and it needs a certain amount of work, an apartment building, sometimes it will get sold and completely rebuilt. And then those units which we're renting in the $800 range will come back on the market at a much higher level. We know that's happening, and that exactly what we created the CHAP program to address. To date, we've had an impact on 438 units. That's the number that we've funded through CHAP. We have another program called CHIRP. Sorry about these acronyms, but Community Housing Infrastructure Repair Program. So, and that program, we're also lending to community partners, and that was, there's been 450 units repaired. So you can imagine if these, you know, the 438 units that would have been sold and the apartments would have been emptied out and all the tenants forced to go somewhere else, the whole thing rebuilt and re-rented out. It didn't happen. But the reality is those apartments still need work, right? So the new community housing landlord comes to us and we fund a little bit in, and the apartments are repaired while the tenants are still in there, probably in most cases. So we've touched in that about 438. Do we want to do more? Absolutely. The program's there, and we're committed to that program, and we're lifting the boat of community housing in Nova Scotia. There's no doubt about that, and we will do more as we find more partners and can do more.
I just want to note that there's a few conversations happening in the room, and I would invite folks to take those outside so they can have fuller conversations. I would like to recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm going to shift into public housing. The nonprofit shelter and housing providers are urging the government to commit to the development of thousands of public housing units. I know that there's been an announcement of 247 units, if I'm correct, I think that's the number, of public housing units, which, yes, is you know, hasn't happened in decades. But I'm just curious to know, why hasn't the government not significantly increased its investment in public housing in this budget to meet the growing need?
The Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So just to go back to the if I can revert back to the British Columbia theme for 1 second, my deputy tells me that recently British Columbia reached out to us on what we did with the Nova Scotia Public Housing Agency and how we've reorganized public housing. So they're interested in what we did there in that structure, so which I wasn't aware of. So in terms of the budget, the Public Housing Agency, as you may know, every year represents a massive investment for us. So in terms of the big numbers, the cost of us running the 11,500 public housing units is about $165 million a year. The rental income from that is about $65 million a year. So every year, year over year, we're investing about $100 million in public housing without building anything, just as is. That money is shared. That cost, I want to give credit where credit is due, was shared 3 ways. It was about $50 million province of Nova Scotia, about $40 million the federal government, and about $10 million on behalf of the municipalities. And you'll remember last session we did the service exchange agreement. We took over that net operating loss number from the municipalities. So now it's about 60 million the province, 40 million the Fed. So that is the single biggest year-over-year subsidy that we've been doing. However, we have committed to building the 222, and now we added 25, so 247 more units. One of the good things about building new public housing units is the cost of running a new unit is less than the cost of running an old unit. So we know that running those new units will be less expensive until they start to age out a bit. So that's a factor. But so far this year, I mean, we're putting this year, the build for the 222 will take a couple of years. We're putting out $15.2 million towards the construction this year. And we're also going to put more money into major repairs to the public housing units. And so those are things that we are doing. And so we continue to invest in public housing. We're committed to public housing. That's the reality. And we know that it's one part of the housing solution. For us, it's not the only part. We're investing in keeping all over the province people who own their own homes. We're investing in programs to help them stay there, by help them fix the roof and the furnace. We increased funding into our down payment plan for first-time home builders. And if I could just backtrack a little bit, I know you're asking about public housing. My thoughts go to enabling people to own their own homes. I want to do a better job of that. I know there's more to do there too. So we know that we have to help across the housing spectrum. We're very committed to public housing. That's the reality.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When the interest rates get better, I bet there'll be a lot more people trying to own more homes. Many households are stuck on the public housing wait list for years. The wait for units available for single individuals and units for larger families, we have heard, is particularly long for both. Can the government explain what type of units are being built and how it will impact those who have been on the wait list for a number of years waiting?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So we know there's approximately 7,000 people on the wait list. The reality is that 70% of our units that we have now are one-bedroom units. So the multi-bedroom units are very important to us. And one of the things that we are working on is overhousing, where we have, in many cases, a senior who has raised frequently a lady who has raised her children they're all out. She's got a 3, 4, 5-bedroom unit, and now is there herself. That's a very difficult move. We're doing that gently. So that would be overhousing. We're addressing that. My staff are working hard on that. And we're committed to keeping those individuals. We don't say, you're out. We keep them in public housing. And we find a place within their own community for them. But we are doing that because of the importance of multi-bedroom units. So in terms of what we're building, I don't have the exact the numbers, but we're building 1, 2, and 3-bedroom units. And some of them will be very, very accessible. One of the things that triggered the 222 build was the need for us to have more accessible units. And what we had been doing in the past, and the previous government would have been doing it too, was we would renovate an existing unit to be accessible. When my staff said, look, it takes a year to do it and it costs just as much as if we built a new one. And meanwhile, we've lost that unit for a year. And I know that's true, so we said, why not build new? So when we made the decision that the accessible units, we would be far, far better off building new, where we needed them, it didn't make sense to build just one floor. We might as well go further up. But we know the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors, they're not ideal for someone who needs an accessible unit. If you're in a wheelchair, the last place you want to be is on the 3rd floor when there's a fire and the elevators, you know, first thing that happens is the elevator stop, right? So we knew those accessible units had to be on the ground floor, and that was part of the logic of why build new, is that we've got to build we can make better use of the envelope of money we have by building new. And we knew there was such enormous demand. So we're concerned about the need for new public housing. We committed to that. It was a historic, it hadn't been done in 30 years to have a build like 222 units. It'll take a little bit of time for us to build that out, but we've meanwhile since added the modulars that we had pre-booked from the wildfires. We've added them to public housing. Will we continue to do that? I think so. We'll see in the coming year. But certainly we're committed to public housing. We're committed to, and I do want to give a shout out to my staff up there who work on public housing. There's so much work for them to do in public housing. And when we talk about programs, sometimes I'll say, you realize if we do that, it's a lot more work for you. Yeah. And so we're planning a transformation on 3 of our sites in public housing, which will be a lot of work, which will be similar to, not exactly the same, as what happened in Toronto at Regent Park, which really former housing minister told me I should do that. I don't see him right now, but and we're doing that, and that's an enormous amount of work. So we know that we can. Some of these aging units we can transform, we can bring them new again. So we're working hard on that too. And the whole transformation of public housing, I think it's fair for me to say, from my perspective as minister, I've got staff who've waited their whole career for some of this to happen, and they're just so pleased that we're getting into this space as a government and willing to address the challenges in public housing and start to deal with that and bring some uniformity to the way what were 5 very independent public housing authorities were operating. I mean, the staff in them were working hard, but there had been very little leadership provided, and we're providing that leadership, and we're providing uniformity in the management of the leases. We're providing uniformity in the management of the application process. We're providing uniformity in the management of the maintenance plans, which were also a little bit more ad hoc or less ad hoc now. We're providing through software and evaluation, we're providing stronger maintenance programs, which we hope the tenants will see in the way maintenance is done and the way we take care of our units in public housing.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the response from the minister. As an MLA to large public housing tenants in my riding, I'm very aware of the number of calls that you possibly are receiving or the things that are happening within the department. And I know that your department folks really work really hard, and I'm glad to have a decent relationship with those folks. I'm glad that you mentioned overhousing, because when the city bulldozed the homes in Africville, they moved folks into public housing with the promise that their family would always have a home. over generations. There was a letter that was written that said that, and that speaks to that. It was built, public housing, in particular in Uniacke Square in my riding, it was built to house the displaced population of Africville, whose roots go back to the War of 1812, Underground Railroad, and the American Civil War. So I was glad to hear that the minister said that, you know, you're approaching the overhousing in a gentle manner, but I also want to know, like, what is the government doing to recognize the trauma of the Africville displacement when you're working with folks that you consider overhoused in these communities?
The Honourable Member for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So in terms of how the overhousing is dealt with, I mean, we work very carefully with the senior. It's typically a senior when they need to downsize. We know that's not easy for anybody to do, and our staff are very sensitive to the issues. In terms of some of the other issues that the member raises, we've worked, for example, we've funded the housing needs assessment for African Nova Scotians, which is the first of its type, which is being done by African Nova Scotians and we are waiting that. We haven't seen that yet. It's not quite finished yet, but it's close. And we're doing things like working with Akuma and through seniors long-term care, building the first of its type in that community. It was one of the the Preston area was one of the very few areas that did not have its own senior citizens residence. So we're working with in particular with the Preston Area Housing Fund. We funded that, and we're working with ANZA on that too. So if there's more that we need to do, we welcome hearing it from the member. In terms of Africville and commitments that were made there, I'm really not, I haven't seen that, not personally aware of that, but we're certainly interested in that information as well. We recognize, we're certainly as a government recognize that historically the African Nova Scotian community has been disadvantaged. I mean, we continue on with the land titles program, which was a very significant disadvantage for the community, absolutely. And we're committed to that. So we're committed to doing what we can. We look forward to hearing more from the member if there's something in terms of Africville, which the member raises, which we're not aware of. All right, thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm grateful that the minister was honest about not being aware of that situation. I say this because, you know, folks, when we think about, you know, approaching the overhoused situation with folks that have been in their homes for decades, raised their families, like the minister said, you know, when we approach folks and pretty much kind of stress them to move, it puts them in a difficult situation. And we hear this a number of times in our office about folks who are afraid to be evicted, afraid of the landlord retaliating, afraid of a number of things because, you know, they've been there for so long, and they're not afraid to move. That's not the problem. The problem is that when they move, they won't be able to afford their rent because they will be in a new lease where the rental agreement won't reflect the rental agreement that they had previous. So I just wanted to make that aware because that's something that will definitely come up. My next question is, I want to follow up on some of the recommendations we heard in last year's Auditor General report on public housing. Recommendation 1.2 was that the wait list and wait time information should be reported publicly. And the department's target date was this year or last. And I just want to know, what update do you have on this in order to publicly announce the wait list numbers?
I recognize the Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So I just want to, if you'll permit me, just to talk about overhousing for just another second. So we know across our 11,500 public housing units, we have 1,970 that are overhoused, where it's a single person possibly in a 3-bedroom unit. Last year, in terms of dealing with overhousing, we moved 39 families. That means 39 people went to another public housing unit. So their rent doesn't change. It's rent geared to income. So there's we're not putting anybody who's in public housing out of public housing. The rent geared to income model we continue to have, which is the model of public housing. So there's no change in rent. It just means that instead of being in a 3 or 4 or 5 bedroom unit, they're down into a 1-bedroom unit, most likely. So the reality is the focus that we have is on what we call the severely overhoused, which means a single person living in a 4 or 5 bedroom unit. That's where we're focusing our efforts, because we know that people, particularly families escaping domestic violence, typically need that size unit. And they're on our priority wait list. So there's a real urgency to get this work done for us. And we know, I think, that if we could address it, there's probably, if we could just snap our fingers and be done that process, there's a couple thousand people that would be taken off the wait list. So it's important work. We're not snapping our fingers, getting it done over time. We're getting it done gently and with sensitivity. So, and the rent doesn't change. The person's still paying the same rent because it's rent geared to income. So you had another question, which I'll just ask you to repeat. You moved on, and I was still on the old one, sorry. So if you could just go back to the other question, please.
The Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just asking whether or not the wait list is made publicly now, where it was supposed to be done through the AG's recommendations.
The Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
All right. So there's been a lot of work gone into the wait list in terms of the last year of confirming continued eligibility. So what that means is we might send somebody who's on the wait list a piece of information, a request to confirm that they still want to be on the wait list, and maybe send us their income information. Not everybody immediately replies to some stuff like that, so sometimes we don't get that information back. That doesn't mean they go off the wait list, but but if we find out they no longer want to be on the wait list, or their income level indicates they don't qualify, then they would go off. But meanwhile, the reality is the wait list is there. It's in the 7,000 range right now. I think we made a commitment publicly to put the wait list total numbers or by region on the website, and we do intend to keep that commitment. It did cause us to go through a big effort of reconfirming everybody who was on the wait list, which as I've said is somewhat done and may never be done. So I mean, the reality is that the wait list is there. We're responding to that wait list by building more public housing units, and we know there's more work to be done. We're responding to the housing crisis in Nova Scotia in a number of ways, which we've outlined. So, but we will keep that commitment and have that waitlist number published once we're confident of the number, or reasonably confident of the number.
The Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Mixed Chair. Community workers, I'm going to switch over to rent subs. Community workers assisting clients applied for the rent sub, and they note that there are many barriers in place to actually getting the benefit despite qualifying. Can the government outline how it plans to ensure Nova Scotians are able to easily access the benefit that they need to and when they need to?
Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
We're having a little bit of disagreement about what the question was, so maybe we could have you repeat the question, please.
The member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. Community workers assisting clients apply for the Canada-Nova Scotia Targeted Housing Benefit note that there are many barriers in place to actually getting the benefit despite qualifying. Can the government outline how it plans to ensure Nova Scotians are able to easily access the benefit when they need to? They've had a lot of complications with being able to access the benefit, getting information for their clients, making sure that the clients are actually receiving the benefit because there is no communication with housing support workers, with the staff that are actually doing that work. Or there's no direct line of communication with that.
The Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Appreciate you restating the question because it gives a moment to understand what you're asking. So there's certain things you're asking about our rent supplement program. So there's some things you should know about it. When we came into government in 2021, one of the first things we did as a government was...
Order. The time for the NDP questioning this round has elapsed. I would now like to recognize the Honourable Member for Kings South.
Thank you, Mixed Chair, and thank you, Minister. I'm just going to take a couple minutes before returning it back to my colleague from Bedford South. Just a few questions on the public housing units. And first of all, I want to thank your staff, in particular the Deputy Minister. Last time I spent any time with him, I gave him a resounding send-off from Treasury and Policy Board, wishing him good luck on his retirement and thanking him for his dedication to public service. And I guess he failed that test. Welcome back. I appreciate your commitment to public service. I hope you get to retirement someday. Minister, in September, you announced 222,000 public housing units that you have spoken about here. One of those is at 23112 Gottingen Street. Could you tell me where we are in the design phase or construction document phase of that project?
The Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Thank you, McChair. What I can say is that the Gottingen Street build, the pre-design is done and we're ready to go out for an RFP.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Kings South.
Thank you, Minister. Pre-design work being developing of the program, and you're going to tender for architectural services. Could you clarify that?
The Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So what I can tell the member, and maybe I can get him to clarify his question if I don't answer it, but what I can tell the member is that we are going to I mean, we've done our pre-design work. We're going to pre-qualify, so the RFP process will pre-qualify for further work on a quote. So that's as far as we got. That's where we're at right now. We're ready to go out for that RFP to pre-qualify the modular home builders who will quote on it. So.
I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Thank you, Minister. So I understand what you are saying is that you are going for an RFP for architectural services to design the building on Gottingen Street.
The Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
I realize the member is an architect, this is getting technical, but we have the design. It will be a modular build, and we're going to pre-qualify the modular builders in the first RFP phase, and then at a second step determine who's actually doing the build.
The honourable member for King South.
Who did the modular design?
The Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
I understand the answer is in-house with Public Works.
The honourable member for King South.
Thank you, Minister. And the 5 or 2-story building on Sackville Street, and your press release doesn't indicate there's one at 67 Old Road. It's either 5 or 2. Are they at a similar stage?
The Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
That's correct.
The member for King South.
Thank you. So the build that you are intending for those 3 projects are not tenders. They're going to be an RFP?
The Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
What I understand we're doing is we have a design. We're going to have a request for a proposal on that design, which will pre-qualify a modular builder, and then we'll have or more than one, and then we will have a process where we get quotes.
The honourable member for King South.
So just for clarification here then, so we don't have a design in which we are issuing contract documents for a tender in which we get competitive bids, that what you're indicating to us is that you have, in essence, a project scope, and you are going to ask for a proposal. There won't be necessarily competitive bids. You will get 4 different buildings with different prices. Is that what is happening here?
The Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So I apologize to the member. My staff who are up there are listening, and I've said the word RFP. What we're doing is an RFQ, which is a request to qualify, to pre-qualify a potential modular builder. That's the first part of it. It's an RFQ, not an RFP. Probably my fault that got confused, so I apologize. But we're actually doing an RFQ.
The honourable member for King South.
So we will receive competitive bids on this project, that you will be looking at a number of bids with prices in which you can evaluate. So in essence, I use the word tender. We're going to have this project tendered, correct?
The Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
That's correct. We haven't picked a modular builder. It'll be put out for RFQ process, and for the qualified, there'll presumably be a number of manufacturers. We have a number of excellent manufacturers in the province and in the region, and we will, and I don't even know for sure if, I don't think it's predetermined that one manufacturer will build all of them, possibly, possibly not, that's not determined. So we're looking for we're looking to pre-qualify in the first round, and then from there we'll get quotes, and that, as opposed to how we dealt with the wildfires, where we were under a tremendous time constraint, and my staff in a very short time got pre-booked 25 modulars, thinking that we would need them because so many people had lost their homes in the wildfires. The uptake of that did not turn out to be as great as we thought, so we've repositioned those modulars, as we had committed to be public housing, which we just are putting out right now. Most of them will be on site in March, and if the hookups of electricity and water happen in a timely fashion, we'll have people in them in April, May, maybe June. So that process versus this one will be any manufacturer in the region in reality can pre-qualify and be part of this process.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings South.
Thank you very much, Minister. Just to clarify, you seem to imply in that response that you were tendering multiple projects, or like, we've got 3 projects that I've talked about, and you said then that there would be other sites announced, Bridgewater, Kentville, Churl. So there are at least 6 or more different sites, which with all different configurations. Some are 6 stories, some are 5 stories, some are 2 stories. Are you issuing one tender for all these projects?
The Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So we've committed to build 222 public housing units. The recent announcement, which you're referring to, was, I believe, 150 of those, so there's still more to go. They'll be on other sites across the province, in other communities, and the RFQ process, which pre-qualifies, will be based on per site. So that process will go forward as we're ready to announce the other sites for the remaining builds. The part of the, presumably the pre-qualified will pre-qualify for bidding on any of those 222. We've said they'll be modular, and we're going ahead at the moment with the ones we've announced already, but the remaining, the difference between 222 and 150, which is 72, my quick math is correct, they will be in other communities around the province, and they'll be part of this, but there won't be one manufacturer supplying all 222. It'll go site by site.
The honourable member for Kings South.
Okay, thank you, Minister. So we will begin to see something on the tendering website on these projects, because to date, your department has not issued, you've issued one tender to date, but we have not, we expect to see now some tenders associated with these individual projects. I guess you're going through a pre-qualification to determine that you've got 5 or 6 good bidders, then you will go out and tender each one of those and have those 6 bidders bid. Is that an accurate reflection of what your plans are?
The Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So the Nova Scotia Public Housing Agency will follow Nova Scotia procurement guidelines for the project, but in terms of the tenders for the actual sites going out, they will go out to the pre-qualified companies.
The honourable member for Kings South.
Okay, and instead of going through all those sites, I take it from it, they're all basically at the same phase. You're just pre-qualifying suitable bidders in the next step. So with that, Minister, you're anticipating spending $15.2 million this year of $83 million for these 220 Can you give me some indication of what you think is going to be done this year with that $15 million?
The Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, to the member, thank you, Madam Chair. To the member, I can say you're getting down pretty granular here in terms of what will happen. There's site design work that will happen, even though we have a design that we know we want for the modular. There's a lot of site-specific work that has to be done in design. The best thing that I can do, if you want, I can offer you one of my senior staff to give you a more specific answer on exactly how that $15 million will be allocated this year, and if that satisfies you, that's probably the level of information I can get into right here, right now.
The Honourable Member for King South.
Thank you, Minister. I'll take you up on that offer. Minister, do you have a projected completion date for any or all of these projects?
The Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
All will be completed by the fiscal year 27-28.
27-28.
The Honourable Member for King South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just going to the procurement website, you have 22 untendered contracts in there, and they're all very explainable. Most of them are dealing with emergencies, and there's a few smaller ones that I could ask some questions on, but I'll leave that. What I'm interested in understanding, could you share with us how it came about that you selected Kent to provide the sole sourced $11 million worth of homes? Did they approach you, or did you approach them?
The Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So what I can tell the members that when the wildfires happened and we lost so many homes in 2 communities, we asked our staff to find some units, and calls went out to all the manufacturers of mobile homes who had them. And Kent put their hand up. We got 25. We booked them right then and there, and had plans for them to come in fully furnished. So it was based, really based on just immediate availability right at that moment in time. All the manufacturers were reached out to.
The Honourable Member for King South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So that you have written documentation for the Auditor General that they were reached out to and declined to be able to fulfill the requests from government?
The Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Yes.
The Honourable Member for King South.
Great. Thank you very much, Minister, for responding to my questions. I'll turn it back over to my colleague from Bedford South.
The Honourable Member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. Thank you to my colleague from King South and the Minister. So, Minister, last we left each other, you were talking about the breakdown of the $50 million in funding for community housing. I know that was a while ago, but I'm just wondering if we could kind of rewind the clock and get that answer. I was wondering, of that $50 million, how much of that is kind of direct program funding for housing, and then how much of it is other things, whether that's administration, staff, salaries. If you could have that breakdown, that would be great. Thank you.
The Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, yes, it comes back to me now. So the 20, I'm just trying to think now. This was that. Is this about?
The Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So I was going to give you the numbers from the past year, but I realize you're asking about the coming year, right? And in the coming year, in terms of, it's all for programming supply. There's no staff salaries in that number.
The Honourable Member for Bedford Basin. No, Bedford South.
You got it. Thank you, Mixed Chair. Wondering, Minister, I know you've talked about this program, CHAP, Community Housing Acquisition Program, I think is the acronym there. What is the funding for that program this fiscal coming up as compared to last?
The Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So the CHAP program is a loan program. It's a forgivable loan program, but there's not, in a sense, a budget line item for it. We will respond. It's a bit like the bank. So if we have programs, if there's more pool on it, we'll loan more money out. So it's a loan program. So it doesn't have a line item for a budget. We won't say no if it's a qualifying project.
The Honourable Member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. Thank the Minister for that clarification. So I guess then last year, how much was loaned out through CHAP, and the total amount loaned out, and how many projects, individual projects, did that represent?
The Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So I can maybe provide a little more clarification. Last year, there was 11 million in loans that went out. We're projecting 10 million in loans this year, but we'll do more if necessary. Last year, there were 14 loans in total on CHAP. It's been around for 2 years now. Seven new loans were added last year.
The Member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. Thank the Minister for that as well. In this past year, what was the budget within the department for things related to Happy Pad? So whether that's a contract, advertising, what would have been the overall all-in costs within the department? last year, and if there is a number available for advertising specifically, if we have that, that'd be great. Thank you.
The Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So the Happy Pad program is a 2-year program with a provincial contribution of $1.3 million. That contribution is shared between Municipal Affairs and Housing, Department of Advanced Education, and Seniors and Long-Term Care. So 3 departments contributing $1.3 million total over 2 years.
The member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just so I understand, so it's 1.3 over 2 years, not per year? Okay, okay, thank you. And was there a specific line item in there for advertising, or do we not have that figure at hand? Thank you. Oh, yes. That's a hard one.
Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My deputy is saying he had that number for public accounts, but we don't. Our staff are looking for it, and if you're okay, we'll get it texted to us. We'll get back to you on that if you want to go on to the next question.
The member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Minister. Yeah, whenever you get that, hopefully in the next 34 minutes and 10 seconds, be happy to hear that. I know, obviously, the member for Needham and I probably have a lot of similar questions, and I may repeat myself here, so I apologize if I do, and I think I may have heard this, but the wait list for public housing, what is that? What is the number, and what date does that correspond? Is that current, or when does that date from? Thank you.
The Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, I mean, obviously the wait list is a concern for us. It continues to grow as people continue to get on the wait list for public housing. The number right now is 7,600. I can give you the region breakdown. Obviously, if you want the region breakdown, then Metro is 3,300, Cape Breton 1,000, Western 2,000, Northern 1,200. As I mentioned before, one of the significant changes we made in a government when we came into government was we removed the requirement for you to either have a rent sup or be on the wait list. So one of the things the previous government had as a requirement, you could not apply for a rent supplement if you were on the wait list for public housing. So we changed that, so we know there are people on the wait list for public housing that have a rent sup. So that's one of the things that's driven both numbers up, frankly, as well as the housing crisis, which is the reason why we are building 247 new public housing units.
The member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so about 7,600 total right now. How would that, how does that compare to whatever the number would have been for the previous reporting period? I don't know if the department does that by calendar year or fiscal year, but year over year, whatever the reporting might be. 7,600 now, what would it have been a year ago? Thank you.
The Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Sorry, Madam Chair. So I think what I want to say about the wait list, if we look at the average time on the wait list, which I know you're not asking about, but the average time on the wait list has decreased by 4 months from last year. So we're getting the average time down on the wait list across the province, which means we're turning over our units faster. We're working on that. So one of the problems we had with last year's wait list is that there were people who put themselves on the wait list to get into a specific unit. So they may have put themselves on the wait list 2 or 3 times. They wanted to be in that unit. They applied for the wait list for that. So there were some questions about the integrity of the wait list. Some of that we've cleaned up. So it's hard to compare last year's wait list to this year's wait list. But meanwhile, we see the wait list growing, but we're turning around the units. So the average time on the wait list is declining. So that's the good news. We're turning our units around quicker. We're doing a better job of maintenance on those units and the turnover time. And actually, we've gone through a big turnover just in January of this year. There's been a lot of work done by public housing and people who have moved out of public housing in January. To be really frank, mostly through death, right? That's we have a lot of seniors, and there's been a lot of turnover happen this January. So, which of course is not, is what it is.
The member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And of the 7,600 on the wait list currently, do we know how many are seniors on the wait list and how many would be families, so parents with children? Thank you.
The Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Sorry. Currently on the wait list, 49% are seniors, 36% are families, and 16% are individuals and couples, but not senior, right? If I can just jump back to your question about marketing. In the agreement, there was $400,000 over 2 years to cover marketing, including salaries associated with that activity. $400,000 over 2 years. So, and I think I answered your waitlist percentage question.
The member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, Minister, you did, and I appreciate the quick turnaround. 6 minutes or so. That's pretty good, yeah. So I appreciate that very much. Another thing that I know the government has talked about a lot and is certainly needed is new money for repairs on public housing. I believe somewhere in the range of $20 million money for repairs. How does that money flow? How is it prioritized within regions to make sure that it's being used in the most efficient way possible?
The Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So one of the things that happened when we stood up a Nova Scotia Provincial Housing Agency is that we've put a provincial lens on the maintenance program. And there's software associated with this, which is called Yardi. Don't know if that matters, but anyway, this means that we're trying to analyze every single unit we have in the 11,200 plus units, and have sort of a provincial lens on what repairs are needed, where are they most urgent. They continue to be delivered through this maintenance program. Each of the previous housing authorities that existed that have now been brought into the provincial housing agency, at a local level they continue to deliver the maintenance for these units, but the provincial lens is put on, and the software program, which helps us manage that many units. You can imagine the challenge of keeping track of 11,200 of anything. Anyway, this software helps us make those management decisions on what is needed where.
The member for Bedford South.
Thank you, mixed chair. And so I'm curious how the money gets distributed. So I know in the past, being in Public Works, for example, I just know that department well. In terms of local budgets, they might allocate based on kilometers or whatever you have within that region. And would it be similar with public housing, for example? Would whatever 3,300 into 7,600 is, would that proportion of the repair budget go to HRM, or is the money divvied up in some other way?
The Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the basic answer is that the money for repairs is distributed across the 5 former housing authority areas based on a approximate per unit basis. So if you think about what we have in public housing, the reality is all of our 11,200 units are 30+ years old. And all are approximately in the same sort of need. So as far as what work gets done first, staff prioritize based on safety first, in terms of work that's most urgent, that gets prioritized, and then the maintenance after that is prioritized by staff through a work order system.
The member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank the Minister for that. That makes sense. That's sort of how I expected it would go. I'm curious about the backyard suite program as well, which is something I touched on in the first hour of our program. 12 applications, I believe the Minister said, have come in thus far. Does the Minister see that as a success, a disappointment, somewhere in between? And if it's not going as well as the Minister or the department would like, and I know it's early, but what does the department need to do to ensure that that program is being maximized and as many people, because we know there are thousands and thousands of homes and possibilities out there, why have we seen what, in my view, appears to be a relatively low uptake on that program thus far, and how can we kind of turn the trend on that?
The Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So thank you, McTier. I appreciate the question. I mean, the reality is the program's been open since November. We've put out 15 approvals to date. Our staff are talking with more people. We like the program. We think it's a success. The goal of the program was to have, I believe, in 2 years or 3 years. That's a 3-year pilot project, and in 3 years to have 320 units out. I think we're, it takes time. The reality is that for somebody to do this, to add a secondary suite, there still is the same, there's some, permitting required municipally, obviously. There's building code requirements, so there's some challenges. It isn't just like, you know, put a door on, and they're you know, to go through those hoops take time too. So we're very pleased with the pace of the program right now and how it's unfolding, and we'll continue to reevaluate it as necessary.
The member for Bedford South.
And could the minister just clarify, it's a 3-year pilot project. When's the end point? What is the end year?
The Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So it started November 23, so it'll be November 26.
The member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's been a long week. I should have figured that out myself. There you go. It's all right. A lot of questions. Go back to something we talked about a little bit ago, which was around the Happy Pad costs, and the minister mentioned that $400,000 over 2 years was the marketing costs. Is that included within the 2-year $1.3 million, or is that additional and separate?
The Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So just to clarify, the total budget of the program, and I may be at fault too, is not 1.3, it's 1.13. 1.13, which is a big difference between if it was in your pocket or mine, that's a big difference. So, but it's not. So the 400,000 is in that 1.13 envelope.
The member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Minister, for that clarification. On the public housing wait list, I know I'm jumping around a bit, but I realize that, you know, there's 7,600 people on the list right now. It's a complicated issue. Obviously, it takes a long time to build housing, so I understand all of that. Does the department have an internal strategy, some kind of goals in terms of where you would like to see that list? I know, obviously, in a perfect world, we would like it to be 0, but is there a document or a strategy somewhere that says over the next X number of years, whether it's 5 or 10, here's our roadmap to getting that number of people to a lower number? Does that exist, or how does the department plan for that?
The Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. So what I can say about the goals that we do have goals and targets in public housing, absolutely. The first goal we have is really to turn units around quicker. So our goal is to turn units around in 60 days. So if it becomes empty, we want to be back available within 60 days. So that's a very significant goal, which our staff are very focused on. The second goal we would have would be in relation to time on wait list, and we're working hard to get the time spent on wait lists to be reduced. Obviously, if we can turn the units around quicker, that influences that. And another one would be for the people on priority wait lists, because we know that often they've got they're very high stress family situations. If they're on the priority wait list, to deal with the priority wait list quicker would be another goal. So those are the goals. Presumably, if we can have the goal of time on wait lists being 0, then we've met every public housing demand, right? So it's another way of getting at the same question you're asking, but we're looking at how long are people on this wait list, and we're trying to reduce that number.
The member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank the Minister. I know there's a little over 11,000 public housing units across the province. How many of those, most recent data we have, how many of those are vacant at the moment?
The Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
The most recent number we had was 322 units empty.
The member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And obviously, there's always going to be some degree of that when people move out and so on. But beyond those obvious reasons, if someone passes away or moves out, what other reasons are kind of the top reasons as to why a unit might be vacant for a period of time?
The Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Thank you, Madam McTier. There's obviously in that number, there's units that are in more long-term renovations to become more accessible. I think that the units that we, I have the number here. So our target vacancy is 3%. The most recent number that I had for you as of December 1st, 2023, is my most recent number. There was 322 units. 88 of those had been vacant for under a month. 58 had been vacant for between 30 and 60 days, and 176 had been vacant for more than 60 days. And reasons for the vacancy for more than 60 days include accessibility, improvement upgrades, planned capital renewal work, units requiring extensive repair, and also challenging us sometimes in obtaining contractors. So we know there's, I think if we, and I don't have this, but if I'm going by memory, there would be about 100 units that have been vacant for a very long time, and some of them are just very expensive to repair. And I know that when we talked about the modular homes announcement, and one of the modular homes replaced a unit that had been burned out, right? So we have units that require very extensive repair. Then maybe we look at them and we'll say, that's not worth us fixing, right? Or it's an immense challenge. So we're trying to, so those units are a challenge for us. How do we deal with them? That's been true for 30 years, probably. I mean, there's always going to be that. And we slowly work on them. And I think I told your colleague from the NDP that, I mean, one of those units I know, in my opinion, my guess would be the oldest public housing unit in North America, a 250-year-old house. And that's, it's like, how do we fix that and do any justice to it? It's historic property too, probably. You know what I mean? It's just very difficult unit to deal with, right? Probably not what we want in our portfolio, really, ultimately.
The member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Minister brought up accessibility, which is a key point. You know, the province has a mandate to be fully accessible by 2030, I believe, and government buildings, government property is kind of the first priority to get to that point. So of the public housing stock in Nova Scotia, how much of it would be considered accessible?
The Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So obviously in public housing, accessibility is an incredibly important topic. Not all of our tenants in public housing need an accessible unit. Many don't, but some do. So currently, we've done upgrades to 123 units to bring them up to, I believe, what I would say is a national housing strategy accessibility standard. So one of the areas of funding we have from the National Housing Strategy is accessibility, and I think I've explained this before, but I'll explain it again. When we looked at funding that we had to further upgrade units, we had 80 more units to make accessible. The reality was when we went into a 30-year-old unit and tied that unit up for a year, and in other words, emptied it out, it'd be empty for a year as we did the work to make an accessible unit there. We frequently didn't really end up with a very good accessible unit after all that work. And the cost of that was equal to the cost of building new. That was a driving factor in our decision to announce the 222 units build, because 80 of those units will be accessible. They'll be the ground floor units. So when we looked at where we needed these accessible units, there were areas where it didn't make sense to build one floor. They're in neighborhoods of multi-floor buildings. So we said, well, we'll build the 80 accessible and we'll put the extra floors on top. So that's where we came up with 222 units. So that the sort of the inefficiency of trying to upgrade a 30-year-old unit to accessible and tearing it all apart, and sometimes you get into asbestos, sometimes you don't know what you're going to get into, all of those issues. So we've gone this way particularly because of the need for more accessible units and the funding from the federal government, which was flexible, which allowed us to either choose how we were going to get that accessible unit, either upgrade an existing unit or just start with a whole new one. So that decision to start with a whole new one was primarily driven by this need to have 80 more accessible units, and how could we make better use of public money and not lose that other unit for a year, and so not tie up a unit for a year and make better use of public funds, and I think we're on the right track with that plan.
The honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank the Minister for that response there. It is a key consideration, and 80 units of 220 is a third, so that's good to see on new builds. That makes a lot of sense to do that on the ground floor. I'm sure the Minister, I know the Minister is well aware of the 2021 Affordable Housing Commission and the recommendations that commission made, and I know that many of them have been followed through. The first recommendation of that report was the creation of an independent arm's-length housing authority. I'm wondering, does the Minister feel that recommendation has been fulfilled with the creation of the Provincial Housing Agency, particularly on the question of independence and arm's length from government? Thank you.
The Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Absolutely, McChair. I'm happy to answer that question, and I would say absolutely. Here's the reality. We had 5 independent housing authorities. Which one of the CEOs of any of those housing authorities ever answered a question here in the legislature? Which one of those, what were the names of them? We don't know. The accountability is through this House. Myself as Minister, future ministers of housing, of municipal affairs and housing will answer questions through Crown Corp. There's a direct line to the legislature in the answering. So that direct line wasn't there, in my opinion. So I'm responsible. Future ministers will be absolutely responsible. So we had housing authorities. The 5 housing authorities were quite independent. That's the reality. Yes, they had one set of guidelines. How those guidelines were implemented in the various in the 5 regions was somewhat different in each region, and so this is a reality. I think the accountability through this legislature, through a Crown Corporation, through public scrutiny, through questioning that you're doing right now, it's all there. And I believe that this is the best. This is our system, and I'm accountable to what's happening in public housing through your questioning. Future ministers will be accountable in what's happening in the Crown Corporation through this same scrutiny in the public answering questions every time there's cabinet in a scrum, I could be answering a question on public housing. So I think we have the best possible system here that we can have for accountability.
The member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the minister. I appreciate that response. As I've said before in the House, you know, to have that clarity is helpful because we know kind of where the buck stops and who we need to ask. So I appreciate that for sure. And I wanted to ask about another issue related to accountability, really, which is the passage of Bill 329, which, as the minister knows, was met with some controversy in HRM and on this side of the House as well. Although I do think there were some positive elements in that bill, I think there were other sections where there was overreach, I would say. You know, one clause, some clauses in particular, I think of, you know, being able to designate the entirety of HRM as a special planning area. That is the law today. The minister has the power to do that. I know the minister in the past, when speaking to media, has, in my view, not been perfectly clear about whether or not those powers will be used, whether or not the minister intends to use them. And I'm just curious what the minister's position is on that, if he could clarify for us. If the intention is to use these sweeping powers in the legislation, and if not, why are they there in the first place? Thank you.
The Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, I mean, thank you for the question. We're in a changing landscape, obviously, as time goes forward. In terms of the Bill 329 and you know, I'm primarily getting my advice on that from the executive panel on housing, for sure. In terms of the landscape, we see the federal government getting into this landscape through to the Housing Accelerator Fund money and putting requirements on our municipalities as well, recognizing the incredible role that our municipalities have in housing, and recognizing that when we talk about which we had that conversation earlier about the demand, the 41,000 units, the reality is HRM is the focus of growth in our province, and the housing shortage is approximately 10 times worse in HRM than in any other region, if you break it out by region. So the reason that we have been focused on HRM is just because of what we saw when we came into government in terms of the length of time some projects were out there, and the circumstances. For me, will I act on 329? You know, if it's certainly something that I won't say I won't do, but in terms of right at this moment, there's I can't say that there's something that I am doing. That power resides there. Just recognizing the incredible importance of HRM, and we see and the need to actually capitalize on this moment in time of true growth in Nova Scotia, and the need to do that in HRM. This is the reasons why we acted in this way.
Member for Bedford South.
Thank you to the minister for that, and I appreciate that there's no intention at the moment today to act on those things. To have them on the books, kind of looming over things, I think can be problematic, but I also recognize that in HRM in particular, there's significant changes in terms of planning and development coming forward over the next month or two, which I think will go a long way to deal with some of the issues we're facing. I think other provinces have recognized that as well. BC, for example, I know I talk about them a lot, but I think they're doing some really interesting things with BC Builds, and I know the minister mentioned the other day, and I did read it on Nova Scotia, that he was talking to Minister Fraser about kind of importing that system in some ways, which I think is exceptional because it blends together private developers, nonprofits, community groups, First Nations communities. Actually, that's one of their first projects, is on a First Nations site in BC, and I think that is kind of the way of the future on housing. It's obviously an issue that all three levels of government have a hand in, which complicates things exponentially sometimes, but I think it also gives opportunity for collaboration and growth, and that's what I would like to see. You know, there's still major issues, but I do appreciate the minister's candor. I appreciate the help of the staff, the DM and the ADM, and I know the others here. There you go. Thank you guys very much for your timely response. And there will be many more questions to come, I believe. Just to give your staff a bit of a heads up, you know, we will kind of move over, I think, more so to the municipal affairs and EMO side as of Monday. But we really appreciate all the help on the housing front. And what's that? Tuesday? Oh, there you go. So losing track of time. Anyways, thank you guys very much. I'm out of time. Thank you.
Order. The time allotted for the consideration of supply today has elapsed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. I move that the committee do now rise and report progress and beg leave to sit again on a future date.
The motion is carried. The committee will now rise and report its business to the House. Order. The chair of the Committee of the Whole House on Supply reports. I recognize the clerk.
That the Committee of the Whole House on Supply has met and made progress and begs leave to sit again.
I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That concludes government business for the day. I move that the House do now rise to meet again on Monday, March 4th, between the hours of 4 p.m. and 10 p.m. Following daily routine, we'll move into the continuation of committee the whole House on supply, subcommittee in the Red Room, and law amendments will take place from 11 to 3 in the Red Room. Thank you, and have a great weekend, everyone.
The motion is to adjourn. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? The motion carries. The House stands adjourned until Monday, March 4th at 4 p.m.